Yes, we're gonna pause. Yep, we're gonna pause, a meeting right now to repair some audio difficulties. Need people tuning in, we're having, some technical difficulty with the mics, so we will resume when the result.
we will have to fall back to conference devices. So unfortunately, that means we'll probably have to take a little bit louder for second 50s. When you open the room, the microphone's still functioning for the room. Yeah. Okay. So where was I?
Talk about today. We're going to give a short implementation update. Then we'll provide an update of April, where we're heading before the commission may take action in November. And then you will conduct a public hearing for folks to provide testimony. So we're going to go into the implementation update. I'm going to start with Evan to kick us off here.
Hey, good morning. Quick update on the parking reforms, the kind of earliest piece of the CFAC program. As you may have heard on Think Out Loud on Wednesday, Beaverton became the 8th city to repeal its parking mandates citywide. Councillor Teeter described that as a valuable step forward. So yeah, I commend you to listen to that piece. So the rest of the cities that are required to reform parking, most of them will be acting by June, some by this December, some by June 2024, a handful beyond that. And most of those beyond that are either very small cities or cities where a lot of the parking reform has already happened naturally, and are just taking a while to do some code updates or choose their path for the remaining pieces of the puzzle. So there are a couple of cities that are choosing not to repeal mandates citywide, which is great. We were trying to provide some options. Sherwood is looking at option 2, fair policy, some commercial unbundling, and some tax on parking lots. And it looks like the city of Phoenix is choosing option 3, reduce red tape, which is kind of option 1 light. You know, they can still require some parking some places. So so it's good that some cities are looking and choosing some different things. Now on the ground, beyond what the cities are doing, I commend the Sightline article that's linked in the staff report. Katie Gould did a nice job of going around and talking to, hey, how is this actually impacting development? And she talked about a downtown development in Central Point that was really hard to redevelop if they had to pave over and do a bunch of parking. She talked to an arcade owner in Tigard who said, hey, I want to serve beer, but now I have to build a bunch of parking so everyone can drive home drunk or, you know, whatever. Who is freed from that, is now able to have adult business later on. An Ashland fourplex that is replacing a couple of parking spaces with a playground, and a small builder in Eugene who's really enthusiastic about how this has opened up development for them. So commend you to chase those articles as you want, but it feels like we're pretty on target on parking reform, and cities are coming along at the pace that we're, you know, we've given them some flexibility in that. So with that, I'll pass it on.
All right, so in addition to the parking reform, the 15 cities who are required to do the climate-friendly area zoning have been hard at work. First, we recall that our department had some budget from the legislature to help support implementation of the program. So we actually added a little bit of extra on top of what we got. So we've spent about $800,000 supporting these cities to do their climate-friendly area studies. So those cities have been really hard at work with their consultant firms, supporting them in public engagement planning and outreach, and doing, you know, some of the nitty-gritty capacity analysis. So that work, our consultant contracts have wrapped up. Of course, those studies are due to the department at the end of this year. So we have received project deliverables, but at this point, we still consider the studies to be incomplete until they're submitted officially by the city, at which point we'll be posting them on our website and having, open review. And that, just to be clear, is not a land use action. It's just a required study. Any questions on that?
Commissioners.
Okay, all right, next slide. Oh. All right, so another piece of the CFAC program is connection to our Division 44 targets. And the direct connection there is required scenario planning for 3 regions. Portland Metro, which has been ongoing since 2015. They've been doing this work. And then Eugene Springfield will be doing some work, and Salem Kaiser will be doing some work that is additional now with the rules that you passed last year. So for Metro, this is ongoing work to implement the climate smart strategy that they adopted in 2015. So they implement this through their regional transportation plan and have findings and report on performance towards achieving that target that came in with that scenario plan. So the region is going on their 2018 RTP right now. They have a public draft out for comment. We expect it to come to the department for review in early 2024. So myself, Bill, ODOT staff, we've been really kind of working hand in hand with the Metro staff and giving them guidance on some of the modeling and some of the assumptions they're making as they make those findings towards the Division 44 targets. Also hard at work are our partners at ODOT, who are really supporting implementation of a lot of the scenario planning and the transportation system plan aspects of the program. So ODOT's been working on getting a pretty large RFP out to support cities and counties to do this work. They just got that inked, and now they're onboarding their consultants. So we expect this work to commence probably later this fall. So that's been really helpful. So for Salem Kaiser, they're required to do a full scenario plan. They have not done that work before. For Eugene and Springfield, they did a scenario plan, but didn't get it fully into the implementation phase. So the rules require them or allow them to use that previous work and just kind of add on some implementation package and performance measures. So ODOT's supporting that work through this these consultant teams. We did receive work programs from both of these regions. We're reviewing and going back with staff on a couple of needed changes, but so far looks pretty good. We'll be having our recommendation to Director Bateman, I think, in the coming weeks. And so that work program covers Division 44 and the TPR Division 12 requirements. Any questions on scenario planning before I move on?
Commissioner, Vice Chair.
I guess the only question is, since we don't meet again until November, is it possible just to receive an update from the department that once their contracts for the work programs are approved, it'd be nice to know that, just given that that's going to really set the stage for a lot of work for the next couple of years.
Yes, Chair, Commissioner, we can put that in our update and emails to you in the interim between.
Great.
Happy to do that.
And we'll be posting those on our webpage as well and have a Gov delivery release, but we'll make sure that you're aware of that
Great. That's
action. Okay, so there are 5 other metropolitan areas besides these 3 that are doing the work. And so what the rules in Division 44 and Division 12 call for these smaller areas are to do a performance measures to connect to their TSP planning to the Division 44 targets. So their TSPs don't need to meet the Division 44 target. They do it through coming up with performance measures to kind of give them the set of actions that are needed and the levels to help them adopt their own performance measures and targets to help guide their planning. So ODOT, again, is supporting this contract. They're same RFP, so consultants on board. Just starting to scope out now how that's going to roll out and really trying to align the work with the TSP update schedule that ODOT's been working with locals. And, when do you want to update your TSP? We've got a pretty good idea now, but now we need to say, okay, we need to give you the things you need, the building blocks to build that new TSP. So these performance measures and targets are going to be really fundamental to that work. So we're really trying to align all the products in a way that meets the need for the folks out there. And here's the TSPs. So another part of ODOT is working on a TSP implementation package. Just want to say on the outset here, the high level is that all told, we have about $22 million of implementation funds of what we've already spent in the past biennium. DLCD did receive approximately 2.7 for implementation, 2.7 million for implementation. We already had some money from ODOT, but 15 million just really on TSPs and the guidance needed to do that TSP update work. So they're hard at work. There's a couple new folks coming on board over there, which is great. We have a really good support team. Bill is represented on the representing our department on the TSP guidelines update, giving the recipe for consultant teams to update transportation system plans in the future. I'm sitting on the guidance team for the some of the more analytical tools that are going to come out. So we really have good coordination between the departments. Any questions on transportation system plans?
I spaced out a little because I was looking at the slide before this that had the graphic of charts and all that, and then I was just like, oh, we're gonna have something like that to compare different. I don't know, if that's just a graphic or an aspiration to some of this.
So yeah, no, we will definitely have some cool charts and graphics. This picture comes from a workshop that I participated in a couple years ago in the Corvallis area, where we took some of our scenario analysis tools and did some public workshops to look at different growth models in the region and different transportation choices. This one was pretty cool because they could do it live on the fly, where you could actually folks could put different chips on the map and see the dials move of greenhouse gas or VMT. So there's a lot of cool tools out there that will be coming online.
Do you think this is just that's anything interactive? Public? Do you think that we'll have outputs that final versions of these for different communities or?
Chair Halila, I don't want to commit to like what exactly folks are going to use. And part of my ODOT partners are be kicking me under the table, but yeah, this stuff is kind of basic sketch planning tools. So a lot of that is available. In the past, we've done these online dashboards where folks can slide the levers and see where they would go with different decisions on bike ped, transit, land use. So that's within the wheelhouse of what we do.
Yeah, because it seems so almost so technical and specific, it feels hard to engage with as a public member, and it just if the result of all this very technical work becomes something that is of interest, multiple people can engage with it. I think that it gets people more vested results.
Yeah, I know the Central Lane scenario planning effort back about 7 years ago now, they did a really nice online dashboard where folks could use those sliders, very simple and easy to engage with, that gave real results in real time as you chose. And so that's the vision of eval tool that ODOT uses, has like pre-built thousands of different possibilities of scenarios, and then they could put it into these online dashboards that kind of just really distill it down into what that would get you when you ask different questions. Okay, back to Bill.
Thank you, Cody. So again, Commissioners, Bill Holmstrom. We'll talk a little bit about alternative dates and exemptions. So these are a couple different methods that we put in the rules that provide additional flexibility to local governments beyond what's set out in the rules. Alternative dates are a selected set of deadlines, essentially, where we've said, if for some reason you need some more time with some of these, you can ask us for more. And that goes to the director for approval. And there's a process for that and criteria that need to be met in order to to get those alternative dates. So as it says there on the slide, the director so far has approved 25 alternative dates for 25 jurisdictions. We received a few additional ones. In April, the commission removed the deadline. We had a January deadline for when this could be submitted. We got rid of that. We've had a number of that come in since then. Some of those have been approved since then. We just have a couple more that are kind of in the queue. And so we're still working through those. Most of these are very reasonable. Most of the requests we've received are really just 6 months to a year on a handful of things. No one's asked for everything. No one's asked for all the time possible on any one thing yet. Everything's been very reasonable that we've heard from the communities. In a few situations, we have kind of further discussions with the jurisdiction before we provide a staff recommendation to the director, and sometimes that's resulted in a few adjustments, but that's really just a handful of them. Most of them have been quite reasonable, and there's good reasons for doing them. So that's worked well so far. I've also had the director approve 9 exemptions. The exemptions are different. They are for smaller jurisdictions, and they can basically say, can we get out of some or all of these rules for a period of time? And that sometimes ask for a period of time, sometimes they'll just say, we just want to be out of this for now. And we've said in our guidance that the most that we're going to recommend to the director is 10 years. And so there have been a few that we've said, really small town, not a lot of resources, frankly, not a lot of, activity sometimes in these jurisdictions, building activity, things like that. Realistically, the changes that would be made wouldn't really result in a lot of changes on the ground. So these have been relatively easy to receive, talk about. Again, some of these have been just small towns asking, can we just get out of all of this? And that's been fine. Some of these have been jurisdictions that are very targeted about, we just need a little bit more time, a couple more years on this one thing. And can we just get an exemption for a couple of years on this one thing or a handful of things? And we've been able to do that as well. So it's 9 communities is probably 11 or 12, actual asks, because we've had a couple communities come in a couple of times and say, well, we need this little thing or that little thing and this little thing. So that's also worked pretty well. One thing I'll note with that, we haven't received a request yet, but we did also provide for communities that were brought into a new metropolitan area, or if a new metropolitan area was designated, that we could give them exemption for a period of time, so they're not just jumping right into a whole new set of requirements that they weren't previously think they had anything to do with. Out of the 2020 census, only one jurisdiction that I know of is going to be brought into a metropolitan area. That's the city of Almsville in the Salem-Keizer metropolitan area. They haven't asked for one yet. They're not really technically in yet, is my understanding of how the process works. So once they're in, they would be eligible both for underpopulation and under this other provision to ask for an exemption. So I just wanted to highlight that as well. Any questions on this piece or any part of this? Is our last slide having to do with implementation. All right, thank you. So I'm going to step into an update on the rulemaking process itself. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've been up to since April and what we're looking at over the next few months heading into your meeting in November. So in April 2023, the commission initiated this rulemaking. I think you'll remember at the same time you also adopted some temporary rules that are in place and they're effective now. They'll be effective through November. And so the idea is this rulemaking will include the corrections and clarifications that we have intended to make, as well as including all of those the pieces of those temporary rules that we want to continue to maintain, and it'll be part of that permanent rulemaking that process we're going through right now. The department appointed a rulemaking advisory committee, RAC, we call that. We received a request through our through Palmer and Alexis through our policy staff to have a technical advisory committee as well. And we were open to doing that, and we opened that up and kind of opened the floodgates and said we let anyone on the RAC participate on that committee. We notified staff at every jurisdiction that's affected by these rules, all 52 of them. We said, if we're having this TAC, you're just free to come, open that up and let people come in. So frankly, probably a lot of overlap between those two committees, but there's some people that are just on one or the other. So Since then, in May and June, we've held 2 meetings of each of those groups, received a lot of valuable feedback, and made a lot of revisions since then. The version of the rules that's in your packet is the version that went to the Secretary of State notice. But we're not done. We still have work ahead of us, and we can still make changes. Nothing's finalized yet. So today is going to be your opportunity to hear oral testimony on these draft rules. And then we would like the commission to hold the opportunity for written testimony to be accepted through September 17th. We worked with Mr. Shipsey quite a bit to figure out exactly what the right dates were to make sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. And that's, as far as the, my understanding of the constraints of the Administrative Procedures Act, that's the last date that we'll be able to receive written testimony, and then ahead of that November commission. So in the next couple months, right after this meeting, we'll be going into, we've already scheduled our next rulemaking advisory and one more TAC meeting. So we've had actually 2 RAC meetings scheduled, 1 TAC meeting scheduled in August and September. And then we'll have additional subject-specific meetings and follow-up as needed. Just so folks are aware, or commissioners are aware, we've had a number of other meetings beyond just these RAC and TAC meetings. Sometimes they're just with 1 or 2 folks or something like that. But we did have kind of a subject-specific meeting with a wide group of people on a particular rule, Rule 210. And we know that there's going to be more work, particularly on that rule, that's going to be required in the future. And we'll probably continue to have those kind of invite a wide group of people to come in and really get in the details of a specific piece. So that is my rulemaking update so far. Any questions on that? So with that, I think we are ready for the public hearing. That's the end of our presentation. And then, of course, you'll hear testimony, and if there's questions or you'd like us to come up and speak with you after the testimony, be happy to do that.
Actually, Phil and your team, are you gonna go through the elements here in the staff report about and kind of outline the draft rule amendments that have been put forth so far, or are you gonna do that after the hearing, or are you guys not gonna cover that at all?
Chair Holova, Commissioner Lazo, we had not planned to get into the details of all the different pieces, because there's so many different pieces. We don't know what you're going to hear the next little bit here from folks, and we've got a few back pocket slides in case we need a few things we might think might come up, and we'll be able to answer some questions about afterward. And if, of course, commissioners want to talk about anything, we can try to jump in and ask about anything. But we didn't necessarily, we want people to be able to come in front of you and talk about what they want to talk about.
So mostly the hearing from the
Yeah.
public. And then would you be asking us for guidance on kind of the next couple of RAC and TAC meetings on these on the amendments and the other work? It sounds like there's some work left to do the next 2 RACs and TACs, but you don't need anything from us on those. It sounds like there were some pieces in here that you were asking us.
Yeah, and again, commissioners, I think the testimony may help bring some of that to the surface, and then depending how that goes, we can come back after that testimony and have a conversation with you, have questions with you for sure.
Sure.
Well, yeah, I guess I'm not sure if now's the right time to ask the question, or if we should wait until after we have our public hearing. And I don't know, I just had a question about it, an issue that was raised in testimony that was submitted by the city of Bend. I don't know if the city of Bend decided not to testify or not. But my question is if you can respond, and this is to the moving process. The city's letter states that they feel the scope of what VLCT staff is willing to consider is insufficient to address what's needed for cities to implement the rules effectively and avoid direct conflicts with existing and anticipated state housing regulations. So obviously we're going to begin to discuss that project this afternoon.
Yeah.
It's a big topic. So I'm just curious if you have any responses now with the concern that the city of Bend raised in their written spittle.
Certainly, yeah. So Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, I think we have a couple different points we'd make there. And I'll start, and I'll probably let Cody pick up where I left off, if that's okay. So in terms of the connection with the housing work, we've worked throughout with our housing group just to make sure that we are on the same page with all the rules that we're putting together. We have kind of monthly meetings scheduled with them where we're always kind of, have that potential to talk with them about these issues. We had kind of a special meeting with them where just a couple weeks ago where we sat down with a couple key staff and really went over a couple of these intersecting issues. And then we are, we're going through this rulemaking process, which does have kind of a limited scope to it. But then we've also, I think, committed as an agency to going into the housing rulemaking, continue to say if there's changes that we need to make in Division 12 as part of that housing work to make sure that they're aligned, or other parts of the other divisions that the commission has in Chapter 660. We have the ability to do that through that process as well. So moving into 2024, if there's particularly some points of contention, which frankly, we think we're aligned in a lot of ways. So, but we'll have that ability to, if there's specific pieces there. I think, the specifics of Ben's concerns there, I think, well, maybe I'll just let Cody tackle it if that's all right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that there's a misunderstanding as to how the rules operate in regards to the technical memo that they presented to us. So I just want to be really clear that Division 12 does not require a transportation system plan to achieve the Division 44 target of what they're looking at, a 20% reduction in VMT. So that would be optional for the city of Bend if they choose to do a scenario plan to do that. And the rules have a process for doing that. The VMT reduction in the TPR is to decrease VMT, so a negative, but there's no target for that. So that's Rule 0160. The second piece that there's a misunderstanding on is that when you do a target rule calculation in Division 44, there are several rules that are very explicit as to how you run that calculation. You don't use a 4-step travel model. You use these assumptions in the statewide transportation strategy that are not represented in that analysis. So there's no fleet fuel technology. It's complicated, but basically it kind of puts a lot of wind in the sails of your local actions to reduce VMT. So it's just a different lever that you're using to look at VMT reduction. So just want to be clear that this analysis doesn't present a target rule calculation. It is using a different tool and different assumptions to do that. Just lastly, I want to say that the analysis actually does show that the Bend TSP does achieve, with these different changes in methodology to use the new household-based VMT metric, a negative reduction in VMT, which would be consistent with where we want to go in the rules and what the rules do require. So as I spoke to earlier, ODOT's coming out for these performance measure builds where we're going to be making the connection between the target rule and these 4-step travel models, so that there's an opportunity for them to get the methodology and the tools built for their instance to do it in a way that's consistent with what the rules do require.
So I just hope that everybody's able to hear this online so that they can refer back to the discussion here. And then maybe they'll be testifying, I'm not sure. And then hopefully you'll have at least a couple more RAC meetings before the 17th, or so hopefully you continue to work on these issues. If there's a misunderstanding based on the explanation you provided. So thank you.
Yeah, and just want to say, we're always open to providing. We're sitting with the Metro staff right now and providing and vetting with not just me, but I have the whole team of engineers at ODOT who in Division 44, there's a requirement that the assumptions are vetted with both departments. And that's for this specific reason that we're able to say, yes, this does meet the criteria. You are using the right assumptions in your modeling analysis.
And one other point I'll make, if that's all right, Vice Chair, there is a piece of this. I think I'm not sure how much the Ben comment is about Rule 210 versus other pieces of the rules, but that is one piece that we know we're going to be doing some additional work over the next couple of months on. So.
Chair, I just wanted to note and add on to that a little bit. I think staff has already said this, but I wanted to double down on the point that our housing staff been sitting in these conversations, and then likewise we'll have specs staff sitting and paying attention to the housing that we're making, just to make sure there's clear line of communication. If we need to make adjustments, we're certainly happy to do that. We have the opportunity to do that moving forward. I would just note more generally, being a policy wonk, that this is precisely the moment in time when we can really show some leadership and some strategic thinking in both of these areas, right? This is precisely when you ask the question, where do you want to put your new housing? Why? How are we going to do this? How are we going to meet multiple goals at the same time? I'm very excited about the fact that these are kind of working in parallel or simultaneously, and that we've got an opportunity to be very thoughtful about where we put our housing stock and what it looks like into the future. If we don't ask that question now, we're going to miss a huge opportunity. So I'm very excited about that, but we're making sure that, the teams are talking to each other and that our partners are also helping us craft this as we go. Commissioner Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. And I would support that same thing. I mean, I think there's obvious interaction between what the goals of CFEC are in reducing greenhouse gases. It's directly tied, BMTs are directly tied to where we put housing, at the density levels that are there, would drive, how we might meet those goals. I think so. I'd be curious, and when I looked at Ben's piece, you can't see enough in the modeling or the analysis to understand what all the assumptions are. But I want us to be careful, as Director Bateman said, that there aren't underlying assumptions that our partners are making that are driving the results, right? That we should be evolving towards the goals that we have set, and that those are reflected in the analysis being done. It's the shift for everybody in these processes. And make sure we stay aware of that, and folks are coming along with that shift.
So I was just gonna recap what we're doing today in advance of getting public testimony. So the commission will consider draft rule amendments for the climate friendly and equitable communities CFEC program. The draft amendments are within Oregon's administrative rules, chapter 660, division 12, transportation planning rules. The draft amendments include clarifications and corrections to rules the commission adopted in July 2022 and adjustments that the commission adopted as temporary rules in April of 2023. The commission will take verbal testimony on the draft amendments at this meeting, and the comment period will remain open for written testimony through September 17, 2023. The commission will not accept oral or written comments after September 17th of this year, and the commission is scheduled to make a decision on rule amendments at our meeting in November 2023. So with that, we have folks signed up for testimony. So I'm going to start off with Michael Anderson from Sightline Institute, who's virtually joining us.
Michael, are you with us? You're still on mute. We can't.
Just came online here. Thank you so much. Sorry. I appreciate it. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
My name is Michael Anderson. I'm with Sightline Institute. We're a regional sustainability think tank. My job is to connect more Oregonians with the ability to cut their energy use in half by living closer to one another. I share the positions of the Climate Action Coalition that you'll hear, aligning VMT estimates with UGB expansions, designating CFAs that are actually large enough to meet the target for new housing, and to not exempt capital improvement plans from full scrutiny. I'm also here to speak for Sightline, as I did in May, on the subject of bike parking mandates. I'm here to urge you to ask the department today to advance our climate and housing goals, and even our transportation goals, by allowing cities to, more flexibility on their level and quality of mandatory bike parking. I have a single image here that I'd like to display for you. Just a moment. It is a bike parking room in the, I'm sorry, I'm not successfully sharing it. It is an image I'll email to you. It is a bike parking room in a 2-year-old leased up apartment building in Portland's Overlook neighborhood, Killingsworth and Interstate. It's one of the bikier parts of Portland. The census estimates that about 8.1% of residents bike to a job. That's about twice the citywide average and 4.5 times the statewide average. This is what the bike room looked like there around 11 a.m. It's something like 2/3 to 3/4 empty. Even here in a bike-friendly part of one of the state's bike-friendliest cities, this mandatory room is way more than is needed and is an obstacle to getting more homes in this transit-rich, bikeable, walkable area. I served this year on a city advisory group that looked at housing development barriers. I'll quote one of my colleagues on that group, Ernesto Fonseca of Hacienda CDC. Bike parking has done nothing for us, he said. At Hacienda's Gresham project, he said, the mandatory bike parking spaces of 1 per home had come at the cost of 8 homes and today sit mostly unused. Another colleague, Andrew Colas, pointed out that in parts of the city like Overlook, companies like his will build in bike rooms, whether or not they're required, because the developer knows it'll be hard to fill up the building without a place for tenants to store their bikes. The expense of unused bike parking is not huge. It's far less than the expense of unused auto parking, but it's not trivial. You may have heard that Portland just calculated that its bike parking mandate costs more than $11,000 per space, including foregone rental income. As Mr. Holmstrom mentioned in May, Portland mandates indoor bike parking, and these rules at the state do not. But the main alternative is a large covered outdoor bike parking lot. Even in locations where that's feasible, a mostly empty bike parking lot is not a good use of land, nor is it a good look for the state land use system. I'm not urging you to limit the number of bike parking spaces anyone is building, and I'm not even urging you to do anything to prevent cities from mandating lots of bike parking on their own authority. I'm just urging you to give jurisdictions the ability to set their own locally appropriate bike parking standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. I forgot to mention that each person will have 3 minutes of testimony, and we have a little clock that you can see there. So next up, Corey Harlan from Central Oregon Land Watch, joining us virtually.
Corey, are you with us? You're still on mute.
Thank you. I just upgraded to a panelist. Good morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and Commission members. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today on the CFEC proposed temporary rule amendments and for continuing to devote substantial time and energy to successful implementation of this critical program. For the record, I'm Corey Harlan. I am Central Oregon Land Watch's Cities and Towns Program Manager, and I'm also a current CFEC RAC member. Landwatch is also a member of the Oregon Climate Action Coalition, which submitted written testimony on this agenda item. So while many of the proposed rule changes do offer clarity, flexibility, and lower local implementation costs for cities, while also upholding the goals and outcomes of the current CFEC rules, some do not and need to be adjusted. Can folks still hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So first, Rule 830 regarding certainty for committed transportation projects. More clearly defined and right-sized criteria are needed to focus on where there are real and significant sunk costs on a project. At a minimum, we ask that DLCD strike adopted local capital improvement programs from this rule. RAC members representing private business, cities, and advocates all provided input that this CIP addition is too broad and it creates a significant loophole. And we've outlined additional criteria adjustments in our written testimony, some of which mirror language other cities have also recommended. Next is Rule 210 regarding transportation modeling and analysis. VMT reduction is tied to land use. The transportation modeling and analysis on VMT reduction should be done at the time of evaluating where and whether a UGB expansion is warranted, not when a full TSP update is done as the revised rule proposes. VMT analysis should be conducted as part of a UGB expansion process, and therefore we ask that DLCD revert to the previous language and strike this change from the current draft rule. Next is Rule 315 and 320 regarding CFAs. As cities are undertaking their climate-friendly area studies, the prescriptive method is leaning to undersizing and or not designating enough CFAs. These walkable, bikeable, rollable, and mixed-use neighborhoods should not be something that happens only in the downtown of a city. We need more neighborhood-scale CFAs throughout our cities, and we need them to achieve livable, complete communities for more people. We've also heard strong support from marginalized and underserved communities in Central Oregon for this neighborhood-scale approach. We've also heard that cities are using the prescriptive method because it offers the safest legal path, even if there is a growing recognition that the numbers are overly optimistic. So we ask the DLCD work with cities now to produce CFA studies that include realistic estimates for CFA capacity. And this includes providing the necessary certainty and documentation that prioritizes using the alternative path allowed in the CFAC rules. Thanks so much.
Thank you for joining us. I was going to name the next couple people that are up. So get ready. Mary Kyle McCurdy from 1,000 Friends of Oregon. He's in person. Then Bob Courtwright, who's virtual, and then Brock Nation from Oregon Realtor. He's in person.
Good morning, Chair Halava and members of the commission. Mary Kyle McCurdy, representing 1,000 Friends of Oregon. We've submitted written testimony addressing 3 issues. I'm going to address one, possibly a second topic, depending on the amount of time. But I'm going to focus today on the climate-friendly areas and the zoning of them. The revisions we are proposing can be accomplished within current timeframes and funding and build on the work that's already been done. It doesn't need to replace it. Based on initial results emerging from cities, which allow us to, as a scope, possible climate-friendly areas or CFAs using the prescriptive method in the rules, which allows a city to assume zoned capacity will be met in one or several CFAs. We are concerned that too few CFAs will be designated and at higher than realistic densities. This will not achieve either our greenhouse gas reduction goals or our fair and equitable housing goals. And the solution is to revise the rules to require cities to demonstrate that based on local plans and knowledge, the estimates of housing capacity and proposed CFAs are reasonable and achievable. And if not, it indicates additional, possibly also larger, but definitely additional CFAs should be designated of different scales throughout neighborhoods. As you know, the ODOT's STS, State Transportation Strategy for Greenhouse Gas Reduction, concludes that approximately 30% of all housing, new and existing, should be located in these compact walkable areas. And the success of those is critical for at least 2 reasons. First, proximity matters. Most residents should have the option of easily and safely walking, rolling, biking, or in some places taking transit to most of the things that they regularly access. Just last month, the Brookings Institute came out with a study called Building for Proximity, and it documents that there can be dramatic, anywhere from 15% to 58% reductions in personal miles per hour, or VMT, if you live within 3 miles of an activity center. This just supports that we should have basically 20-minute neighborhoods, so most people can access things without being required to get in their car. Secondly, achieving those fair and equitable affordable housing choices in CFAs means providing that range of scales of CFAs. From high density downtowns to medium density neighborhoods, 1 or 2 CFAs in each city will not achieve our housing goals or our climate goals, and yet that might be where these rules are heading. Many cities are diligently working on scoping their CFAs using the prescriptive path, and we have been reviewing that work. And as we mentioned, we are concerned about the outcomes that are coming forward. And we've seen that in the comments that are being made by some of the cities and city planners as they are reviewing their own work. We are concerned that the cities will have met the current letter of the law on paper, but because it's not really based on reality, it will not result in reduced driving or meet climate targets. In addition, relying on a prescriptive method of zone capacity and too few CFAs also means that the CFAC program's goals for a fair and equitable housing are unlikely to be met. Concentrating housing based on zone densities in a few CFAs is likely to mean a high concentration of multi-story buildings, which either might not get built at all, or if built will of necessity be 4 or more stories, which usually means a higher price point. We need more CFAs of varying scales, including townhomes, cottage clusters, garden apartments, etc. I see my time is out, but we really encourage you to revise the rules to encourage cities to provide more CFAs of differing scales and to demonstrate that they are reasonably likely to be achievable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Andrew Hopkins.
Follow-up question.
Yes. Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to ask some follow-up questions. Memo, Mary Carol, thanks for being here today. So on the first one, I'm curious about two things. Again, it seems like CFAs are intended to meet the goals that we have. I think that's kind of how you started, right? I think what you're saying is the process that is in place, the restrictive process, won't meet that goal. Is that what you're getting at? It's not a problem with the CFAs, it's a process problem with the way it's being calculated now, the calculation the cities are using, right?
Commissioner Lazo, yes, thank you. The CFA having climate-friendly areas is critical. I mentioned the Brookings Institution calls these activity centers. It's the same thing. And having people be able to live proximate so they can safely walk, ride a bike, roll, is critical for reducing VMT and reducing household expenses related to driving. But the current rules provide for both a prescriptive path and an alternative path to designate and zone those CFAs. And the prescriptive path, if a city meets those, they will have met it on paper. The alternative path is going to require more flexibility and discretion. And I think that there's some probably trepidation on the part of cities as to whether or not there's really freedom to use that alternative path. The prescriptive path allows a city to assume zoned densities will be met. That's very unrealistic. So it's not the CFA concept itself. That is critical. 20-minute neighborhoods, something we used to call these, is really critical. It is ensuring that we are going to get realistic CFAs and frankly, ones that are available to most residents of these cities. That help?
It does. And my question is actually follow-up to that is, your solution to it, you're proposing is that cities have to prove that what they calculated in the prescriptive process will actually be built once they pass, right? I guess if they aren't able to prove that, it didn't see your solution. Do they just iterate back through the prescriptive process, or do you send them in an alternative path? I guess I'm not sure that what you're proposed actually solves the problem.
Commissioner Lazo, I think the city should be encouraged to, and this can be built in from your staff or in the rules, to demonstrate based on their own current zoning. They have current zoning in these areas that they're looking at for CFAs. To estimate, let me take a step back. 30% of all housing under the should be located in CFAs of total and new and existing housing. City should do a calculation of how many housing units are in their current CFAs or CFAs are looking at, and how many housing units they need, and what is the reasonable way to distribute those amongst CFAs that, based on their own knowledge of market trends, current zoning, likelihood of upzoning, and the other steps they're going to take to remove barriers to housing. What is the reasonable likelihood of dispersing that remaining number of housing units actually located amongst CFAs, and to show that it's reasonable? And I think it's a rule change to come forward with that. It might be a mix of a prescriptive path in some areas and an alternative path in some other areas. But right now, what's coming forward with the prescriptive path is not reasonable, and that seems to be some of the discussions that are taking place at local governments too.
So I ask jurisdictions to do that. Again, what you're trying to drive towards, you all are trying to drive towards is not only reasonable CFAs, but more CFAs potentially if they aren't reasonable, what's been calculated in the prescriptive path. So that's what I'm trying to get.
Right, Commissioner Lazo, I think it will result in maybe some CFAs being a bit geographically larger, but certainly more CFAs dispersed throughout cities.
Another set of questions. another section of their memo. So I'm curious about the comments you all made on the process related to exclusion of projects, roadway projects at certain points in the planning process. I'm not sure exactly what that section is. It's the
Enhanced review of select.
enhanced review of selected. So and I remember this conversation that what jurisdictions are asking is that they're down the road on some roadway projects, their TSPs, that those shouldn't be impacted by CFAC. And so and I'm curious about what you all have proposed here. And we may need to talk to our team here to understand, you know, are the points that set reasonable or not? And so since you were here and you all proposed this, I'm curious why you all don't think the points that have been proposed are reasonable points at which those should be excluded from moving forward.
Commissioner Lazo, this was a point that I think Corey Harlan from Central Oregon Land Watch was also just addressing in her testimony, that we need more clarity and defining exactly when a transportation project is sufficiently along, that it should be exempt from that review. And we think the current rules are too vague on that. And we've described where we think they are too vague, particularly where there hasn't been much of any money invested in it. So we'd like to see clarification of those.
And some of them I think are. I mean, it's been approved by the Gobi
Yes.
bond by voters.
Mhm.
You know, it comes with significant investment that points with NEPA. You got construction bids. So the one that you are pointing out is section B, where it says the project phase, other than planning in the state tip.
Yes,
That's what I'm not sure about. That's why I don't
right,
know.
subsection A on general obligation bonds, that one we don't have a problem with. On B, that is very vague. We do think that that is, and actually even on the NEPA, it just says a project has received a decision under NEPA. What kind of a decision? There's various phases along in the NEPA study too. NEPA evaluation, we'd like to see that clarified more. And advertise for construction bids is very vague. So A, yeah, if it's been included in a general obligation bond, that is not in our list of issues that we were looking to do.
So up next is Bob Courtwright on virtual.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Commissioners. Again, Bob Courtwright from Salem. I just want to build on the testimony that you've just received from Ms. Harlan and Mary Kyle McCurdy, and I'll try not to repeat it. The basic problem is that CFA studies are off track and almost certain not to designate enough land to meet the 30% target. That's happening in part because cities really aren't evaluating whether or not the results of the prescriptive method are reasonable or not. And that's the thing that I think that the commission really needs and department need to pay more attention to. Let's expand the scope of the CFA work that's done over the next 6 months to have cities do an evaluation of those prescriptive results. You can do that. You've gotten additional funding from the legislature to support work to do CFAC implementation and CFA planning. So you should provide funds to cities to help them do that. There are a couple of things that cities should be doing to make sure that CFAs really have realistic estimates of capacity. The first is to calculate how much housing is currently in climate-friendly areas. With that information, you can calculate pretty easily how much of future growth needs to happen in those areas to meet the 30% target. So that's pretty fundamental. The second thing we should ask cities to do is to look at how much current plans anticipate will occur in CFAs. We've spent the last 20 years developing very detailed plans for housing, and we have very detailed estimates of how much housing will occur in individual areas. We should use that as a point of reference to establish or assess whether or not the assessments that are coming out of the method that is being used are reasonable or not. When we find, as they did in Salem, that the method is generating a 20,000 unit estimate that's 10 times the amount of housing that's expected in Salem, that should trigger a review of whether or not that estimate is reasonable. The bottom line is we need to provide or need to have cities do an assessment of whether or not we're getting realistic capacity in CFAs. And if we aren't, then that should trigger broadening the scope of the study of what areas are planned as CFAs, either by adding new CFAs or expanding the size of those that are proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Up next, we have Brock Nation, Oregon Realtors. He's a person. And I wanted to just name the rest of the on the list. So we'll have them queued up. So we have Mayor Melanie Keebler, Jackie Traeger, Danielle Calling, Ariel Nelson, and Neil Bonster. So those are all the names that I have. If there's anybody else who's here to testify, you can reach out through the proper channels. Get added.
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lelak, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony this morning. My name is Brock Nation, and I'm here today on behalf of Oregon Realtors. If you only take away 3 things from my testimony, please remember: 1, that our housing and climate crises can and must be addressed concurrently. 2, that failure to address these crises concurrently will only harm the intended outcomes of both efforts. And 3, that effective, aligned solutions to both crises can be reached if we reframe our perspectives to see these crises as inherently interdependent. Housing and climate change are 2 of the most pressing policy crises of our time, and it's essential that we address these 2 crises concurrently. Accomplishing this is not a small feat, but as such, every policy decision that we make to address either crisis is of extreme importance to the state of Oregon and to its people. The problem is that ongoing efforts to address housing and climate remain disconnected in both time and scope. We're greatly concerned that ongoing efforts at DLCD are missing the bigger picture, and as a result, amendments to the CFEC rules do not sufficiently consider the statutory requirements of Goal 10 and Goal 14 planning for housing and urbanization in light of the passage of ONA via House Bill 2001 earlier this year. During the current rulemaking process, legitimate concerns have been raised by Oregon Realtors, other stakeholders, and local government partners about policy conflicts between CFEC and ONA. We're disheartened by the department's lack of urgency to address these conflicts in a coordinated manner. If not sufficiently and timely addressed, we're concerned that a substantial waste of resources, both time and taxpayer dollars, will result by pressing forward with certain CFEC regulations that will need to be amended or substantially changed to comply with housing production requirements under the newly established ONA statutes. We recognize the limitations of the scope of the charge given to the department for this rulemaking. However, this limited scope only reinforces our concerns that when viewed from the big picture, efforts to address both crises remain disconnected. I will not dive into specific policy conflicts in this testimony to ensure that our ask of you today is clear, but please know that we will continue to work diligently to express these concerns to the department and work toward solutions through proper channels as CFEC and ONA rulemaking efforts continue. We must reframe these crises in a manner that allows for critical examination of the bigger picture in these interdependent policy spaces. Failure to do so will only harm the outcomes of both CFEC and ONA. The concerns we've raised touch on many of the CFEC rules, and we look forward to more detailed discussions with staff to resolve the conflicting provisions. But in the meantime, we've also included comments in the written record. You'll see it as Exhibit 8 in your meeting materials regarding the specific amendments that are being proposed today. We urge you to take a step back, reframe these 2 policies, and recognize their interdependence. Consider whether well-intended and passionate engagement on all sides may have clouded perspectives of the bigger picture, and critically reflect on the ways in which the success of these policies are truly intertwined so that we can meaningfully address conflicting provisions. If you'll indulge me, I'd like to do just a quick 20-second exercise together. Let's take a couple deep breaths and just set aside any prior disagreements we've had over the CFEC. Now, let's reframe these individual issues as we remind ourselves that in the big picture, the housing and climate crises and the solutions to each are truly interdependent. Now ask, could it be possible that all of us, stakeholders, commissioners, and the department alike, have siloed these policies in our minds in a way that has distracted us from seeing the bigger picture and recognizing conflicts between these policies that must be addressed? Thank you for your time and consideration of our testimony. If I may, Commissioner Lelak, I'd like to respond a little bit to your question about the city of Bend. I did pull up their exhibit here. If you look on page 2, the first 2 paragraphs, there's a couple of points that I'd like to highlight.
Sorry, that's for the chair's direction.
Sorry.
Thank you.
My apologies.
I think that Bend is next on the list, so. That's correct. Thank you. Next up, Mayor Melanie Keebler of the city of Bend. It's on virtually.
Good morning, Commission. Thanks for the opportunity to talk with you today. You have obviously seen our letter, and thank you to Commissioner Lilac for bringing up the points we raised in the letter. I'll just go through first one of the things that we wanted to specifically call out that we support in the amendments that have come through, which is around the roadway projects. We very much appreciate the consideration of especially GEO bond projects so that we can keep our promises to voters. And a couple of the other metrics to measure whether projects need to have that enhanced review or not. I'll say that I support what Corey from Central Oregon Land Watch stated about some of the proposals may be too much of a loophole and may swallow kind of the rule, but we think especially projects that money has been spent on design, right of way has been purchased, or they're on a bond measure should be part of those exceptions. So I wanted to spend the rest of my time talking about the other large issue that we've raised with regards to the VMT standards. And I won't repeat what's in our letter or the study that we sent. I heard the comments that staff made earlier in response. And the first thing that came to my mind is we would love to see a different model. We don't have one. If you have a model that you've run, if ODOT or DLCD has a model that you've run that support the reason you set these targets and can show us how we can politically, legally, and logistically actually achieve this in Bend, we would love to see it. We went out and got a study because there was no other information for us to refer to see if this was actually feasible. So if you think our assumptions are wrong or there's something wrong with the model, we would love to have that conversation and see what your models are showing you, how we can achieve the rules. I also heard the statement, we're not required to meet that 20% VMP reduction. I'd love to have that in writing. I'd love to have that clarified, just so that we know that that's not going to be something we're held to in the future if that's the intent of these rules. And I think the frustrating thing that you're hearing coming through from me is that we've raised this issue for a year, and we just have not found staff to be eager and willing to meet and talk changes. The information we received today could have maybe come to us months ago. Hey, Ben, you're actually not required to do that, or here's the path to not have to hit that target, or you only just have to show a negative result in your TSP. Instead, we've really not gotten the response that we would like on this issue. And also, this issue was left out of this amendment process, so there wasn't a chance for the RAC and TAC to tackle it either. So we're left kind of feeling like we're not being taken seriously on this issue, which we think is a major issue that's not just us and other cities have brought up as well. So, in conclusion, Bend has been throughout this process a city that wants to support these rules. We fully support the goals of these rules. We're not suing to stop these rules. We want to be active and willing partners in the work, but we need to be met halfway, and we need to be taken seriously on some of these issues. If it's just clarification, if it's just seeing your model, that's great, but let's get some back and forth that actually happens instead of going through this rigid process where this large topic is left out entirely. So I'd ask the commission to direct staff to kind of work more on this and make sure that we're really clear on what we're trying to achieve with these VMT targets and that they're actually achievable. Thanks.
Thank you for being here. I'm wondering, is this an opportunity for something like technical assistance in the Department of Health, or is that sort of not the right direction for the help you need? You need direct help from staff, and on the questions you're asking, technical assistance really just provide you capacity to sort of answer your own questions. So I'm not sure if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's necessarily a capacity issue as a clarification, potential amendment clarification issue. And understanding, okay, if you're saying we're using the wrong assumptions, what are the assumptions? And then have you run a model that shows us the path to get there, right? We'd love to be able to do that. And what we're tasked with is making sure we can actually meet these standards. And we ran a study that showed that we, can't. If that's wrong, we'd love to hear that. And it doesn't necessarily need to be technical assistance, but just some more of a conversation and willingness to look at these and to say, is there something that needs to be changed? And I will say, I don't think it should be tweaked through the ONA process. This is the CFEC rules are here, and this is the chance to do it. So I think something more than just being told, no, it's not a problem. Some more back and forth would be useful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jackie Traeger from the Oregon Environmental Council on virtually.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, good morning, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, and Commission members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the CFEC proposed temporary rule amendments. My name is Jackie Traeger, and I'm the campaign manager for climate and transportation at the Oregon Environmental Council. OEC was founded in 1968 and is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, membership-based organization. We advance equitable, innovative, and collaborative solutions to Oregon's environmental challenges today and future generations. OEC was a member of the Oregon Climate Action Coalition, which submitted written testimony and participated in the initial RAC. So feel that protecting the integrity of CFEC is very important. With heat waves and wildfires raging across the state, we're constantly reminded what we face if we do not act with the urgency the climate crisis demands. 7 of the hottest global days in the last 100,000 years occurred in the past month. We do not have the luxury of time for incrementalism. All of the analysis of achieving our state's transportation emission reduction goals, including ODOT's, are clear that we must reduce vehicle miles traveled by 20 to 30% while electrifying the remaining driving. It's not going to be easy to make that shift, but there's no way around it. And we know it will bring significant co-benefits like cleaner air, reduced congestion, and fewer traffic injuries and deaths. Reducing VMT is linked with land use and occurs when there's walkable and bikeable communities as well as robust public transportation. Therefore, changing the rules to remove the urban growth boundary expansions from requiring a transportation modeling and analysis of VMT reduction does not make sense. To effectively reduce VMT per capita requires comparing alternative sites and development patterns, including on the criteria of whether or not VMT per capita will be reduced. This transportation modeling and analysis must be done at the time of evaluating whether and if so, where a UGB expansion is warranted. Therefore, we ask that DLCD revert to the previous language and strike this change from the current draft of the rules. Please see the written comments for more details. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Jim. Next up, Daniel Crowley from the city of Wilsonville, virtually.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for taking the time to take testimony this morning. I'm Daniel Pauly, I'm planning manager here in Wilsonville, and in my role, I work both in managing the CFEC implementation from a long-range planning standpoint, from policy standpoint, but also I manage the day-to-day implementation, current planning. And so I want to touch on both of those. First of all, I really appreciate the rethinking of some of the deadlines in these updated rules, looking at my work program and even talking with consultants that are experts in this area, just trying to align all the prior deadlines weren't making much sense, but being able to align it better, both from a work program and efficiency standpoint, while getting it done at the same time period, aligning things with the major TSP update makes a lot of sense. And I commend the thought that's gone into really thinking through how this implementation works in reality and making updates to reduce the burdens on city while still moving it forward at just making it work more smoothly. So I'll leave that there. And then jumping to 210, which I wanted to primarily comment on, still some work there. I think just one suggestion I would have is I've really tried to understand what it applies to, and we've had meetings and conversations. There's still a lot of unclarity. I think we need to make an exhaustive list of the different scenarios where it could apply, working with different jurisdictions and interested parties throughout the state, and really walk through and test them and take some time, because I mean, that's how a best practice I follow when I'm testing innovative or kind of novel code approaches is really looking at implementation and making sure that it doesn't have unintended consequences. I don't think we're there yet on 210. And and also some of the other similar transportation of what projects it applies to, what land use actions different things apply to, and make an exhaustive list and make sure that we understand how it's going to work and that that's what we're intending. We're supportive of working through it and getting this modeling done. We just want to make sure that it works and it doesn't have unintended consequences on our housing or other planning efforts. And I will leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan. Next up, Ariel Nelson from League of Oregon Cities. It's on virtually.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm not sure if my camera's on, but I'll go ahead and start. Good morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lelak, and members of the commission. My name is Ariel Nelson, and I'm here on behalf of the League of Oregon Cities. We have presented many times before this commission, and our message remains the same. Local governments across Oregon support the goals of the climate-friendly and equitable community rules. The rules in their current form do not help cities advance those goals. Cities have engaged extensively over the last 2 years to provide local technical expertise to make these rules work in application, not just in theory. And while we appreciate the gesture to modify some of the rules, which is what is before you today, it feels like we are in the same position we were a year ago. Cities are provided the opportunity to comment, but it does not feel as if we are actually being heard. This public comment comes at a frustrating stage in the work with the RAC and the Technical Advisory Committee because the work is not complete, which means this is the only public comment period before the next scheduled meeting in November where you are expected to take action. We will be offering more formal comments in writing once there are actual rules to review. But for the purpose of today, our hope and request is that you provide another opportunity to hear comments before any formal adoption. Policy decisions like this are important. They are not just an academic exercise. They impact the lives of Oregonians in our communities, the communities and the people that desperately need housing. No one needs reminding that we are in a housing crisis. We do not have the luxury to continue indulging in expensive, time-consuming academic exercises or wait to reconcile the CFEC rules with ONA over the next 2 years. Please direct DLCD to acknowledge and swiftly fix the problems we continue to raise again and again. And we'd like to extend an invitation again for each of you to visit our communities and see how these rules could work and why they currently do not. We have made this request repeatedly. Please visit the communities. If you do nothing else before November, please take a day and visit at least one of the communities that are impacted by these rules. Communities that want to make these rules work, communities that continue to feel unseen and unheard. Thank you.
Next up, Neil Bonsgar from the Environmental Center. It's on virtually.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lelak, and Commission members. My name is Neil Bonsgard, and I am the Climate and Transportation Policy Manager at the Environmental Center based in Bend, Oregon, but also am a CFEC RAC member. And I love that I can say those acronyms and you all know what that means in this environment and not in any other environment. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak to you all today about the CFEC proposed temporary rule amendments. And thank you for the continued involvement in this really important program. So the proposed rule changes that are attempting to clarify, provide flexibility and reduce local implementation costs for cities. With that, I believe there's still some adjustments that we should be considering. You've heard a lot of similar testimony supporting similar concerns, so I'll try to be brief. I wanted to provide additional testimony for Section 12 regarding the transportation modeling and analysis. We also believe that VMT reduction should and is linked to land use decisions, and it's essential to conduct transportation modeling and VMT analysis when evaluating the need for and location of UGB expansions, and see examples of that in our community. On what's also been mentioned a lot, the climate-friendly areas sections 315 and 320. I'm also concerned that the prescriptive method is going to result in inadequate CFA designations to meet the goal minimum of 30% of housing production that the policy is targeting. To create these climate-friendly, equitable, and livable neighborhoods, we need to establish neighborhood scale CFAs throughout the community, not just limited to current areas that might already be zoned in that way. And I also agree with Mary and Bob's recommendation for how we might modify this to ensure that the targets are met. And then in regards to section 830, the enhanced review of select roadway projects, we know that it's going to be hard to meet any of our CFEC goals while still building infrastructure that moves us in the wrong direction. To provide some context from the RAC, it's been really hard for stakeholders to work through the existing list of requirements. And we want to specifically address the adopted local capital improvements program as a statement that's in there that's too broad and will create a problematic loophole. Thank you so much for your work on CFEC. Your dedication to refining this program and addressing these concerns will significantly contribute to building livable, complete communities while providing the housing we all need in Oregon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neil. So I think with that, we're going to open up for any discussion or questions to staff in relation to public comments. Vice Chair.
Thank you. There's, I think there were a lot of really good suggestions that were made, and I really appreciate the testimony across the board. I'll just share a few of my perspectives based on what I heard and to help direct the process going forward. I don't know if staff wants to join us as we begin the discussion.
Yes, thanks.
So some of the things that I heard that I support, I really like the idea of supporting the locally owned local government bike parking and moving away from all of the specifics. Gosh, $11,000 per space. I was certainly unaware of that. That's really rather parking. It obviously consumes space, large facilities, et cetera, and support bike parking, and a lot of local governments exceed minimum standards anyway. So number one, I support removing the bike parking mandates and supporting that. Two, the language, it appears there was support to strike the CIP language. So a couple people and perhaps not by others. So I support that. The great comments about the prescriptive method for the CFAs. More discussion on that, because we certainly want the CFAs to work. That's the entire. That's, I mean, along with transportation and parking, the CFAs are the foundation of the program. And you know, I appreciated the discussion that we had with the City of Bend's question and your response, but then listening to Mayor Keebler, clearly there remains a disconnect. And so I support Mayor Keebler's suggestion, and so I would provide the direction for me. Commissioner to direct staff to continue to work with the City of Bend to clarify that language, because there's clearly a misunderstanding there. And again, City of Bend has been a supporter of this program from the beginning. They're a leader today, and a committed partner. I live there, I see it, I experience it. So I would provide that direction to continue to work with the City of Bend to clarify misunderstandings and then make adjustments to the rules as necessary. So those are some of my initial comments. I sort of look forward to.
Commissioner Warren.
Thank you, Nick. Nick covered a lot of what I had been thinking too. I would love to hear a little bit more from staff about the prescribed path for CFA designations and kind of what you all are seeing and experiencing with that. At a point, we've heard about it a couple of times now. Right. So I'd love to hear what staff's impression of this path is, where it's taking us. Is this going to be ample? Are there adjustments we should be making there?
And so just looking for direction. Would you like that response now or shall I wait?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
very good, very good. So, yeah, we've heard a lot about the prescriptive path. And as you may recall, when we launched into the rulemaking, we didn't have, oh, I'm so sorry. Senior Urban Planner, Kevin Young. Yeah, so when we launched into the rulemaking for CFAs, we didn't have the time or resources to conduct market studies to look at feasibility. And so we kind of refined our prescriptive path based on what we think would optimize development conditions for climate friendly areas. We also heard early on, oh, there was a lot of folks on our rulemaking advisory committee were concerned about allowed building heights, minimum residential densities at that time, which were part of the prescriptive path. And so we developed an outcome-oriented approach in the rules. What we learned when we started to see the study work coming back from the cities is that most had opted to the prescriptive path. I think all that I'm aware of have opted to the prescriptive path. And as we reached out to staff and asked, why is that? What we heard was that the rules as written, that outcome-oriented approach was not, I think the burden of proof was unclear in terms of how do I show that I'm meeting that standard? And essentially what the rules required was demonstrating that your development code would allow for a certain amount of jobs and housing per acre in those areas. So as you recall, when we came back with the temporary rules in April, we further refined that path to create what I think is a much more clear and objective, easily measurable standard, which is essentially you need to show that your code allows for certain square footages in these mixed use zones. I believe that burden of proof is a much lesser burden. That said, the study work thus far has largely been along the prescriptive path. And that is an option that's available to local governments. They can choose either or. I do think there's great potential for neighborhood scale development using that alternative path. And I also want to note that, you know, part of what we built into the CFA standards is this feedback loop, so that we will learn through the housing production strategy instrument that most of the cities over 10,000 will be doing those studies every 8 years, those outside the metro area. And they'll be looking at housing production within climate friendly areas and what strategies and tools are working to boost that housing production. And we may find that the prescriptive path has been overly optimistic, but we will have the ability to learn from those results and make adjustments as we move into the future. So essentially that's kind of how I'm thinking we are addressing this issue. I do think it is fair to say that some of the capacity estimates are not realistic. But I also think it's important to recognize too the balancing that we had to do in terms of we're not working in a command economy kind of environment where we tell people where they need to live. We need to provide those choices. And with the CFA standards, we're actually providing additional capacity on top of the identified residential lands that cities are already providing. And we needed to make sure that the program we put in place would not conflict with that program.
Thank you.
Have to read facial signals. So, I think it was 1,000 Friends that had mentioned, asking for a current housing in our current housing that is in the CFA. Is that being asked already?
It is in terms of the number of housing units in a CFA. It is not required at the study phase. However, it is required at the point in which local governments actually choose their climate friendly areas. At that point, they will say, here's our best estimate of the number of existing dwelling units in these areas. We will also know at that point what our 30% target is, and we'll be able to identify that delta or that gap at that time.
And then, is there, have you chosen kind of a test city on this? Have you chosen like one, just, maybe all of them should probably be one, but are you in communication with just like one city as a test of if this is working?
I would say we haven't chosen one, but we're in conversations with a number of local governments. And quite frankly, I've been encouraged that above and beyond the climate friendly area standards, many cities are already working on walkable mixed use development. They've already got neighborhood centers planned. Some of those are likely not to qualify as climate friendly areas based on size or dimensional standards or other requirements in the rules, but they will still have the practical benefits of reducing DMT by providing other transportation options.
I'll mention the market study.
We also, thank you. We also funded a market study in Bend. We're very glad to have the resources to do that. And that work has been recently provided to us. Very interesting results. What the city of Bend did in the study was to actually look at different prototypes, different housing prototypes within CFAs to see within their different candidate areas. And I think they looked at 13 candidate areas, which building types would be optimized. And this is a really great tool to basically select your climate friendly area standards based on where the market is currently. I think that opportunity with the 2.7 million in funding that we have the opportunity to provide that support for other local governments in the next biennium.
Thank you, Chair. The first thing I want to say for gentlemen is just thank you. This is it has been an enormous lift for a number of years, and we know that the devil is in the details. The deals just keep coming. So, or start, but here we are. So I want to stay on this CFA piece, Kevin. I think if I heard you correctly, what you said was that the outcomes-based path very likely would lead to neighborhood level development. And I think what I heard from that is potentially that the prescriptive path may not lead to that. And I think that there's some agreement that that's the case, that's an issue. And I would support moving forward some way of us correcting that. I think I don't know if what 1,000 Friends and their group has described is the answer. I don't know. Again, I question that because it seems like you all are doing that. If you're looking at what's being proposed in the CFAs and understanding whether or not it's going to work, the difficulty we have in long range planning is we're working on a lab that is we don't see results for 10 or 12 years, right? So we actually don't know exactly what's going to happen down the line. So I don't know. I mean, are you all willing to consider moving up some kind of solution? Solution may be the wrong word, right? We don't know that there's a problem, but a change.
Or Chair Halova, Commissioner Lazo, I think we're willing to consider, and we plan to have conversations with RAC and TAC about refinements we can make to the climate friendly area rules. The concern we have in part is that we've expended quite a bit of resources in the studies that have been done thus far and the timeline that we're looking at for implementation. So were we to make significant changes, I think it would be challenging for us and for local governments to meet those standards. That said, I think we are all open to optimizing those CFAs. I will say that for the prescriptive standards, for cities that are looking at more than one CFA, it makes sense to perhaps have a primary CFA area that allows pretty intensive zoning, maybe in your downtown area or maybe another area that makes sense. But aside from that, there is great potential to scale CFAs and to reach more areas within cities with the outcome-oriented approach.
I think the other thing I'd say about my comments too, and the work that we all do is, and I've said it before, I think this work is, there are two paths that we have to legislate for in some cases, right? In some cases, we're legislating for folks who are who are willing and well-intentioned with us and doing that work. But we also have to legislate for folks who are ill-intentioned and don't want to meet the goals that we have. And there can be a tension there in how we serve those two needs. Right? So I think for me, when I talk about CFAs, it's the latter. It's the sense that if we have folks who are looking for loopholes, who are ill-intentioned about meeting the goals, then how do we prevent them from using a pathway that sort of allows them to do that? I think those jurisdictions that are willing to are looking for ways to support the goals. And I don't know that these things are in the way. So it's the folks that we are not prescribing the pathway that gets us to the goals. We don't hold them to that. They get them. So that's where that concern comes from, more so. And I would support it, all the things that Commissioner Lilac said earlier too, including Ben. I think Ben is a participant that's a willing participant. And it sounds like there's some work that needs to be done on that. And again, it goes back to my first comment for you all that there's so much going on. There's got to be a breadth of things out there that need to be taken care of and could be taken care of, and just believe that's a real capacity issue everywhere on both sides. The other two pieces I'll go to are I agree about the smart bike parking piece is kind of interesting to me, the change that was made. And in looking at that section, I think it just kind of clarifies the way the calculation gets made, but also wanted to clarify that one of the ways that a jurisdiction could reduce its required minimum bike parking is by reducing its required vehicle parking. Is that right? Because those two things are tied together. So if you have mandated vehicle parking, you're mandated to have bicycle parking. Is that when I read this?
Chair Harlova, Commissioner Lazo, Bill Holmstrom again. That's correct. The way the rule is written right now is that's kind of a backstop. If you have a place where you're mandating motor vehicle parking, then there's going to be a connected minimum bicycle parking requirement with that. I don't know, Jan, are you able to bring up our slideshow? I have a hidden slide number 20 on this. And if not, that's fine. What's that? Well, residential is a different issue. Yeah, so that would be for non-residential. Residential does have its own number, and this is something that staff has heard. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was talking to this thing. I'm sorry. Both. Talk to both. Okay. Excuse me for that. So, and if you're not able to get the slide up, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So, great. So, we are considering, there's minimum requirements both that are connected to vehicle parking, but we also have that one space per multifamily unit in multifamily housing, which we originally thought was pretty reasonable. We're hearing a lot more now that might be overkill. We are paying a lot of attention to the work that's happening in the city of Portland, which has extensive bike parking requirements. It has had them for years, and the direction that they're going. The state's requirements are less than the city of Portland's. I'll just be real clear about that. But I think we're even thinking about taking a step back and giving local governments a little bit more flexibility in terms of the numbers. The other pieces that we've heard is that we have a standard and say that the parking needs to be covered and secure. We've heard some people interpret that to be need to be indoors. That's not the intention of the requirement. That there's basically something you can lock your bike to that's under a cover. It doesn't have to be an offense or anything like that. So we may make some clarifications around that. But yeah, I think we're considering a step back on the bicycle parking requirements.
The other piece that I think that I paid attention to was Ms. Nelson's comments from League of Cities, their continued frustrations, and I don't have the wherewithal to go through everything that they've testified about and exactly which items she's talking about, but I take note of it. My sense is that you all have also taken note of that, but it always concerns me when we have really critical partners and stakeholders that feel unheard. But I don't know the specifics.
So it's good to just let everybody talk, and then I'm like, oh, all my issues are covered. I was gonna say, this, I think that I was just kind of looking at like overarching theme more so, and I was this kind of interesting juxtaposition between the idea of testing, pre-testing ideas versus post and reality telling you what happens. And so I don't really have direction except for that I heard a couple comments on why don't you pre-test this, you know, run scenarios. So I'm just throwing it out there. If there is any opportunity to do that, I think that's not a bad thing. The other thing is, I just wanted a reminder, because I don't remember. What is the process? You know, the market's the market, and you can't. Everybody can tend to predict the market, but you can't. So, what's the process for like if there's changes in market conditions in a specific city that are just like, oh, market's gone this way, and we got to go that way, or changing what cities thought their climate friendly area was versus what they now realize that maybe they should change that process.
Thank you for the question, Chair Halova. I think that cities will have that ability. There is no requirement in the rule based on market conditions. The feedback loop occurs in the housing production strategy reporting, which, you know, in a conceivable scenario, you might have a city come back with housing production strategy that says, hey, we've had very minimal housing production in our CFA or CFAs, at which point the question is, okay, what's not working and what adjustments can you make? Those adjustments can be made at any time. What local governments would need to do would be to follow the same process for making those decisions. There's not necessarily a study phase per se, but that type of study would inform those land use decisions, and you may reduce heights, you may spread out CFAs, adopt alternative standards to address the issues raised and say lack of failure to produce housing units in those areas.
I think I would add to what the director said about the idea that these are happening currently. I think that's really exciting in the sense that, like you just said, that the feedback really is, are you meeting your housing production targets? And if you're not, then you have to pivot, and the pivot might be strategies, funding, and all this, or it might also be, let's look at our CFA, our friendly areas, change those. So that's exciting. There's kind of, it's not, you know, put it on the books, put it on the shelf. That there actually is a process for thinking about is it working or not. It really comes to the house work. That's awesome. I think so I just thought I'd make a comment about the bike parking. Given I deal with this all the time. It's a problem. I think exactly how Sightline described it is, and my context is really Portland, Corvallis, Eugene, but Portland more so. And yes, bike parking tends to attract homelessness and so on and so forth. And it's interesting because like on a student house, and as a developer, like on a student housing project, if my bike park is 50% full, right? Except the requirement that they want a lot of times makes you put bike parking in the units because you don't have enough ground space to do that. So you end up doing these things to meet the requirement that aren't helpful for the user or the developer or reality. Yeah, huge bike parking that's not totally big, but it's not proportionally scaled to what the users are using. So I don't know, I couldn't necessarily track the nuances of it, but I just thought I would say a real experience.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Halova. You know, that's something we've heard. I think we'll make some adjustments. Just to be clear, our rules are, there's a few issues where there are a few pieces that are more prescriptive, but the rest of it is kind of more general, like have bike parking standards essentially to local governments. And the point I'll make there, and this isn't, I'm not trying to be defensive or anything, but the reason we have these rules in there is because we need and expect that the share of people riding bikes to make trips has to grow, right? And then more people need to have bikes and need to ride them. So the experience of today, I'm not trying to be defensive here or say that we have the right numbers, is not necessarily where we want to be in the future. So here's a little of that. Yeah. Yeah.
Is that figure $11,000? Do you feel that that is?
Yeah.
In the ballpark?
'Cause, I mean, I haven't calculated, but the actual bike staple, that's actually expensive. And then I'm not even thinking about the square footage, and then if you have indoors now, this heated space that you account for, so I really like the idea of secured and whatever doesn't necessarily mean it's condition. That's important.
And I would just offer that if, you know, we're asking cities to modify their automobile parking, then, and we're trusting the market to, if there's no parking mandated, that they may build some, I think that the same logic applies to bicycle parking. Otherwise, the only option is they're gonna walk. And I think, you know, if they're not providing automobile parking, then they're gonna be more inclined, or cities will be in a position to require.
I think my most extreme bike parking situation had to do with one where I had very low parking, and in order to get the low parking, I needed to make my bike parking extreme. But in that particular, and that's the weird part about development, in that particular case, I needed neither the bike nor the car. For real, like in real life, based on where it's located, a whole bunch of factors. But that's like, you know, you can't base it on a one-off. So I am kind of this opinion that it's a little hard, because you do want to plan for a future that doesn't exist, right? More people taking that kind of load share. But then there's a whole variety of factors. I could go into this for a long time. In the sense that people have really nice bikes, they don't want to put their bike in the bike parking, you know. So it's not that people are not bike parking as much as we think. A lot of them are. They just might not want to utilize the bike. So it's a lot of details. But I like the idea, I think, in general, of people being able to calibrate this based on their jurisdiction. And us having some, I don't know if it's a minimum threshold or something like that, but nothing that's more onerous than what it should be. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Just two last comments. One, I just want to thank the team again for your listening, you're working through all these issues. You said the devil in the details. A lot about the devil, but you know, these are all the details. Just I guess my other question, I can ask about the process. So there's going to be a couple more RAC meetings. The public records open until the 17th. Staff will then prepare a final set of rules. I should say final set of draft rules that will then be published for us to consider on November 3rd and 4th. And so at that point, the record's closed, but we can still modify those based on the record that we have at our hearing, or not hearing, but at our meeting in November. Is that, do I understand the steps correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. The last day for public comment, and at this point, after the written public comment, is September 17th. And that affords the department an opportunity to take all of that, and then there is modifications that they choose to present to you, or you choose to make modifications at your hearing. The rules that are presented to you that day don't, and are adopted that day, don't have to be identical. You can make modifications.
Warren, I didn't know if you had any last comments based on your participation.
Sure, I'll just kind of wrap up what my experience has been with the RAC. I just want to start by saying thank you to all of you again. What you got to put up, but for me and everyone else, like that's a lot. I acknowledge that, and I really appreciate you all and your patience. And I also want to thank you for creating space in the RAC meetings for people to voice opinions that were maybe outside of our kind of more narrow scope that the commission adopted. I felt like that was really good for some of these folks to be able to just express those opinions, those meetings, and to be heard in a sense. But we did adopt a fairly narrow scope for this correction clarification portion. So, and staff, I think, has done a really good job of kind of within that boundary. And I still have been feeling like the push and pull from both advocates and locals that maybe we should be taking a bigger look at some of these things, which tells me that we're kind of somewhere in the middle, with some compromise. We're never going to get negative. We're happy because it's just not going to happen. They're so large and complex in a lot of ways that we're not going to go to. I agree with the conversation about bike parking. You know, it's one of those things that kind of came across my desk a while ago, and I was like, how did I not think about this before? We're still requiring parking. We're trying to move away from that kind of red tape portion of what we do with development and allow the market to decide. So I think that this clarification is really going in the right direction with that. And I also really want to point out and thank Alexis and Palmer for the work they did in this session to really help work through some of this with some of the members and find what we ended up with some more money for implementing this. And then just the last thing I would say is I'm really excited about how these rules do dovetail in with the urban housing analysis. I couldn't really tell from Mr. Nation's testimony, but it sounded like what he was saying is that we should be looking at that, and that's exactly what we're doing. So kind of hearing that we're headed in the right direction, even though I'm not sure that's exactly what we intended. And also from local jurisdictions, I think they're saying we need to be looking at how these these two rules really dovetail together to help us produce the housing need. And I think that's exactly what we're doing. And I think that staff is well aware of that working together. And I think that the combination of two things is actually exactly what we're doing. It's going to be another complicated process, and we're going to have a lot of hard conversations around it, but I think it will work. We're headed in the right direction there. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Deputy Director. Vice Chair, Commission, Director Bateman.
Christine Green, Deputy Director. I appreciate the urgency very much so around unifying this because of the structure of the said. It does occur to me, I think that we just have sort of listed already on the budgets incoming. So I think staff are working with see on these issues, and I've been in a room where the two staff are coordinating with the mind meld and continue to map out the interviews. So I don't think staff had a chance to really respond to that today, but indeed they are working arm in arm. I just want to play.
So we are going to take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:15, and we're going to actually advance to our item number 17, which is the strategic plan presentation. And we'll get that strategic plan presentation, I think, in there in time for our 12:20 presentation by the City of Portland planners. So we have public comment with that, right? With that particular agenda item, with the last agenda item. It will be accepted, yes. Do we have anybody sign it? Nobody's signed it. All right, but yeah. Moving forward. So we'll see everyone back at 11:15. Thank you.
As you go to break, if you find you're missing your cell phone, you might check the restroom. This is cell phone.
Oh, really? There's two. So welcome back to the Oregon's Land Conservation and Wildlife Commission meeting. We have moved up an agenda item, which is agenda item number 17, which is the 2023-2031. Sorry, I'm like, wow. Strategic plan presentation. And we are looking forward to hearing, I thought, from Kristen Reed. Yes. Deputy Director of the departments. Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, members of the commission. We're so pleased to be here today. I'm Kirsten Green. This is culminates about 2.5 years of work. So we knew this strategic plan ending was coming. As good planners, we started planning and meeting and with dots and flip charts and telephone calls and Zoom meetings and surveys. So we are really, really pleased to bring this to you. And probably more than anything, it's exciting because it also includes a really robust diversity, equity, and inclusion plan as the first 2 chapters. So as Director Bateman mentioned yesterday, we've accomplished some of our two of the seemingly, well, a number of agency expectations with this document. But more importantly, we plan to use it and manage to it over the next 2 years. I think I have the power of this slide. Yes, so mention some of the engagement. There's several presenters that will help me carry these big buckets of water today. The focus area leads, we have 5 focus areas. You saw this in Commenton gave us direction on this item in Lincoln City in November. Thank you for that. I hope you'll see your comments reflected. We are looking for your endorsement today. This is a department product, but we definitely want your comments and your blessings. And if you think we should need nudges in a certain area or another, we'd like to hear that today. We did thoroughly engage all staff. They'll tell you, my staff, everybody, they had several all staff meetings, mentioned the stakeholder interviews, community survey, and your guidance. So thank you. Our mission, this has changed. And just to make sure you're on your toes, can anyone spot the change in the mission? Just read it. So to help communities plan for, protect, and improve the built and natural systems that provide a high quality of life. In partnership with Oregonians and local governments, we foster sustainable and vibrant communities and protect our natural resource legacy. There's something missing. So harkening back to our discussion yesterday, we used to talk about citizens. So just updated that to Oregonians, be a bit more inclusive, and we're trying to do that throughout all our boilerplate materials and documents to make sure we're complete there. So this is also a values-driven document. This is the first, that's a wordle of some of our first work together. We didn't have values. We had values, but they weren't expressed in our last strategic plan. Knew that was coming out wrong because it was coming. But we're excited by these and we mean them. So all staff really collaborated and contributed to these 2, and Hillary Foote took them to kind of a refined state. But we feel strongly, that our work should be adaptive. This plan is structured as an 8-year plan with 4-year objectives, but also 2 years two-year actions. So we're able to respond to each legislative cycle. We're collaborative in our work with local governments, working to make our work more equitable all the time, holistic and comprehensive, inclusive, professional. So then make sure the work that we do, that we aspire to do, that we need to do, that we commit to do in this plan is resourced. That we're service-oriented and stewardship-focused. Director Bateman helped us shape these guiding principles. I really love these because they kind of are operating manual for the strategic plan. We've talked about it being implementable, flexible, inclusive, equitable, and with space to re-examine our assumptions and really kind of be in a learning mode as we go through and implement this. A lot of this is unmapped and undone work. And so we really just need to be kind of in a living laboratory of implementation here. It's frozen. Oh, there we go. Okay. So the oopsie. That's too far. Trigger happy finger here. Sorry, I should move so quickly. Wow. Sorry, guys. Try and get back there. Jan, can you override my? What slide were you looking? Just this one. Next one. Thank you, Jan.
Yeah, no kidding. Too much coffee this morning. Sorry, two forward, please, Jan. I apologize. One more forward. I'm sorry, should not be able to touch the clicker.
There's a delay.
Yeah. Saw that one, saw that one. One more. The relationship to the DEI plan that we're watching for. And I've mentioned this, so the first two focus areas you'll hear about today, I'll touch on the first one, and then Taylor Sorghum-Free, our Human Resources Manager, will talk on the next one. But this is actually kind of quite big for us, and we're working with it. As I mentioned, this is really, some of this is very, very new for our agency. So, a plan that is intersectional, that centers race, so meaning that we recognize, harkening back to our discussions, our learnings, our emotions, our feelings, our commitments yesterday after the Fair Housing Council of Oregon bus tour, and learning about our racist and oppressive history in Oregon, as well as our, commendable parts too. But we know that there's very, very dark pockets and really 180-degree behavior changes that we need to do and be watching for. So leading with race to account for that history means that when we center communities of color, people with disabilities, our priority populations, that we intend for those actions to make sure that we don't miss those populations, that they're centered, but the actions benefit all. I've mentioned the 2-year cycle of update as well. I should say here too that, and recognize co-chairs of our DEI committee, Casaria Taylor and Sadie Carney, who've been leading our DEI committee. DEI committee members really took a deep dive with some trainings this year with our consultant, Ada Yap. You know that some of that work resulted in the equitable framework for decision-making, which we're implementing. The DEI committee will also meet and retreat this fall and kind of look at a sort of a 5-year strategy for themselves, so that in 2 years, when we pull down the next set of DEI actions, we're sort of ready and primed. That's, I think, more than the governor's office requires, but the governor's office does require a DEI plan that's updated every 3 years. So we'll have some interesting cycles there. But just to say, some of this work is so new, we really need to work at it together. It's not like implementing a land use rule. Seems relatively straightforward in the context of changing behavior with respect to historic injustice. So we'll be working on that together. I did press a forward key. Okay, great. So just one time. So focus area 1, I'm honored to present this one, I think. The housing team stepped out, but Mari Valencia and Ame Okakie-Oyekan and other members of the DEI committee really helped shape this focus area. This is the focus area statement. You have the rest in your packet, but it is to promote racial equity and anti-discrimination in our land use planning program, to acknowledge and counteract past practices, prevent future injustices, and provide more equitable outcomes. At our 50th anniversary, Director Bateman spoke about stopping harm. That's kind of the first thing that we're trying to do, and be mindful in our actions, and then looking forward to restorative actions that help build wealth in communities that didn't have access to capital over the last 200 years in Oregon. I think that is all I have to say on that one. I'll move to slide number 2, focus area number 2, and welcome Taylor to present on that one. Can we bring Taylor into view, Jan? I'm not sure if we can split the screen. You guys can see that? Okay. Oh, great. Sorry. Thanks, Taylor. Over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Kirsten, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lelak, members of the commission. My name is Taylor Sorghum-Free. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the HR manager for the department. And I have also had the honor to facilitate Focus Area 2 with our staff. And this is really focused on some key areas, and you'll see hopefully in your packet more details of this, but really developing our workforce that centers inclusive processes, improving external customer and partner experiences, giving our staff access to meaningful development opportunities, and develop and maintain our internal resources so that our staff can be more efficient and create more transparency.
Taylor, thank you. The strategic plan carries 66 actions in all. Can you tell I'm intimidated? We're excited and we feel like we just did off a lot, but a lot of this really does touch on our core work. So it's not 66 new actions. But this is a really exciting area, and we were more explicit about this in this plan than we were in previous plans. And I know Taylor and John Densmore work closely together on this. It leads with information and technology, professional development, as Taylor spoke to. So we just look forward to providing the resources needed, GIS, housing, GIS and other services needed to support our our policy and external programs. So super exciting focus area. Sort of a bit of a sleeper because it sounds like, okay, well, that would be normal, but it's actually very exciting under the hood. So I encourage you to read the detail. Taylor, thank you. Thanks for your hard. Taylor's always, her focus area team is super on top of the ball throughout the class. So thank you, Taylor.
Thank you, Commission.
Wonderful. Okay, and then I don't see any questions yet, but please feel free to jump in or at the end. So Taylor, don't go too far. Building community resilience is the next. I'll use my key one time, or if that's fine. I see Christine Shirley here with us. Chris, I'm not sure if your ears were burning yesterday, but we were talking quite a bit about the climate change vulnerability assessment. How's it doing? And I'm not sure if I emailed you yet, but commissioners have asked for you to come back in November with a briefing. So I'll be doing a brainstorm item for that, so we can capture that for November. But please, Christine Shirley, climate resilience coordinator for the agency.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Director Green and Chair Halova and the members of the commission. So I participated on this focus area 3 with Marian Lahav, Susan Milhauser, and others to bring community resilience into our planning program in a big way. You can read what it says on the slide. The point is to strengthen our social and natural and built systems to respond to climate change and other natural hazards, and to center socially vulnerable populations into our planning around building resilience. So I'm particularly excited about the objective number 3 within this focus area, coordinating resiliency, climate change, and natural hazards planning across all DLCD programs. To better support community and state level planning. I think this is particularly important because natural hazards and to a large extent climate change adaptation has been siloed in the agency. And I am really excited to be able to have the charge and the support to bring climate change adaptation and natural hazards resiliency into all of our programs. I'm going to take this on as a personal challenge. So, and I think my colleagues, Susan and Marian as well, will champion this focus area in bringing community resilience into all of our programs with a particular focus on vulnerable populations.
Thank you very much. I mean, staff created these words. This is not a from the top document. So even just that first statement, I know they spent some really hours carefully weaving those threads together. And Chris, certainly appreciate your personal and professional commitment to help us see it through. All staff have signed up for at least one action. So we do have our teams ready to go after your blessing today. Anticipating hopeful blessing. Chris, thank you. With that, I might just carefully advance to focus area 4, which is promoting healthy and equitable communities. I failed to recognize that we're missing 2 of our outstanding members. These are all outstanding members of kind of the strategic planning team, but Josh LeBombard is on a well-deserved summer vacation. He has been leading this focus area, and then also Susan Milhauser. I can't tell you how many focus areas she helped out, but when she came over and helped out with focus area 1, as Madi got pulled over to housing more deeply, and she also helped lead that focus area 3. She also helped put the PowerPoint together and the document in layout. So Susan, I know you're on OAPA webinar right now, but thank you so much for all your work. So on focus area 4, we have Ms. Susan, Sarah Marvin, I think, to come on. Is Sarah with us?
Yes, sorry, my internet connection keeps going down, so I'm going to keep my camera off and hope
to hear your voice.
We'll laugh for 2 minutes. Hello, Chair Halava, Vice Chair Lilac, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Marvin, and I work with Josh LeBombard on focus area number 4. And I just I came up with a bigger big picture of what I think of focus area 4 is. It's to promote healthy and equitable communities. And this focus area is really all about jobs and housing within the same community where people live. So what resonates most with me about focus area 4 is it is the essence of Oregon's land use planning program, which is to make life as ideal and equitable as possible for all Oregonians, current and future, within our urban growth boundaries and within our unincorporated communities. By doing this, this focus area function results in reduced greenhouse gas emissions, more intact and protected wildlands and waters, less exposure to wildfire, fewer conflicts with our working resource lands, and the preservation of our present and future breadbasket and salad bowl, which are going to be increasingly important for the entire country if we don't get this climate change reversed. And that is my summary. Thank you.
Thank you so much for serving with Josh all the way throughout. And I think theirs was one of the most popular teams, and about a third of the agency signing up for that one. So thank you for your coordination on that. Excellent. Okay, moving on. We have, this is a 3-in-1. And I do want to point out that that we'll be changing the language back to read conserve Oregon's natural resources, farm and forest lands, coastal, scenic, unique, and other natural resources. It's easy for us to focus on the working land parts, but staff, and I will call out Sarah Marvin, rightly noted that coastal and scenic areas are not working lands. So we needed to go back for a more global definition there. So we'll make that change to the document before we publish it and send it out to the wide world.
Can you say what it would bring to us?
Right, so conserve Oregon's natural resources, farm and forest land. So the natural resources being more broad than working land. That makes sense.
So would natural resources at the end go away?
Yeah. Just start and stop, full alpha and omega. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry to be.
Would you not say conserve Oregon's working lands and natural resources?
We could.
I like the working lands.
Yeah, that's a thing. Okay. Okay, yeah.
In the first thing. It's that whole conversation of people view the areas as just scenic recreations for wealthy people versus these are our working lands. So I think it's important.
Thanks for that. And I think we have, along those lines, good segue to Ms. Hillary Foote, who's made her way back to Tuolumne County, but is not joining us by phone. Hillary, are you able to come on voice and sort of speak to this first of the 3 major topics contained within Focus Area 5? You are muted, my friend. Try.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Deputy Director Green?
You bet.
Great. So good morning, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, Commissioners. I am Hillary Foote, the Farm and Forest Land Conservation Specialist for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And the first sub-element under Focus Area 5 of the strategic plan calls for the conservation of agricultural and forest lands. And there are 3 different 2-year actions under this plan. The first one calls for the department to address inconsistencies, lack of clarity, and technical errors in the regulatory structure that implements the Farm and Forest Conservation Program. So the proposal around this particular action item was discussed at length as agenda item 10 as yesterday's commission meeting. But we're very excited to embark on this program, and that will be kicking off again in August with a technical working group to develop a scope of work for that effort. The second action highlights an ongoing collaboration with the Department of Forestry and the Department of Agriculture to document and communicate the extent of conversion of agricultural lands and forest lands that is happening in the state. There was a section on that in the 2020-2021 Biennial Farm and Forest Report, and one of the really important documents that exists out there is something that's actually produced by the Department of Forestry that looks at land cover changes throughout the state, and they've been doing that for a number of years. It's a great document. So that action item highlights the collaboration with our sister agencies on that effort. And the last action item under this sub-element of the strategic plan highlights the need for continual improvement in our efforts to educate others about the state's farm and forest conservation program and the need to protect working lands. So while we regularly provide presentations at conferences, at university classes, to small interest groups, I do recognize that there's a lot more that we could be doing in this area. I will say that I do believe that, kicking off the Farm and Forest Improvements Program will actually do a lot to bring more attention to the program and will be a great opportunity to sort of further educational outreach efforts around the program as well. So that's it for me, I think.
And Hillary, and we did sneak another action in there because of the legislative session. We have a 5.1b, which is to establish a process that streamlines the siting of photovoltaic energy generation facilities in Eastern Oregon through a rulemaking process. So congratulations, you got a legislative action in your area as well. And I think that'll be well handled on the policy agenda. You won't have to do much heavy lifting there, but thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hillary. And then on 5.2, cultural and natural resource protection, I'll carry this for Amanda Hunton in absentia. So Amanda really worked hard at this area. She's the agency's natural resources expert specialist. And you heard from her yesterday with respect to the integrated water resources strategy, where she serves on the water core team for the state of Oregon. Our first action here is to kind of assess Goal 5, implementation on urban and rural lands. And Goal 5 is kind of a kitchen sink. It's got a lot in it, everything from riparian areas to aggregate. But I think Amanda's focus really here on the riparian areas, wetlands, aquifers, and associated habitats. So it fits nicely with the integrated water resource strategy going forward. And then our other action in this area is something I know you've been aware of. You've heard testimony from Oregon tribes for this one. We've been in a working group with members of the tribe's cultural resources staff to prepare a charge for a Goal 5 rule amendment for cultural areas in Oregon in consultation with the tribes, other state agencies, local governments, and community members. So we'll be excited to bring that forth to you in November for a briefing as schedules allow, and to vie for a spot on the policy agenda going forward. With that, I'll turn it over. We know that we're nowhere without coastal and marine and ocean resources. So when it, with pleasure, introduce Ocean Coastal Division Manager Lisa Phipps for this final objective area.
Yes, batting cleanup. So for this objective, it's focused around the coastal goals 16, 17, 18, and 19. Although certainly all of those goals intersect with the remaining goals in the statewide planning, in our statewide planning goals. But the idea of objective 5.3 is to really focus on the protection and conservation of our coastal and marine resources for the values that they have and for the values that they add to promoting the well-being and resiliency of our coastal communities. We are a little unique in that we also create a strategic plan for the Oregon Coastal Management Program. And so when that is completed, we're in the middle of that right now. When that's completed, that will be a subset of the agency plan. There certainly won't be anything contradictory, but we do have other mandates that we need to adhere to at the federal level. So it's a little bit broader document that includes all of the network partners. But we went a little simple, I use that word a little loosely, but for our actions that we see ourselves moving forward through this part of the plan in the next 2 years is administering and implementing the territorial sea plan, and the coordination, especially around offshore wind energy that's going to be happening. Updating estuary management plans, which we are in the middle of 2 right now, Coos and Yaquina Bay. And our intent is to potentially get some funding to do all of the estuaries along the coast. And then the implementation of the bipartisan infrastructure law program, which we've talked about, which is intended to further the conservation objectives, not only of the state, but of the coastal zone management program as well. So I'm excited about everything that we do. And I think that having this called out so clearly and specifically in the agency strategic plan is really gives the program an added exclamation point when we're talking to our federal partners. And it's really an opportunity for us. So.
Thank you. I know that the commissioners enjoy every single time when new members of your team presents, and so I'm sorry, this is just the tip of the iceberg. They're so hard at work, and there's more exciting work to come. I would just in closing mention the definitions in your packet. Some of these are new for us as well. The state's 2021 Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Plan makes those definitions, and we just simply carry those forward. But there's one section I'd like to read out loud. If there's just a moment for me to do this. It's the list of historically and underserved community members, and even when I say list, that sort of hurts on my tongue. You know, it's not. It's much more. These are human beings. These are members of our communities that have helped, that predate, colonial presence in our state, and that also have helped make our state so enjoyable for all of us and continue to. But I'll just read this list out loud if I could. So historically and currently underserved communities in the strategic plan include Oregonians. So it includes, but it's not limited to, Oregonians who are Native Americans, members of Oregon's 9 federally recognized tribes, American Indians, Alaska Natives, Black Africans, African Americans, Latino, Latina, Latinx community members, Hispanic community members, Asian, Pacific Islanders, Arab, Middle Eastern, and North Africans, immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers, undocumented persons, DACA or Dreamers, linguistically diverse community members, people with disabilities, LGBTQ plus community members, aging and older adults, economically disadvantaged, and farm workers and migrant workers. And I know that, did Madi come back in the room? She was here for a second. But anyway, she, Madi and her team with the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee really helped us work with those definitions. So I appreciate just the moment to say those out loud. Thank you. Chair Halova, if there are any questions, let's turn it back to you and here for any discussion. Thank you.
I think we're going to open it up for if there's any public comment. Haven't received any. And then I wanted to mention that if people come for public comment later in the agenda, that we should make sure to allow them to give comment on this particular topic. Yes, Director.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the Commission, Brenda Bateman, Director. I just wanted to note my pride in the strategic plan. Very few agencies on their own have strategic plans, and they certainly have not crafted them internally. Most agency plans that you'll see have been, led through a discussion exercise by a consultant. This has had a lot of staff input, and which means that staff's familiar with the contents of this. They can speak to it, and they're very excited about it. This is one of the examples we talked about yesterday of products that the governor is requesting of agencies, and many agencies have not started on this yet, and they're in a bit of a panic. We were halfway through the process when it was assigned to us, and so we're a very good footing here. And in addition to having the staff participation in this, I'm very pleased that it embeds many of the other products that the governor is asking for, and that agencies need to do if they're going to plan correctly. So our DEI plan is embedded in here. Our IT strategic plan will be in the future. And then, as you heard from Lisa, many of our coastal related plans are referenced in here and incorporated in the family in some way. So this is a very strong document that I think will serve us well. If we get lost or distracted, we'll be able to point back to this and make sure that they're on the right path. Just wanted to note that. Thank you.
To commissioners for comments. Commissioner Warren.
First of all, I love this. I think it's great. I love how you co-produced it with staff. I think that is really useful. And hopefully it's meaningful for them as well. And they feel like it's something that they believe in and want to reflect back with and use. And I would just encourage us, as we move forward with new agenda items, to reference back to this plan and call out, which objectives or actions within the strategic plan that list may be a little cumbersome sometimes, but just continue to relate back to it so it keeps us as a working document and one that we continue to get checked in with ourselves. I've seen it done before with city councils, and it's really effective at just making this really a living document, especially for the commission. But just want to commend all your efforts with this.
Sure.
Thank you. I almost feel like I should put my hat on when on this. I agree. I do have a question. I'll get to the question. I agree. I really like the comprehensive nature of the strategic plan. And one of the things, just given what I do in my day job as an administrator, I really appreciate the robust operations because it's so easy for the community, for other agencies, for everybody to think about what are the outcomes of the work that you're producing, but it's only you that think about how you're producing that, and it's your team to make sure that you're really addressing it, really mindful and thinking about how you're conducting that work. I really appreciate the robust operations because that's nobody else is thinking about it except you and us to some extent, but really we're also focused on the other elements of the program. Which are really great. So my only question was, I know you circulated this for public comment in May maybe or April or whatever it was. Did you receive any public comments? And I'm just curious if you summarize any of the comments you received from the community.
Yeah, that's an exciting question. Makes me think back 2 months. I think I can do it. We received about, I think it was about 54 responses to that survey, the strategic plan survey. Folks, we were testing really right track, wrong track. So our previous strategic plan was entirely internal. So this was us peeking outside and putting it out there just to really see if we're on the right track, wrong track. And overwhelmingly, over 90% of folks in each focus area responded said that we were on the right track. So that was reassuring. There was understandably some concern actually about the centering race, that it was our fault because we didn't explain the intersectionality. So we really didn't do a good job communicating that. So, and that can pit, that's a real lesson learned. It can really pit us against each other, and it's not an abundant worldview, which we really do hold. So it's a yes and conversation. It's a center and it benefits all Oregonians. So I think that as we put it back out, we'll put a particular emphasis on addressing that concern. And most exciting for us, about half of those folks said that they'd like to join us in implementing the plan. So we'll be looping back with those community members who said they want to join us in our work. So thank you for the question. Commissioner Boyer.
First, I have to say, wow. It's a great document. It's clear, and I like that it has movement. And I like that you're going to revisit it every 2 years. I think that is, and I like the thought of bringing it with agenda items if it's pertinent. And it's really clear that staff had strong input in this as I read it. It just shows the culture within the agency right now, and just providing a safe place to be vulnerable. And that was apparent yesterday after our bus tour. So this just to me just kind of cemented, yesterday, and I did circle back to this in my brain as we were doing the roundtable at lunch yesterday. And what else did I want to say? And I think you said 66 actions. Yes, that sounds overwhelming, but I feel like the agency's already doing it. And to use your term, you just lifted the hood and just put it down on paper. So don't be intimidated. You guys can do it.
Thank you. We need that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. And I think one of the things I'd say is When I pondered joining the commission, and Director Rue, his time originally asked me, I just sort of think about the commitment, right? And one of the things that really drove me to saying yes was having been involved with folks that are here at the organization and on the commission. And even though you didn't have values at the time, seeing them in writing, I knew that that's where the agency was headed, and so that's who the people were. And that's what drove me to come and do this work with you all. So it is so enlightening to see it in writing. So I really appreciate that work. The one thing I would say, and you have to make format decisions, right? And so I appreciate the formatting of putting the lead with race as the focus area 1. The one thing I would suggest is I think we ought to not think about it as sort of a separate category, right? The word I always use for that is that we should matricize, right? That actually focus area 1 should cut through all other 4 focus areas. So if we are tracking and we shouldn't see how we're doing on 1 separately. We should see how 1 is integrated into each of the 4 other focus areas, because when you read through the goal, the other objectives, we didn't ask folks to specifically address focus area 1, right? Because we see slightly different language, but we should ask them to be held accountable for focus area 1. I think that's the intent of leading with that. So we got to ask folks about the outcomes. How is your focus area addressing focus area 1? So that would be my suggestion on how we follow up on that.
Thank you. We'll leave for that when we can meet the teams and I really think commissioners and staff know that I really like people and learn through dialogue. So thank you for your consistent instruction and support, each and every one of you, and Director Bateman. That is our intent. In fact, we had actually focus area 2 is actually focus area 1. So that putting staff first was actually kind of the first intent. So those 2 vie for first. But that was the intent, but intents are in our heads, and unless it's explicit, Commissioner, thank you for that guidance. And I think with Vinder's permission, the director's permission, we'll include that in the kickoff of the focus area discussion and have people kind of explicitly describe and think about how they use those principles and the equitable framework for decision making and other of our plans to implement throughout. I know that it's strong. I know in the alpha and the omega sense, focus area 5, Lisa, her team's work is and Noah's right there too, our funders right there with us on centering this work. The big question, the big learning is going to be, okay, how? And so I appreciate Commissioner Warren's invitation to come back and kind of present and express the learning. There'll be a lot of learning. So thank you, each and all. Director, do you have any closing comments on that?
I was going to make comments.
Oh, sorry, Chair Halova, thank you, your meeting's fine.
So I have a lot of thoughts. I'm normally, I'm a critic, right? I like to make things better and better and better. And this is like one of the most excellent things I've ever seen. And I'm not just saying that because like I'm here in this role, because I'm a critic. It's almost emotional because I think about, and that's what I was trying not to be emotional about this, but I think about the department that I entered as a commissioner versus now. And it's very different, very different. And in the sense that this is going the way, based on that bus tour yesterday, that planning should always be, if that makes sense. And so I wanted to say a couple things so that I don't get emotional. One is the fact that you guys didn't use an outside consultant is like huge. Then I was like, well, this is a planning department and this is a plan. I guess they should be good. But that's not normal. But I just wanted to point that out. I was going to say that I actually saw the cross-cutting of the DEI, like every single strategy had what is either the community they're trying to serve or the underserved. So I found it was all throughout. So I was like, perfect. And then, these definitions are so excellent and there's a lot of them and they're all excellent. The fact that you could craft that language is huge. And I say this from a perspective of like, I'm in different spheres of people trying to achieve similar results, and this is far surpassed anything that I've seen. And then the fact again that it's the staff that, you know, because a lot of these things are just like, we're gonna do this thing, and then everybody's like, oh, I don't know what we're doing, and we need a consultant to help us what we're doing. That's fine, because that's where some people are at. The fact that this came from staff shows that that's not where we're at. So it's like, we're just so far advanced. And I've only been here for 5 years, and this commission gives me so much more inspiration for the rest of my life, because I'm like, ooh, change is actually possible. Positive change is possible. Where I think I had more of a skepticism about how long it took to get things done. This actually energizes me that it takes less. It just takes the right people and the right intentions, and then the putting funding behind it and actions behind it. And I think what we're talking about, looking under the hood, like I'm all down for like the details and the work and the mechanisms. And I was actually, just to go on a totally different tangent, really excited about what the governor's making each of the departments do, because when I looked at that, I was like, I showed it to my husband, I was like, that's business right there. And government needs more business in it. So I was like, you got a business operations strategy that has government intent, people intent, you know. So it's like almost like government for good, if that makes sense. A business for good, but through government. And so the rigor of what she's asking, and the fact that we're already doing that rigor, is all the things that I personally love. And then, yeah, and to me, the word, like each word on every page is so good. It's super simple, it's super actionable, yet it has the specifics. It's not full of jargon. There's so many things that are great. And so I'm trying to figure out, is there an award for strategic plans? That's my last slide. It would be nice if all of the plans that we're doing as part of this checklist have the same aesthetic, like actual graphic aesthetic, if that makes sense, that they come out as like a package, like look at our, you know, same font, same size. I think that's important. Just like, you know, our packets that we get as commission have the same, you know, that we see this as kind of a moment. So yes, I don't know how to explain the way I feel about this right now. I had one word, just one little word that could consider getting added, and it was on focus area 4, objective 4.2. The title, I was hoping, and you don't have to add it, but think about it. Jobs and housing. It says science and equity based. I would love to see science, market, and equity based, because I think, you know, you can see me coming out like what the market does and how it responds. Like, we should in planning constantly be thinking about that, because that should revise or not, right, the way we think. And I think in the points, the market part is there because assist communities in promoting economic development that results in that. So I think the market stuff is in there, but I think we need to call out market. I think in your circles, you think of science and market as the same, but in different circles, I think market is the way we think. Yes, congratulations. Yeah, I would like to give a clap personally.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair Halova, Commissioners, Director Bateman. Certainly an honor to be able to bring this forward, and we look forward to implementation. Chair Halova, I want to just, in closing, if I may, just remark how much your direction means to all of us as staff. Your service, your commitment, your volunteerism, your passion lifts us all and carries us through. So please never hold back on your guidance, on your emotion. We put grief on the table all the time at DSD, and I get all misty when things are good. You know, I get all emotional when things are good, whether it's good art, good music, good plans. So it is really an emotional moment, and we carry it with such pride. One of my first, when I was in the room watching as an economic development specialist here, was one of my first commission meetings at the agency. I think it was your first commission meeting as a commissioner. We were talking about the DEI trainings the commission would have, and you said, that's all fine, but how about DEI as it pertains to land use? You know, make sure you get a training that is specific about land use. And it was just such a clear clarion call to you take an applied approach to our work. I really want to thank you for that, and for the director for support. Thank you.
And I wanted to say that I know that who the peak members are, the commission completely make this happen, you know, because and I've told you probably individually my feelings, I guess, when I first sent to the commission, but it's like, I might be making this up, but I feel like it's given the room for the staff that was already there, that was already passionate about this to be like, oh, the commission says this is okay to do this stuff, like, let's do it. And I think that is because of the commission. So, and obviously because of the leadership at the department, but couldn't be possible if the commission wasn't supportive and proactive about it. So, yeah. If there's one day to like congratulate ourselves, today is the day.
Yeah, staff could give the commission a round of applause.
Somebody came, this is like their first meeting, they'd be like, this is so strange. Actually, my mom is in the audience, so this is her first meeting.
You need a motion. It looks like it
Yeah.
asks for an endorsement, but I felt like you might have gotten it.
I think I kind of had, the round of applause probably works. I think the head nod, the accolades, the changes you made, you did make two. Sure, hello, but you did get two in there, natural and working land, as well as the market. So thank you all with that. I'll take it up with the director and we'll finalize this and get it back out to everybody. And sing it from the rooftops and roll up our sleeves. Thank you. And so now we are going to break for lunch. Our next agenda items at 12:20, which is 15 minutes from now. And so we're going to break and then we'll be back at 12:20 for agenda item it's a working lunch, so bring your food back.
20 minutes or are we? At 12:20, which is in. Because I think in our agenda it said working lunch. but- Yeah, so we'll Okay. bring our food back here and then at 12:20 we'll begin. You can still eat. Item number 13, City of Portland Planners presentation. The food is here in the back of the. It's in the back of the room,
Yeah.
or the ones that ordered it, I think.
Okay, that one.
Yeah.
Welcome back to July's meeting of Oregon's Land Conservation and Development Commission. We are on item number 13, which is the City of Portland Planners presentation. And so the City of Portland planning staff will provide updates on planning and development initiatives underway. Regional Representative Kelly Reed will help introduce city staff. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Turn my mic off. Thanks. Good afternoon, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and members. And members of the commission. I'm Kelly Reed, Portland Metro Regional Representative of the DLCD, and I'm here to introduce our presenters from the City of Portland. First, from the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, we have Patricia Diefendorfer, the Chief Planner, Tom Armstrong, Supervising Planner, and from the Portland Bureau of Transportation, we have Eric Hessa, Supervising Planner, and Shoshana Cohen, Intergovernmental Policy Affairs. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. It's nice to be here with you today. My name is Patricia Diefendorfer. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Chief Planner in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability for the City of Portland, and we do long-range land use planning for the city. And I'm sure I'm relatively new to my role and to the city, but I'm sure you know very well what we do. And I know that you're very well acquainted with some of our staff. So thank you so much for allowing us to talk a little bit about some things that are going on in the city that we are working on right now. All right. So we have a relatively brief slideshow, and we're happy to talk and answer questions. One of the first things we wanted to spotlight for you is the number of housing actions that the city has taken over the last many years to facilitate housing production. And we continue to pursue efforts to remove barriers to housing production. You can see this long list here on the slide. In recent years, the city has adopted zoning code amendments that updated regulations in really the full suite of zones that we have in the city and allow housing to allow both more housing and more housing types in many of our zones, particularly our single dwelling zones, our multi-dwelling zones, as well as our mixed-use commercial zones. The code amendments strengthen protections for manufactured dwelling parks and increased the zones in which shelters and other permanent supportive and group living, permanent supportive housing and group living can be located, and removed other zoning code barriers to these housing types. I will talk more about a few of these in subsequent slides. Other efforts that are currently underway include efforts to streamline development review and permitting processes, a code project to temporarily suspend targeted zoning code provisions to facilitate housing production, and efforts to make it easier to convert office buildings to housing. So this slide just has a graph that kind of gives a sense of housing production over the last 20 plus years. So staff, we are currently working on the housing update of the housing needs analysis, looking out to 2045. This graph shows housing production over the last 20 plus years and shows how the city's housing production compares to the city's future need, which we estimate to be about 5,200 units as a target a year in order to meet the housing need of 120,000 units through 2045. Just some other interesting facts about housing production in the city. Since 1995, 107,000 new units have been permitted. You can see in the graph there was a significant dip during the Great Recession years in the number of units permitted. Post the Great Recession, housing production jumped up to between 5,000 and 6,000 units per year, with an all-time peak of about 7,000 units in 2017. And you can see other effects of some of our regulations, like the emergence of ADUs in 2010. I believe that's the blue little sliver on the bottom. Is that right, Tom? Did I get that right? Okay.
And that's kind of, you can see how it jumped up once the city took certain actions like clarifying the code and waiving system development charges for those kinds of units. And also multi-dwelling unit production represents 80% of all housing units produced in 2021 and 78% of housing units produced in 2022. Another interesting thing to show on this graph is that yellow sliver, and that shows the increase in middle housing since the residential infill project code changes were in effect, and I'll talk a little bit more about that.
Yes,
Can you
Commissioner
go back to
Boyer.
that slide, please?
Sure.
Forgive my ignorance. What does IH mean? The temporary spike before IH will take effect?
That's inclusionary housing, our inclusionary housing regulations. So that does show that I think in anticipation of those rules going into effect, there was an uptick in applications, people who wanted to get in before the rules became effective. Yeah. So that's what that is. IH is inclusionary housing. Sure. All right, so as I mentioned, I'm going to sort of spotlight a few of these code changes, provide a little bit more detail. So one of those code changes is a project we've called Sheltered Housing Code Changes. This project, of course, allowed shelters and revamped the shelter siting criteria, allowing more beds without a conditional use permit, created a new type of outdoor shelter that could accommodate campgrounds and tiny home villages, and generally just allowed more group living options and removed the conditional use requirements for single room occupancies, dormitories, senior care facilities, and co-housing. And it legalized living in RVs or tiny houses on wheels, providing, again, some more affordable housing options. Another of the projects that I think many have certainly are familiar with the residential infill project was another zoning code amendment that permits 4 to 6 units in single dwelling zones. And in the first year since RIP, as we lovingly call it, went into effect, we've seen an uptick in middle housing, and it has accounted for 75% of the units that would have formerly been produced in those single dwelling zones. Fourplexes are the typology that we see most, and 86% of middle housing units were built within a quarter mile of a center or corridor. So we're seeing these units in kind of inner neighborhoods that have access to transit and have good neighborhood amenities, which is always good. ADUs continue to be an important part of the housing mix, equaling the middle housing unit production. And another thing that we have learned from our evaluation of the first year of the residential infill project is that the new homes that are being built are smaller, and they are generally about $117,000 less expensive than a typical single family house. Tom, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that particular slide. Happy to have you do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one other note, as part of the residential infill, not only did we expand sort of the middle housing options, but we capped the size of single family homes at 2,500 square feet. And so, because what initiated this project here is we're seeing a lot of tear downs and replacement by large monster homes. And so we feel that it was the combination of the cap on the size of single detached dwellings plus the expanded range of options is sort of what has driven most of the market towards the 4-unit townhouse type development.
Question on that. So that's new homes only,
Yeah, well,
not additions to an existing home?
no, it does apply to additions to new existing homes. I think we had an exception in there for existing homes. You can expand by 500 square feet, but there is that cap for existing homes.
Vice Chair Leland.
Just have one clarifying question. I don't live here. With infill, is there anything does the city have any opportunity to even expand its urban growth boundary? Or are you completely encircled by other cities? I'm curious.
We don't have areas to expand. We are kind of, our boundaries and are what they are, but our growth strategy is about infill within the existing boundaries of the city, really focused on our major corridors and our centers. I believe what's the percentage breakdown of housing units anticipated in corridors versus?
Yeah, about 90% of our development capacity is in sort of the mixed use multi-dwelling zones. Some of that, a third of that is in the central city and the rest is in our neighborhood commercial districts. And I'll just note, we've been doing this development pattern since 1980, and it really took sort of late 90s, early 2000s before it started to take off. But that's largely where we have room to grow.
Okay, so the previous slides focused on some of the larger the zoning code projects that we worked on that aim to facilitate housing production. In the next few slides, I'm going to talk about some other planning efforts and development projects that are in the works. So this graphic here is an area that's there's a number of active efforts centered around this area, which is the Lower Albina area, also known as the Rose Quarter. It is a 90+ acre area where there's been some visioning being done by the community. The vision is for a mix of uses, predominantly known in the area of the Portland Public Schools headquarters building in the north, and the Veterans Memorial Coliseum and MODA Center venues. It's also adjacent to the ODOT I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project to the east. A little bit more about the community-led efforts. Albina Vision Trust has been leading a community planning process that has resulted in a vision for Lower Albina, which is referred to as the Community Investment Plan. And it prioritizes Black community and wealth building opportunities in the area. This is a community-led plan and more like a visioning or concept or framework plan. It's at this time, it's not a city-led public land use plan, but the city of Portland is supporting the effort with additional feasibility studies and coordination among city bureaus, and also its participation in the I-5 coordination of the I-5 Rose Quarter project. So the Albina Vision Trust has secured funding from a variety of sources and has acquired one apartment building and is looking to develop another apartment building in the area. The conceptual plan for the area represents potentially as much as 2,100 units or more in a mixed use kind of format. All the concepts are looking at a variety of scenarios, kind of a low, medium, and high density scenario. All the concepts have a mix of townhomes and low-rise multi-dwelling to high-rise housing options in some of the higher density scenarios. Another project, kind of a large project that is occurring in the city, is the Broadway Corridor project. It's a 34-acre district shown in green on the slide that includes the 14-acre USPS site, which is jointly owned by Prosper Portland and the Portland Housing Bureau, and includes Union Station, which is also owned by Prosper Portland. On this site, there's a concept plan for as much as 2,500 units of housing with about 700 units of affordable housing. Prosper Portland has led site acquisition planning and site preparation and will negotiate the terms of private development and community benefits looking forward. The city is coordinating infrastructure and open space requirements and trying to secure affordable housing development rights in partnership with developers, as well as market rate housing. Another project that is in the works is the OMSI, this is the Museum of Science and Industry District Master Plan, working with a number of different partners, including OMSI, Portland Opera Metro, Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians. This is a 24-acre site of new mixed-use transit-oriented development. What's contemplated is up to 3 million square feet of new space with work play, 1,200 units of new housing with a minimum of 20% affordable units. And it would include a new waterfront education park, public plazas and event spaces, and a center for tribal nations with a number of outdoor and indoor sort of community spaces. Finally, we're almost to the end here. Wanted to just also spotlight, since we talked a little bit earlier about our inclusionary housing regulation policy in the city. So the city did adopt inclusionary housing in 2017. The requirements are 20% of units in otherwise market rate projects are to be 80% of area median income or 10% at 60. And I think policy wise, we try to focus on the 60% AMI levels. There are a number of incentives to help developers offset those requirements. That includes system development charge waivers, fee waivers, density bonuses, and there's also property tax exemption. There's currently a calibration study underway to look at how the requirements of the inclusionary housing can be calibrated in such a way that, given these unusually difficult times for development, that we can still ensure that we're seeing market rate development, and therefore we're actually having some inclusionary housing units. So that study is underway and recommendations are coming out of that process. And I think the last thing we wanted to just tell you about, because this is something very, kind of a big thing that is in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, is we have this Portland Clean Energy Fund, which some of you may know about. A big part of our climate action program is this fund. It was approved by voters in 2018 and invests in community-led and community-serving projects that reduce carbon emissions, create economic opportunity, and help make our city more resilient as we face a changing climate. Since the program has launched, the fund has allocated over $250 million in grants to community organizations and is looking to invest another $750 million over the next 5 years. And you can see the grant categories there on the right-hand side of the slide. So that's just a little bit about what we've been up to here in Portland and in Bureau of Planning and Sustainability in particular. And we're happy to answer questions. And I know we have colleagues from our Bureau of Transportation who are also here to talk about some projects. Thank you.
Happy to pause and have you ask any questions. Yes.
Commissioner, do you have any questions?
I have a question.
Commissioner Warren?
I'm really fascinated by the cap on square footage on new homes. Has that been challenged in court yet? No one's
Not yet.
No one's taken it there. It's really interesting in that. It seems like that's through. And then have you noticed any developer opposition to inclusionary housing practices, and how have you resolved those? Where do you think it's headed?
Yeah, and I think mainly that's why we've done this calibration study. And we were intending to do it a few years ago, but disrupted by the pandemic. We've finally got around to it. Literally, we had a work session with council on Tuesday to explore these issues, and we'll be bringing forward code changes. I think what that study showed is that there was some tinkering we needed to do with some of the more administrative provisions. We have a reasonable equivalency standard that makes sure that the inclusionary units are the same size, same finishes. So there's some work there to be done to make that a little bit easier to comply with. But the main thing was around the number of units, the percentage of units, and are the incentives being offered offsetting the costs to produce those units. And what we really zeroed in on is we have two different property tax exemptions, one for the central city and one outside the central city. The one inside the central city is much more generous. And and the study showed that yes, the cost to comply is being offset by the incentives offered. Outside the central city, we need to bump up that tax exemption. And so over the next 6 months, we're going to be exploring that with Multnomah County, who also has to sign off on the tax exemption to bring that into better alignment. I will say that that will just sort of offset the cost of complying with that program. We still have an overall development feasibility gap when you look at costs and interest rates and developer returns and achievable rents. The market is still out of whack, and we see development slowing down in general.
Commissioner Boyer. So you talk about central city, the central city, can you give me the boundaries?
Sure, it's basically where we are today, out sort of to the west end here, the I-405 Providence Park area. And then it includes the Pearl District and Old Town, the Lloyd Center, Oregon Convention Center area, and what we call the Central East Side on the east side of the river, out to about 12th Street. And you'll see the edge of Ladd's Addition. You'll see that change in development character, and then down south to the Ross Island Bridge and Powell Boulevard.
Commissioner Lazo, oh, Vice Chair. Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. Wow, this is so much amazing stuff. One of the things I'd say is that in all the things you talk about is, I'd say, well, it's almost as if we planned it this way. Planner joke for the day. The piece I'm fixated on right at the moment is the housing production slide that you showed. And I think it shows a couple of things for me, right? We talk a lot about the market, and I think that slide, shows the impact of the market on housing production without question. But it also shows the impact of policy decisions, right? When you look at, we know that the spike in inclusionary housing was a rush by developers to come in before the inclusionary housing requirements went in. If you disaggregate, we've heard anecdotally about inclusionary housing, this also mark to develop below the threshold for inclusionary housing, the 20 units, right? So if you disaggregate the multi-dwellings, would we see a spike in 19 unit developments, right? So another policy-driven piece in the marketplace. The other piece that's really remarkable to me, having been involved in the residential infill project, is the change that you see in the yellow compared to the single family units. I don't know. I mean, I think when we go through that work, you hope that it's. I would term it a success. This is the first time I've seen something like this, and Tom, this is something we worked on. So I would term it a success, and to see that. Not only see the yellow rise, but at the same moment, see the light blue single family drop. And I think it fulfilled the intentions that it was looking to do. I think that's really remarkable to come to this point and see that. That's my sense anyway. So I'd love to hear whether or not you all feel the same way.
Yeah, I will say that, the inclusionary housing program has produced 1,100 units of affordable housing, scattered site throughout the city. So I mean that in it, compared to, I think it's about, between the city passed an affordable housing bond and Metro passed a regional bond, I think we'll get about 5,000, 6,000 units between those two bonds out of it. So, going forward, inclusionary housing is going to be a significant part of our regulated affordable inventory there. And yeah, the uptake and, those numbers, that little blip is just the first year, right? Developers are learning how to do this, where to do it, where the market works. We're seeing some of those townhomes come on the market in sort of the $300,000 to $400,000 range as an ownership condo arrangement. So in Portland, relatively affordable, 2-bedroom, 2-bath townhouse, relatively close in neighborhoods. So yeah, I mean, in terms of boosting home ownership opportunity, I mean, I think the other thing that we've run into with so much production in multi-dwellings and larger multi-dwelling projects, we're not seeing a lot of condos, and that's due to construction liability. And sure, Chair Halova could speak to that and the need to reform that and figure out how to get for ownership and wealth creation, how to get the condo market going again is sort of a key future to-do task.
The other thing, another point I make about inclusionary housing is you're right. I think sometimes folks hold up different programs as the panacea of affordable housing, needs. But it's one tool, and it's an important tool, right? Because what it's intended to do is, in particular, catch the upside of a market, right? And so, if we see another private market upturn, then inclusionary housing is right there to give us a whole bunch more affordable units as part of that market. In addition to the kinds of investments we're seeing on the public side around affordable housing, the bond measures, and those pieces. So, they're all different tools that have different uses. Yeah.
I'll just add your point about the 19 unit buildings. We did see an uptick in that after in the last 2 years of development, but those 19 unit buildings still only account for about 10% of our housing production. So yeah, there's some avoidance, there's some clear avoidance, multiple buildings on one lot, but it's still, it's not sort of taking over the whole development pipeline.
Before Vice Chair, I was going to say, it all depends on what data you put on the chart too. I love this chart, partly because I'm like, you interpreted single family going down and middle housing going up because they're correlated. And I was thinking of interest rates being super low, making single family go up and then go down when the interest rates went. So I think interest rate, if you threw it on here, would be interesting. It's kind of very important for like now to when hopefully it goes back down. So yeah, I think that's fascinating. Because it's related to this slide. I was gonna go and then I was curious, and we didn't talk necessarily because I think it's not there yet. Housing production strategy world that we're getting into, but I was curious about just your thoughts on how you think the market is going to influence, like say this chart right here versus housing production strategies, kind of that thought process for the city of Portland, given where we are in the market. I don't.
Yeah, so I think that, as Commissioner Lazo said, everything that we're seeing points to the fact that we need a lot of different strategies and a lot of different approaches. And so the housing production strategy is really, I think, aimed at that, right? Helping the city kind of identify all the range of actions that we could be doing in a lot of different categories. So it's not just regulatory, right? But it could be bonds, financing, tax exemptions. It's a whole host of different tools to bring to bear on the need to provide housing and to facilitate housing production. So that requirement, I think we're going to be embarking on that part of the process soon as we wind down our work on the housing needs assessment or analysis. And I think it's going to be a great opportunity for us. The city's been, as you saw, the city's been undertaking a lot of different efforts to, tackle the housing issue from a number of different ways. And this will just give us another kind of opportunity to take stock and work with other bureaus to identify ways in which we can try to encourage housing production. So
could you speak a little about what you feel like are the challenges in the city of Portland regarding production at this current moment?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is the interest rate and the construction costs. We, as part of that inclusionary housing calibration study, we looked at comparable cities and just in general what the market was doing, and we looked at particularly Seattle and Denver. And Seattle's producing a lot more units. They also have higher incomes and higher rent rates, and so the feasibility gap is narrower than what we find here. And so as part of that study, we also looked at some particular, some of our regulatory, what it costs to compare with some of our regulatory requirements, like active ground floor uses, bike parking, even SDC charges. And so we're using that information to bring forward a package of code amendments. And some of these are going to be like 5-year waivers of like active ground floor uses, rather than just get rid of them altogether. But what can we do in the short term to stimulate some more development in this moment until sort of interest rates fall back to a more reasonable level.
That's great. The market response, conjunction with policy. Vice Chair?
Thank you. Well, condo liability is not within our charge. It's not to confirm. Is there anything that we can do to support or not do to support your housing production work, your work to address the range of housing issues that you're aiming to address?
Well, I think Shara Halova just touched on one thing, right? We have all of these CFEC rules coming on board, and some of the land use urban design requirements. As those rules come on, just seeing where we're at in the development cycle and how those impact feasibility, there may be a drag on development feasibility that may need adjustment or a temporary pause or something. It's a few years before those rules really start to take effect. And so it's just something to watch going forward, how those additional requirements may or may not affect feasibility.
Director Bateman?
Thank you, Chair. I just had a brief question. I've been interested in land readiness, and I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to the infill process and brownfields and sort of what it takes to get things redeveloped and back up and running again. Are you making use of any of the financing programs at this Oregon, or how do you get that land ready?
Can I add to that the word industrial also?
So industrial is a brownfields especially is a big issue in Portland. It represents a sort of, as we build out and as we fill up our industrial areas, that's really going to be the sort of resource that we need to tap to reactivate those. We haven't seen much progress. We have looked at different tools. We've even explored a local property tax abatement for brownfield remediation. Again, it requires the county cooperation to launch a program like that. I think in terms of housing production, brownfields have not been as much of an issue. We've been pretty successful at getting EPA grants to support the assessments and cleanup mitigation plans. But, for the most part, up until the last couple of years, development feasibility, we're able to absorb a lot of those costs. And we were using a lot of our brownfield grants to help nonprofits with their sort of cleanup programs and to support that. I think where in terms of readiness is more on the infrastructure side and especially, the further east you get, the more unimproved streets we have. And so, the burden of half street improvements and sidewalk improvements can weigh or increase the price of the housing that results because the development has to absorb those costs.
I just wanted to make a note, if you go back to the or to the PSEF, Portland Clean Energy Fund slide, it's a really awesome big deal. In the sense I've talked to people in other states and told them about this, and everybody's quite amazed that this happened. And I wanted to point out something that wasn't mentioned is really this was led by communities of color to get this passed, and the money goes to communities of color. And so personal opinion, I think you can read about it. There's a lot of powers that be that are trying to take back, carve out, whatever you might call it, this money for not its intended purpose. And so I would say in our kind of diversity, equity, inclusion, all the things that we talked about, this is not everybody's on board for these things. And, this kind of environmental equity and environmental justice is not necessarily what everybody wants. But it's an amazing opportunity that is obviously it takes time to ramp up. And yeah, so I just wanted to point that out. Thank you. I think you have another part of the presentation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Boyer, one more. So just same slide. What stood out to me as a farmer is number 5. So I just wanted to call that out. And I do have a lot of urban farmers probably don't know about this. So it is specific to City of Portland. Yeah, I know, but you were saying it's specific to
People of color. It's about the way I understand it, and maybe you could speak toward it as a communities of color organizations, nonprofits. It's really about the equity outcome. I hear that there are some changes that whether it's only to nonprofits or for business only, or tweaks. And I know that there's some. This is just based on my knowledge. There's some parts of it that might end up going to the Portland Housing Bureau. So rather than go through the process to get the money straight from the fund, there's some talks about maybe the Portland Housing Bureau, like, oh, you're doing an affordable housing project. So an equity component with regard to economic equity. I know it's part of it, but yes.
Yeah, I think generally, yes, there's very much an equity, kind of prioritization to it. There have been some, because of the amount of money that the fund has, the tax has raised, there's been some additional kind of categories that are being funded. And there's also these capital investment plans that are being developed in order to kind of inform how the additional money will be spent, because it's kind of, there hasn't been as much enough sort of capacity among the community-based organizations in the city to kind of spend this level of funding. So there have been some changes. We're not the experts in our bureau on the topic, so I don't want to speak too much to it and say something wrong. But there has been some creating some new avenues for disseminating the funding. But the equity lens is very much still a focus of it.
She alluded to something where if you never had this many $1 million, then you obviously don't have the capacity to deal with this many million. And that's been some of the criticism of the community. Oh, they're not spending it. Well, it's like, how long does it take to ramp up and to give a program a sense of grace so that the organizations can catch up to this new opportunity that didn't exist before? Commissioner Warren.
I just had a quick question about short-term rentals in Portland and how you all have approached it. Have there been issues with it? What successes have you found, and what challenges have you found too?
Yes, there have been issues with it. We adopted code, I don't know, 5 years ago to require basically owner occupied or not sort of the whole house short-term rental, but to make it more part of house, bedroom, ADU type living to sort of reduce the impact on the housing supply. We have a requirement that the hosts have to be registered and have to have at least a minimal building inspection in terms of emergency exits and fire life safety kind of thing. We've had a lot of problems with the platforms and cooperation in terms of identifying hosts and making sure that they comply with all of those rules. And I'll just note for Commissioner Boyer, about 10 years ago, we went through our whole zoning code and adopted a bunch of changes to be friendly to urban farming and citing farmers markets and the community supported agriculture share drop-off points and all of that to really sort of make urban agriculture possible in Portland and not have the zoning code be a barrier to those activities.
Raise a lot of food on a small area.
Great. We'll transition to the transportation side here, and maybe strike a few notes of partnership, because that learned. Thank you. That was actually quite illustrative. We obviously coordinate quite a lot, but still a lot to learn as we bring that transportation land use interface together effectively. And maybe I'll also just note while this slide is up, we're also very excited about the program in general and its genesis. I think really exciting, and the partnership that's emerging, I think, as the program matures, and particularly I'll call it number 2, because frankly, as the Bureau has struggled with some challenges associated with our own revenue streams during the pandemic and are recovering, we are able to now partner under the evolved rules directly with those community groups, frankly, bringing them some of the capacity of our expertise, particularly in the infrastructure areas, right? It can be challenging for a nonprofit to build a city where we can help do that, but still very much community directed. And so I'll be alluding to a few things that are actually getting funded, again, with strong community benefit directly through the Bureau in partnership with those community guided plans that Patricia alluded to. So just another important nexus here. And then I'll also just note, again, Eric Hesse, supervising planner, and in my role, I actually also manage the transportation system plan here, and so have been tracking tracking CFEC, and just want to thank the chairs and commissioners, as well as your staff, for all the important work to do that as we're going ahead and moving ahead with our implementation, even as you're finding those rules to make sure they're actionable with all due urgency as we deal with the climate crisis and the equity implications of that. So thank you for all that work. As we jump in here to some slides, because in that spirit, I'll be briefly reviewing Portland's approach to equitably advancing transportation decarbonization before sharing some examples of that approach in action, both our programmatic and some other operational efforts, and then also interest in some multimodal planning efforts and some of the projects ensuing from that. So here we go. So just wanted to acknowledge that why is this not advancing on my notes side here? Sorry, let's just click. That we actually quite like CFEC, take an approach that acknowledges both the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also vehicle miles traveled itself directly, because that clearly addresses GHG concerns in many ways. It's an essential part of that strategy, but there's so many other benefits in terms of the outcomes that our community is expecting us to help deliver. And so that's really a lens we bring, including our 70% target for non-single occupant vehicle use in the city within our comp plan and TSP. And then it also contributes directly to our net zero by 2050 goal, as well as then, and I should note, apology for the error there, 50% reduction target by 2030 is our adopted city council target as well, in order to address avoiding those emissions getting worse and worse, and the impacts of that, of course. So that's sort of our grounding framework. And that's essential really to create the vibrant, comfortable places to live, work, and play that our plans and our work is accountable for. So from that perspective, just a little bit more detail on how we think about that. Again, I think very much validating some of what the state's work is doing in partnership with our local governments. And that really is to say that we start first and foremost still with reducing those miles driven, in part because that makes the rest of the equation easier, if you will, right? Less expense and all the rest of the work to transition our economy around electrification and the fleets and fuels, even though that's also essential work, of course, to do. And importantly to this partnership, how our land use strategies contribute and help make those complete connected communities possible, so that those other trips beyond driving are able to be taken to meet those daily needs and provide access to market and all of those things that are crucially important. So these things really fit together. I'll also note crucially that as we design and implement these strategies, they're all centered deeply in advancing racial equity and transportation justice. And that's how we really think through how we'll do this. And I'll try to highlight some of that as I move ahead. At the same time, we recognize, that we are already experiencing climate change and are already needing to prepare both our infrastructure and our communities for resilience and adaptation in the face of that as well. And that's work that is picking up speed here as we experience heat domes and other impacts daily. So I just want to ground you in that as well. And as we think particularly about needing to still rapidly electrify or decarbonize those remaining miles that will be driven in our community. We know that's not going to go to zero really ever, nor should it necessarily. Clearly, how we think about and how we implement electrification is a key body of work that we're engaged in, and that the federal government is clearly accelerating efforts on as well. But it's really important. I think this is an area where we need to think about the equity implications of how we do this work, and particularly what our local government and all governments do in that space in a market-driven area is crucially important, particularly around the recognition that multifamily charging is a challenge. Not everyone's got a garage at home where they can plug in. Certainly that's a key strategy, but how do we ensure that our public realm supports that as well, particularly since we know that a disproportionate number of our BIPOC and low-income community members live in multifamily housing in our community. So from that perspective, we both analyzed where the market is delivering those, and as you can see pretty clearly here, the market's delivering, not surprisingly, into high density, high demand areas, as they should in Central City, but we also need to make sure that's equitably distributed across. And you can see there is not a lot of charging in East Portland, for example, where there's a concentration of the communities I noted. So we have done work recently both to update our own code in order to allow us to put public charging in the right of way where appropriate, and using the lens of where multifamily zoning is occurring in our centers and corridors to do that. And then actually we've been very excited to start to take advantage of the federal funding that's there. And we were recently awarded a $3.3 million grant in order to provide, in partnership with PGE, our utility partners here, and others, up to 50 level 2 EV chargers in public right of way to start to use that code, which we only passed a couple of weeks ago or months ago. So anyway, moving as quickly as we can to implement that. Also, another grant to do a pilot low emission delivery zone downtown here and working with, e-bike delivery and other partners there. So excited to be experimenting and building on a freight plan, which I'll mention just shortly
I had a
here
quick
as well.
question.
Please. Yes,
I'm just trying to understand the map.
sure.
Then
Yes.
Not every area is color coded, so the non-color coded.
Yeah, sorry, I think this is looking at our centers from the comp plan. So kind of evaluating that, which is again, where we're then concentrating our investments. But thank you for that clarifying question, Chair. Sorry, that was not self-evident. Great. So, sorry, I jumped ahead of a few of those talking points there, but so you're aware of some of those ways that we're leveraging that federal support. And of course, electric vehicles are not the only transportation electrification strategy in the city. And so we're very excited that we still operate all electric Portland streetcar, as well as have an all electric now and expanding Biketown fleet. I encourage you to use it if you have a chance while you're here, and also our e-scooter program if you're feeling a little more daring in that regard. And of course, we're walking our talk by transitioning our own city fleet as rapidly as we can, and City Fleet's doing a great job securing grant funding to do that as well. So those are some of the activities that we're doing in that area. I'll note that we actually, as I move to the next slide, and just a few of the successes in that area in the last year that we were just celebrating as our fiscal year ended. We have integrated with TriMet and a transportation wallet app, and I'll speak a little bit more to this transportation wallet program because that's one that is going, hopefully, it looks proposed to be funded significantly by that Portland Clean Energy Fund we were discussing earlier. But just on those electric transportation options, we had record ridership years as we continue to recover from the pandemic, and so over 1 million rides on the e-scooter program, which is great. Continues to really not just be a flash novelty, but people are using it to get to where they need to go daily, and that's really exciting. And Biketown also record ridership this past year, and just in terms of some of the equity focused elements of the design, wanted to highlight here. We have Biketown for All, as you may be aware, but that's a partnership where we've been able to use both funding from our Nike sponsorship and working with our partner Lyft, our operating partner, but now increasingly we'll be able to use some clean energy funds to continue to support the program, which means that if you qualify for a Oregon Trail or some of the other TriMet's low income fare programs, you get free access to Biketown. And that's, I think, crucial for really expanding the benefits of this into community members, really bringing, especially in areas where the infrastructure has not been complete or where gentrification and displacement has led to forcing people further from perhaps where they were wanting to work or pray, that this is an opportunity to use the benefit of electric biking to really close those gaps again. So we're really excited about that program. We also have an adaptive bike program so that those people that are not able to use the sort of standard form factor bicycles can use adaptive bicycles. And you can see the top picture there is one of those, and really excited being able to build a program too, so that people of all abilities are able to enjoy the benefits as well. Then I also wanted to highlight, looking forward, some of the other work. So our transportation wallet app, we're both digitizing that, which our staff that are used to actually literally sit. So I should step back and say the transportation wallet is basically a package of benefits that help reduce the cost of low and no carbon transportation choices. So Portland streetcar and TriMet passes, e-scooter and Biketown passes, that sort of complements, especially for those who don't income qualify, but still have affordability challenges in terms of using those services, and also a suite of other, yeah, I guess there are in some cases also some discounted Lyft and Uber fares at a limited amount. So it's not like suddenly you're getting thousands of dollars to take that all over, but where that's a crucial connection that can fit in that package as well. And this program grew from pilots where they were first in our parking management districts in order to say, well, you can get your parking pass or you can get this instead. To help transition that. And we've seen strong uptake in our surveys of people doing that. And then also we did a pilot in affordable housing, working with affordable housing partners and the program folks that are working there in those facilities to help bring that directly to those folks. And that's particularly the program elements that I believe $25 million is proposed to be funding moving forward from the Portland Clean Energy Fund. So really excited to be able to build from pilot to permanent program there and expand the benefits of that in conjunction then with the app that I was alluding to earlier that can help make us reduce the burden administratively for us to get those quickly out there and then into the integrated, if you will, app ecosystem that TriMet and others have helped build here that then just makes that seamless. And then we provide the programming and support to help them understand how to navigate some of those areas, particularly where there's language or other barriers. So
Quick question about
yeah,
the
please.
permanent e-scooter.
Yes.
They were all different companies that provided it, right?
Yes, there have been a handful, and we're about to launch an RFP for a permanent program. We still anticipate having more than a single provider under that construct, but a more limited number, and then a more permanency so that they can really invest in partnership with us in the community. So we'll look forward to that hitting the streets here in a few months. Great. Keep moving along here. I know we'll have just a bit more time. So, those are those programmatic activity areas, but I know we also all like planning here as well. So pivoting a little bit to looking at some of the planning work we've been doing. Sorry, catch up here with my own notes. The things I wanted to highlight, we sort of continue in our area and project planning and sort of how we do smaller scale, efforts underneath our TSP at the system scale to really work with the community and build those visions. We've done a series of what we call our in motion plans across the city. And right now we're focused in North Portland and completing the plan there. And these really are focused on safety improvements and building out those multimodal connections at finer scales. We're also working, and thank you, with support of the TGM grant program in Lower Southeast, there in the Woodstock and Brentwood Darlington area, similar plan to really advance safety and connections in that community. We also are very excited to be working in some key corridors in the city. As you likely are aware, within the last year, or just about a little over a year now, ODOT transferred 82nd Avenue to the city of Portland. And so we are working really making that the vibrant Main Street that the community and businesses along there want to see and have been advocating for a long time. And the legislature has helped us do that with significant funding to help make those improvements. So we're already underway on what we're calling critical fixes that really start to address some of the immediate needs, while also readying ourselves for a deeper civic corridor plan, building a better 82nd Ave as we're framing it with our community partners. That will also include a vision for high capacity transit improvements, building on the already very successful Line 72, but how do we integrate that into the new Main Street vision to make that an even stronger backbone of movement in the corridor. So I'm very excited for all that work in partnership with TriMet and ODOT and others in our community. Also very excited, another opportunity. We've been doing actually quite well with our federal grants. We're about 5 for 5 right now into this first cycle. So $20 million from the Safe Streets for All federal program has come to 122nd Avenue, where there have been safety and speed challenges and concerns. If you've ever visited that corridor, a really major important arterial in East Portland, it's really a vision there to help transform that into a multimodal, safe, attractive place so it can be the Main Street and civic corridor it wants to be as well. So very excited to be leveraging that support. And then also I'll note back in Northwest, closer to here, we are working with DES, our Environmental Services Bureau, on streetscape improvements on 23rd and 21st. Also in anticipation of some of the changes to 23rd and sort of fixing some of the challenges there from a lot of use in that facility as we look to expand Portland Streetcar into Montgomery Park and actually bring quite a lot of affordable housing into a new vision there as we do transition some of that industrial land into more mixed use land as well in partnership with PTS. So some of the key corridor areas that we're working on right now. Another important sort of area that's emerged that I think is of interest perhaps to this group coming out of the pandemic, where we had some emergency response in terms of using our public rights of way in new ways and those street seats and those areas. We found that they've been so popular that we're making them permanent since they're nice things to do. Hey, so that's actually an entirely new section in our planning group that's been formed in the last year in order to implement these programs, because there's quite a lot of complicated, there's a lot of infrastructure work to do and then programming and partnerships with community members and businesses and others. So they're doing quite a lot of work now, for example, in formalizing these and sort of making sure that some of those temporary structures, some of which are not particularly visually appealing, I'll say, and or safe even in some cases, are going to meet, stricter permitting standards for more permanency. So been working, doing surveys to get input on that program design, but then also really a suite of public street plazas to really activate some of those underutilized public realm areas and bring great programming, food, and working with community partners to help, lift up their own efforts and things. We've got some great ones up along Martin Luther King as well, where members of the Black community have recurring market festivals and things like that, where they can bring goods to market and community can convene. So really exciting programs there that are moving into various formalizations here this summer. Anticipate coming to council with some of those sometime soon. So please.
Just one quick question on this. I was in Boston and Cambridge last week, and I see what they're doing with our alleys, which can really activating our alleys for all kinds of different purposes. Is the city doing anything with alleys?
Some of these are in fact alley areas. I think Ankeny comes to mind, and some of those connections around Second down by Voodoo Donuts and things. I think that might sort of technically be an alley, and some of the other sort of unusual little nooks where we're like, "Oops, excuse me, this isn't really a major thoroughfare. We don't need this to be necessarily a transportation connection. This can be a public realm space." So yeah, absolutely, Vice Chair. Great. Sorry, duplicate slide there appears. So, and then I thought maybe I'd end with something that maybe you don't talk as much about here regularly, but still is interested from Kelly. You're interested in multimodal planning, so let's talk freight. So in part, we actually literally this last month just had council adopt our updated 2040 freight plan. And I think wanted to highlight again from the climate and equity perspective of the theme here today that was really deeply centered in this work, as you can see from the community developed vision statement. That was really both the purpose and I'd say the process as well, which I'll highlight on the next slide. But really recognizing the essential role, particularly as our region and our city, of course, has an export-driven economic development strategy, and of course we need within our markets to ensure safe, efficient, equitable access to those goods. This is really the focus of our effort. And to do that, we also made sure both to work consistently with, of course, those business partners and our own freight committee that's longstanding here that helps think through those needs. But we also, importantly, we think, created a community advisory committee and had a number of our community-based organizations representing BIPOC and other community members participate. Actually, Black urban farming groups got involved with the process and helped us think through some of their delivery hubs and how we could really help support their access to market. So really some very exciting conversations and partnerships that are ensuing, including I mentioned earlier that low emission delivery zone. So Beeline's been a key partner both in the plan development, but now getting to implement some of the strategies we came up together in there. So I think that's just exciting work in terms of how we think about doing this work differently, even as we talk about trucks. You can still do that with a climate and equity lens. Just wanted to highlight that as well. And then some pretty pictures, Dan, right? We do the planning, but the plan's only so exciting when it sits on the shelf. You want to see it on the ground. And so I won't walk you through all 75 that we looked at during our last staff meeting, but I picked a few here to end with. So, outer division safety there, and again, a very high speed and unfortunately in past high crash area, really improving so that can be a walkable, vibrant environment for the folks that live and work there. 162nd Avenue, closer to Gresham on the east side, ensuring that safe crossings can occur so folks are able to get to the bus and other things there safely. And then maybe I'll leave one here because you had all the kids, but also continuing to build our neighborhood greenway program. As you may be familiar, that's our low speed, low stress bicycling network. And well, frankly, all active network. You can walk right down the street. I live a block from one of these, which is a wonderful amenity in my neighborhood, and seeing all sorts of folks out. But this, for example, also supports our Safe Routes to School program. So this is where we can bring various elements of our infrastructure together with our programs and our partnerships. And so here you see a bike bus, as we like to call it, on its way to school there, and a lot safer for those kids to cross in that well-designed and clearly designated space. So with that, open it up to any other questions you may have, and thanks so much for your time today.
Your presentation, Commissioner. I wanted to say I moved to a new house and I didn't I think I'm on a neighborhood green. I think I'm on a neighborhood greenway. I just thought a lot of people like biking by my house. Then one day I was like, oh, I think this is actually a place where people do this. And I just like a lot of bikes in front of my house.
Well, if you've noticed that all the stop signs are turned along the side cross streets in order to not have a lot of flow, you probably are.
Yeah, definitely. I just thought it was interesting. One day I drove somewhere and I got a little note on my thing from Peabody saying, tell us why you drove today instead of taking transportation. I just thought that was an interesting way of collecting information. And I actually felt like, oh, I should respond and, tell them why. And so I just want to say, I noticed that I'd never seen that before. That was interesting. And then I had a question about infrastructure, road. I think of all of the things that are in a road, which I know are not in your department, but in relation to industrial lands. Because I think that a lot of the pressure that we hear about is industrial lands. And I personally on the commission always say, to me, it's more about industrial land readiness than it is about
land. It's actually, there's a lot of land, in my opinion. So what are your thoughts in that kind of coordination between PBOT and the other bureaus in relation to making industrial land ready for larger scale industrial uses?
Certainly invite my partners back in to contribute to that as well. And Shoshana, if you have thoughts, I'll admit this is not maybe my area of expertise, but I know certainly we recognize and you know, the comp plan certainly has a vision of planning for supporting, you know, both that readiness that you mentioned and you know, having those areas act as intended to provide that really important mix of uses in our city. So I think, you know, we're working closely as we evolve as a city under our charter reform in our public works realms to make sure that we're bringing, you know, the totality of the things that are in the right of way together with our water and environmental services partners. But then certainly as we, for example, are thinking about some of the transitions in Montgomery Park, working closely with you all there to ensure that the areas that are still vibrant for industrial could be used for that. But we also use other opportunities to build quite a lot of affordable housing is what's expected there. And it looks like Patricia has some things to add, and I'll reflect a little more on what I can share.
Sure, I don't have a lot to add, but I would just say that I think there's, the freight plan also has freight projects, you know, list of projects that are related to how freight moves in the city, and making sure that we have street classifications that include freight facilities. So having all of those and having them in the right places, serving industrial areas, helps to make sure that those industrial areas remain, you know, productive and viable for industrial uses. And so a lot of the collaboration that we did between our two bureaus on the freight plan was just really thinking about the freight related transportation projects and the freight system. I'm forgetting the terminology, what we use, the classification, but making sure that the streets, there's a connected system of streets that are, you know, allow truck traffic, and they're in the right places, so that goods can be, there's facilities for the trucks to move.
Yeah, that's a great point. And just maybe one more thing that may be of interest to the group that could be a model for some other cities. We have been working on sort of helping to operationalize those classifications and thinking through where we have, frankly, not enough right of way to do everything we want to do, and how do we navigate those spaces. We just published a tool called Streets PDX, where it basically puts online all of those networks and overlays them so you can sort of see what's intended in those spaces, but then actually couples those with sort of desired cross sections and sort of templatizes that so you can quickly sort of have worked through where there is enough right of way to allocate those and do that. But then it also has been able to highlight those areas around the city where those visions don't have the right of way support. And that's where we can focus some of those in motion plans or other really specific planning efforts to then work through what do we need to do here where we can't use our templates. So I think just a useful tool for community, for developers, for others to be able to see more explicitly what some of that vision is and how those areas could transform. So I just wanted to highlight that as well. Streets PDX, it's called, which is up online. Please, Shoshana.
I will maybe add just one last thought, sort of related to readiness. I think resource constraints are, would be remiss if we didn't mention that. There's sort of planning and getting right classifications, but as I think has already come up, we add more requirements to developers that can be a problem as far as whether it's industrial land or housing land. And if we are not adding more requirements, we can plan to change and add infrastructure, but we have a pretty significant resource constraint. So figuring out how to move from idea to implementation is challenging that way.
And then I saw that we have one person for public testimony, so I want to make sure to get to that person soon. So I think for general public comment, sorry, the next agenda item, not this one. So Vice Chair, I think you're.
I just want to say really quickly, it all has to work and it has to function well. And just you mentioned, I was just going to say, I'm so glad to see you have a freight committee. Because as we talk about climate friendly and equitable communities around the state, freight comes up as how are trucks going to navigate all of the streets and the urbanization, et cetera, to see that you have it's great. We'll point people figure out how to begin to tackle that. Thank you.
Great. And actually, I'll note there's discussion about maybe a regional freight committee, recognizing this is not constrained only with the city of Portland, and that might even perhaps better suit some of those discussions. So excited for that.
We wanted to thank you for coming and presenting to us. I think we could ask literally an hour more of discussion because we have much interest, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
And so now we're going to move on to agenda item number 14, which is public comment. And we have Russell Akamoto virtually for general public testimony.
Russell, can you hear us? Well, you're on mute.
Hello,
And Russell, you have 3 minutes.
can you hear me?
Yes. Yep. Yes.
Okay. Greetings, LCDC. My home was purchased in 1968 in the now Oak Hills Historic District in Washington County by my parents with seller assurances that access to the schoolyard, open space abutting the property line for both recreation and aesthetic wellness would go on for perpetuity. Beaverton School District, with Washington County's continuing pattern of non-enforcement of Goal 5 protections, is planning to erect a 6-foot chain link fence 16 feet from my kitchen window this summer, vitiating my view and preventing egress to and enjoyment of the open space I, along with all homeowners, have enjoyed for the last 55 years. According to multiple realtors with decades of experience selling homes in the Oak Hills Historic District, BSD's fencing will drop my home value by $100,000. I imagine that fair housing historically focuses more on issues of equity for affordability and access to housing rather than maintaining enduring home value as a family wealth building investment. Nonetheless, it is unjust for land laws to take away $100,000 or more of my home value and in return erect a 6-foot chain link fence that, because of my ancestry as a Japanese American, will cause intergenerational trauma, whereby the fence will be a persistent, immovable, constant memory of the atrocities inflicted upon Japanese Americans during World War II. My late father and relatives were stripped of their land and imprisoned behind wire fences during World War II. Thus, my father never erected fencing around our home, trapping us into our backyards. Just as Beaverton School District and school districts across the nation justify schoolyard fencing today in the name of student safety, the fences that caged my father and relatives during World War II were similarly erected due to political panic and public outcries under the rubric of safety. Kodomo no tame ni is a Japanese expression meaning for the sake of the children. My father and family live by this expression. What is ironic is that the optics of my situation are that while I might appear to be arguing selfishly for myself, in reality, my focus is the children. My wife and I have been active in gun violence prevention for almost a quarter century. There is no evidence fencing schoolyards keeps children out of harm's way. On the contrary, fencing is the political shelter that school boards and administrators run toward, driven by the moral panic of school shootings. Fencing puts children directly in harm's way by creating a false sense of security, diverting dollars from evidence-based interventions, and most of all, inculcating students with one pedagogical lesson: to fear the world. I am a graduate of Oak Hills Elementary School, class of 1978. I care about the safety of children. If school fencing improves student safety, I would not be here today. BSD's fencing will be erected on a Goal 5 area that is concurrently designated as open space, a park, and also a historic area. I'm therefore mailing out a citizen-initiated enforcement notice today that explains how Washington County is non-compliant with 15 Goal 5-based protections. Nonetheless, my fate in this matter feels doomed, caught up in inexorable forces, the ubiquity of homelessness and its image deficit, creating a consequent de-emphasis on historic preservation and bias toward land development for needed housing. And the misfortune that as a Japanese American, my complaints will be marginalized as privileged and dismissed as white adjacent. So thus, I leave you feeling stalked like an unfortunate Javier Bardem victim in a film called No County for Old Men. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell, for your testimony and bringing attention to this issue to us. We were talking here internally to see what might be the best way for you to bring this complaint, and we're thinking it's probably Washington County. And so I think that might be your best avenue for bringing that forward, but yeah, that's our thoughts. But thank you for outlining that. It actually relates to some of the
talks that we had earlier yesterday. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm thinking, can we take a 5-minute break? Yes, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break. And when we get back from the break, which would be at 1:35, we're gonna have agenda item number 15, which is housing rulemaking with Ethan Stuckmeyer, Housing Division Manager, and Marie Valencia Aguilar, Senior Housing Planner. And so see you in 5 minutes.
feel like I gave the intro to this group before it was time, so I'm gonna do it again. So right now, we're moving on to agenda item number 15, which is House rulemaking around House Bill, I should say 2023, House Bill 2001. And we're gonna have with us Ethan Stuckmeyer, Housing Division Manager, and Marie Valencia Aguilar, Senior Housing Planner, and Ethan will lead us off.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I'm the Housing Services Division Manager here at the Department of Land Conservation Development. It's been a while since this group has been in front of you, so I just want to say it's good to be back. You'll see quite a bit of the faces up here over the next couple of years, so I'm excited to kind of formally kick this process off with all of you. So as Chair mentioned, today we are here to talk through the initiation of the HB 2001 and ONA policies. I can actually advance this. It goes way up high. All right. So as I mentioned, it's been a while since we've been up in front of the commission, and a lot of things have changed since the last time we were in front of you. In fact, one of the biggest things is that we are no longer a housing team, but a housing division. And I unfortunately was not able to make the meeting on Wednesday due to being in a new manager's training for the state, but I wanted to kind of introduce the folks in the housing division. Obviously, I'm up here with Sean Edging and Mari Valencia Aguilar, but there are other folks who are part of this division, and the division's growing all the time. So over my shoulder, you might be able to see Thea Cronin, housing policy analyst, and new public facilities planner, Madeline Phillips. So I just wanted to welcome in particular Madeline to the team, and there are other folks still yet to be announced to join the team. So even more new faces joining this group, which I'm very excited for. And Ingrid, oh yes, Ingrid, of course, Ingrid Caudell, who is coming over from the director's office to join the housing division. So we are definitely rounding out the team, so to speak. So the purpose of our meeting today is to run through a few things. This agenda item is both informational, but also a request for the commissioners to take action to formally initiate rulemaking associated with to formally initiate rulemaking for HB 2001 and Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, and formally adopt a rulemaking charge that will set us on the course of implementing that rulemaking process. Advances. Thank you. So the purpose of this meeting today is to achieve 3 outcomes. Of course, provide the commission with an overview and background legislative context for HB 2001 and the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, some of which you've already heard, but also to receive commission direction on guiding the forthcoming rulemaking advisory committee and technical advisory committee process. We'll also have a recommended motion for you to formally adopt the rulemaking charge, which will initiate that process in earnest. So before I hand it over to Sean to give an overview of the HB 2001 and Oregon Housing Needs Analysis process, I wanted to ask if there's any questions about our purpose here today. All right.
All right. Chair.
Raising your hand. It's like, you have a question.
Thank you, Chair Halava, Vice Chair Lilac, and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Sean Edging. I'm a housing planner at the Department of Land Conservation and Development. I'm going to be delivering just kind of a brief background and context and overview of House Bill 2001. Just so you know, a lot of this is just kind of a reminder. So for the sake of time and to focus more on administrative rulemaking, I'm going to be kind of breezing through things a little bit quickly, but feel free to ask me questions as we get into it. So I'll start with some of the stuff that you guys know. This is a result of work that we've been engaged in for the past several years, starting with the adoption of House Bill 2003 in 2019. That was a priority bill of then Speaker, now Governor Tina Kotek. And we've been working on it since, responding to legislative direction in the 2021 and 2022 sessions, and then ultimately resulting in actual policy recommendations and adoption in 2023. Really what we were focusing on was on the evaluating changes to the implementation of our statewide land use planning goal 10, focused on housing, and really reorienting it from what has historically been more of a land accounting exercise, really focused in entirely just on the UGB, towards something that is much more holistic and really works towards implementing policies that facilitate housing production, affordability, and choice, right? That has been kind of the focus of this work and these policy recommendations. By the end of the process, when we developed legislative recommendations, we ended up having a total of 8 recommendations, which we've talked about in depth before. In short, these really connect to how we change the implementation of Goal 10. Really, the top 4 recommendations are about, implementing the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, responding to the legislative direction on issues related to, say, having an adequate supply of development-ready land, that type of thing. But then, in conversation with our stakeholders, we realized this was a much broader statewide initiative and required broader statewide conversations around, especially things related to funding housing that the market would not otherwise build, including affordable housing or housing in rural and coastal markets, as well as coordination between various statewide entities. House Bill 2001 implements many, I'd say most, but not quite all of these recommendations. Really what the bill kind of implements are everything related to the local implementation of Goal 10. The pieces that it kind of leaves out are those pieces around those statewide conversations around funding and governance, right? With the recognition that these are kind of major priorities for both the new governor's office as well as with the legislature. These are very much in the public discussion, but weren't included as part of this bill.
Sorry, that is a quick question. So the red is what was in the bill and the 2.1 and 3.1 were not?
Yeah, 2.1 and 3.1 and half of 3.2 was not. The part related to Metro was there. The statewide part was not there. All right, so moving on, I'll just kind of give a brief overview of what's actually in the policy itself. It kind of consists, it's a very long and complex policy, but if we had to back out to the 10,000-foot level and provide kind of a summary, you can really break it down into 2 different halves. One is about the implementation of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, like methodology and program, which is a joint responsibility between the Office of Economic Analysis and OHCS. Then the other half is kind of the Goal 10 implementation, the policy side of it. I'll start with the ONA methodology. As I mentioned, this kind of provides 2 agencies like shared responsibilities in implementing the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. The best way to think of or divide the duties between OEA and OHCS is OEA does the math and OHCS does all the kind of programmatic things. So OEA is tasked with regularly conducting a statewide assessment of housing need. They're going to, estimate 20-year need. They're going to also incorporate many things that have not historically been part of Goal 10 planning, including underproduction, housing for people experiencing homelessness, and the effect of second and vacation homes, which can be very big in some markets, especially in places like the North Coast. This functionally means we're going to be planning for a lot more housing overall, and we're going to be doing it statewide as opposed to treating each local jurisdiction like an island. Every city and county will receive kind of a share of the overall need, right? They'll have an allocation that comes down that's also part of OEA's responsibilities. And OEA will use that kind of allocation to establish production targets for cities above 10,000 in population. And essentially what this is, it's a share or a portion of the overall need, 6 years in the metro, 8 years outside of the metro, that represents a goal, what we're shooting for, and what we're going to be tracking and evaluating our progress towards. And then that's where we kind of move into OHCS's responsibility. They're responsible for all the programmatic elements. They'll be establishing a housing production dashboard where all this information lives. They'll be kind of collecting information on production of both market rate and affordable housing, and also doing a statewide equity analysis. And they'll host all this information online, right? And that's kind of their major responsibility. And of course, we all kind of collaborate on like, what's the best methodology? What's the best allocation? That type of thing. All right, so moving over to the policy section, and then I'll pass it on over to Mari Valencia.
Going back for 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
Just trying to understand the color box.
Well, which color box?
1, 2, 3, 4. I was like focusing on the notes on the right hand side, but I didn't get a chance. I just want to look for a couple.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, and just as a note, this is our kind of more refined methodology in getting through some of the technical amendments, like adding in second and vacation homes was like one of those technical amendments, that type of thing. So it shifted the numbers slightly, but overall, was generally more accurate. All right, moving over to goal 10, this is where we hit the policy side. And as I kind of described before, this is really about transforming the implementation of goal 10 from that kind of narrow land accounting exercise towards something that is refocused on production, affordability, and choice. Really, the pinnacle of this is the rulemaking that the Land Conservation and Development Commission is directed to do. For the sake of time, I'm going to defer to Madi to speak to that. Essentially, we have a bunch of different jobs in the context of housing needs and production, housing capacity and urbanization, as well as housing accountability that will be responsible for kind of figuring out different approaches for. But there are also some kind of tweaks to the statutes themselves. There was an addition of this provision called development ready lands, which is a subset of buildable lands that a builder would describe as shovel ready. It is adjacent or readily served by public facilities. It is annexed, it's ready to go, right? That type of thing. Now cities have kind of a regular responsibility to actually think about that and adopt strategies to make land ready, development ready, right? There were also some kind of tweaks to the UGB and urban reserve statute to kind of help cities facilitate those in order to meet an identified housing need. Additionally, one of the kind of pinnacles of this policy is a legislative addition, which is a housing accountability policy. We'll talk more about this as we dive into rulemaking, but in short, this is a way of we're going to be evaluating progress towards housing production targets. The basic premise of this policy is when we're not meeting our goals and we're falling behind, we should evaluate what's going on, what are the state and local barriers to housing production, and then we should do something about it, right? And that's kind of the premise behind the accountability policy. But with that, I'm going to pass it on over to Madi, and yeah.
Thank you, Sean. Good afternoon, Chair Halava, Vice Chair Lilac, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Madi Valencia Aguilar. I use she or they pronouns, and I too am a housing planner with the department. I'll be walking us through the specific directive that the legislature set out for this commission and for our agency in House Bill 2001. I think before I get started on walking us through those specifics, I kind of want to reiterate the point that Sean made about the intent behind the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis policy. And that really is to move away from the narrow focus that has always been this land accounting exercise to a comprehensive framework that really empowers local governments to increase housing production, housing affordability, and housing choice, ultimately to see fair and equitable outcomes on the ground. That is the intent behind the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. So with that, what exactly are we directed to do? Section 8, subsection 3 of the bill outlines that direction. Essentially, the legislature directs this commission to adopt or amend rules related to our housing goal, goal 10, and our urbanization goal, goal 14, as well as other housing and urbanization related sections of ORS 197-286 through 314. If just a note, if you all kind of want to pull up the bill, I did include a link on the first page of your staff report, so you can kind of see that. In addition to, so in section 8, subsection 1 of the bill, the legislature also set forth 7 principles to kind of help this commission serve as a guidance for the rulemaking process. They really are kind of laying out the outcomes they want to see following the rulemaking process. And in addition, section 9, subsection 2 of the bill, they include priorities that really relate to kind of providing greater clarity and certainty for local governments who are pursuing urbanization and housing related processes in their housing planning work. All right, so how are we going to operationalize all this work? Our team kind of came together and we decided that the best way to organize ourselves is to kind of group all the work under 3 major topic areas, which is what you see on the slide here. Each of the topic areas has a specific deadline as outlined by the bill. And I'm going to walk us through each topic area in more depth. So beginning with housing need and production, Here, all the work that's going to happen in this topic area, it really kind of is around the changes needed to Goal 10. And we see three major issues that we need to address. The first one is how to kind of align the needed housing with the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis methodology and plan for a greater diversity of housing choices that take into consideration location and characteristics. The second directive from the bill that we'll have to kind of address under this topic area is the direction for us to develop what we're calling adoption-ready policy options that local governments can essentially just take and apply locally. This is kind of getting at developing resources and tools to help local governments as they're working through their housing planning work. And just to give you an example of what a policy ready option could be, think about permit ready plans for various types of housing types. Just taking that and applying that locally at the local level, and local government doesn't have to even go through a process because that process had already been done. So kind of ease the burden for our local government partners in that regard. And the final piece that is
Sorry, can I ask a quick question just for clarification, please? What's the difference between a adoption ready policy option and a housing production strategy?
Yeah, so you might remember when we did the housing production strategy rulemaking, we came up with this very extensive list of all of these potential strategies that a city could consider adopting. Well, say if a city was doing a housing production strategy and they chose one of those, they're entirely on the hook for developing everything, right? They have to develop the ordinance language, they have to develop, if it's code language, all of the different components that go into that. And the premise here is that, hey, we should take the most promising ones, the things that we can really think will make a big impact. And we should just develop out those policies such that a city could just say, oh yeah, I'll just take that and I'll just implement that directly, right? That's kind of the intent.
I would have imagined it'd be called adoption ready production strategy.
We could call it that.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a brand new thing and it was only related to policy, where some of these are not policy.
Yeah.
So the word policy is what, yeah.
Sure.
We can tweak that language to make it more clear.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Chair. And yeah, we'll definitely be tweaking. This is what this is all about, coming together and of course, ensuring that we inform all the receive all the feedback that you all give us to kind of continue to make refinements. Okay, the last kind of major work that's going to occur under the housing needs and production topic area will be this exciting kind of change to the housing production strategy that kind of Sean mentioned touched on lightly. And that really is about how the bill now requires local governments to affirmatively further fair housing as part of their housing production strategy work. And so what that means for us is really how do we integrate kind of AFFH and the fair housing planning work that's around AFFH into our Goal 10 system. One thing to note that I think one of my colleagues earlier mentioned that's worth noting, we are kind of the first state to kind of do that work. And so there is no template. We are kind of the ones leading this work, which is exciting, but also a little intimidating at the same time, but all good, all kind of operating in that vein to achieve the fair and equitable outcomes that we're all striving for. The next topic area is housing. Oh, and I don't know if I mentioned this, but the rules related to this topic area have a deadline of January 1st, 2025 in the bill.
Commissioner Warren?
Sorry, but before we move on from this topic area, I have one question. Staff report, you talk about the flexibility of location, and it's fascinating to me. Just like to know a little bit more about what you interpret that to mean. And what that means for actually producing housing on the ground.
Yeah. I can, yeah. Chair Halaba, Vice Chair Lilac, and Commissioner Warren, thank you for the question. I'll kind of start, and if my colleagues here want to add, please. do. So I think what we mean is, right, now that we're getting an allocation from the state with various affordability thresholds, we want to be more intentional as to how we, respond to that need on the ground in terms of where we locate housing, in terms of, how in close proximity to important community assets. So really that's what that's getting at, but we have to work or we have to work with our partners. We have to work with stakeholders to kind of get at what is the best approach, what is the process to undertake to translate all of that into the outcomes on the ground in terms of where and how and what's more important. Colleagues, do you?
Yeah, if I could add, Commissioner Warren, I think one of the things in the rulemaking process that is pretty critical to that process is designing a system that incentivizes local governments to make the policy decisions that facilitate increased production, affordability, and choice. And the locational factors associated with the types of housing that cities are planning for really answer that kind of choice element of that overarching goal of the ONA program. And I think as we're going through that process in particular, each one of those kind of sub bullets under the housing need and production topic area really do speak to structuring a program where cities feel like they can make the decisions that they want to make to house their community, in particular characteristics, location, and type of housing.
Make sure I'm understanding. So you're thinking about it as like, okay, so this area may be a highly valued area. So typically speaking, we see maybe more luxury developments placed in that area. What you're saying is we want to kind of help the local governments find ways in which to build diversity of housing in those specific areas.
Right.
Yeah, if I can add, it's like an illustration of that exact idea of location and that intersection with housing. Portland staff, they just mentioned that one of the outcomes that they're seeing as a consequence of the RIP project is that there are a lot more kind of less expensive homes being built in areas with pretty great connectivity, more internal neighborhoods, that type of thing. That's a great example of seeing that locational intersection with housing and how that plays out on the ground.
Okay, moving on to the second topic area. And this one is called housing capacity and urbanization. This is really kind of focusing work on providing greater clarity and certainty for local governments, as I mentioned, that are pursuing urbanization related processes. And so what that means is, working on refinements to the methodologies for how to inventory buildable lands, and kind of calculate housing production or housing capacity. That work is very technical and oftentimes there's consultants involved who have a ton of expertise. So there it's about kind of making refinements that would be helpful, developing guidance material that could be helpful for local governments who are undergoing that work specifically in the HCA. The second issue is kind of is about the same thing, kind of refining methodology and developing guidance materials, but specifically for local governments to use once they have identified, if their HCA identifies a housing need. Helping them and guiding them with resources to undergo, say, a UGB amendment, if that's the pathway they want to pursue, or urban reserve planning, rural reserves, or land exchanges in that urbanization, in the toolkit for the urbanization realm. Lastly, as Sean mentioned, there is this new piece where local governments now have to think about buildable or development readiness in their BLI. And so how do we integrate that into the housing plan, the urbanization planning work? That's going to be kind of an issue area that we need to unpack under this topic area. Work that falls under this has a deadline of January 1st, 2026. So that's 1 year after the first topic area. And finally, the housing accountability topic area. This is related to the accountability framework that Sean kind of mentioned in his last slide. The legislature included, kind of a broad framework, and this topic area really is about getting into the weeds about what that framework, the mechanics around that framework. 3 major issues I think to address here. And the first one being is how do we measure when a local government, or what measurements do we need to have to kind of evaluate when a local government is underperforming? And then secondly, we need to kind of unpack what that what the process and what the scope will look like should there be a local government that is identified as underperforming and has to then move into the housing acceleration program. What does that look like? What does that involve? That's kind of what we need to unpack there. And then finally, the bill also laid out enforcement provisions and kind of tools, which is great, but what we need to kind of unpack is which tools, which enforcement actions are the right ones to kind of use when a local government is found that they're kind of not responding to the policy recommendations that came out of the kind of audit that is part of the acceleration program. Though that's kind of at the highest level, all of the 3 topic areas, and that final topic area rules have to be adopted by January 1st of 2025, which is similar to the first topic area. So with that, I think I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Ethan.
Thank you.
One question back on the other side. Is the facilitate development readiness of lands brought into the UGB? Does that also include development readiness in the UGB?
Chair Halava, that's an excellent question. Yes, it does include lands in the UGB. There's kind of an assessment that you do citywide as part of your buildable lands inventory to not just determine which lands are vacant or developed, but of your vacant lands, which areas would be more conducive to near-term development because they are. There are 3 criteria laid out in the statute, whether it's annexed and zoned to allow housing through a clear and objective process, whether it's served or readily served with public facilities or identified on a capital improvement plan for kind of infrastructure provision, and then not encumbered by, say, a state or federal protective regulation. So like state wetlands, for example.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a quick question, Mari, on the, I was just thinking about this. On the housing accountability bucket, how does it relate to the housing accountability production office? Are those things totally separate, or is this dependent somewhat on that? Because that was the legislation that hasn't passed yet, right? And so I think, are those 2 different animals?
They are 2 different animals, yes. So the premise of the housing accountability, this is a long-term picture about addressing policy barriers, both local and state, to the production of housing and towards achieving our goals. Whereas the Housing Accountability and Production Office, that was a kind of governor's office led program, which was really all about the kind of enforcement of existing housing laws, so clear and objective standards, or manufactured home provisions, right? Unreasonable cost or delay, all those like kind of more development regulation oriented state statutes, not the long-term goal 10 framework.
I think if I may too, I think what Sean just described was House Bill 3414, which didn't, get adopted. Good question.
Almost be one of those wheels like the climate change wheel. If a version of that ever gets passed, like we need the wheel that's like, this is about the long range, this is about the accountability on the development level scale.
Right. Yeah, I think before I advance, I think the only thing I would say on the Housing Accountability Production Office is that that office is intended to ensure compliance with regulations that cities are applying to residential development, whereas this housing accountability structure is more about the policies that they are or are not adopting to remove barriers to production.
The work group that's already going on, can you describe that real quick? I'm blanking out on the name of them.
Chair Halava, if I may, the Housing Production Advisory Council.
And a third wedge of this pie.
It's a lot of wedges.
Another acronym to remember, HPAC. That council is still underway. It was kind of formed and established out of Executive Order 2304. It's the governor's office advisory council. And yeah, they're kind of in their midpoint a year process. They're still kind of working in 5 different work groups to ultimately develop implementable actions and policy changes and recommendations that ultimately land in an action plan, and their deadline there is the end of the year. So they're still kind of operating there, but they too will have kind of an opportunity, that venue is an opportunity to kind of also hand just policy options for the governor to consider ahead of the legislative session, the short session, as well as maybe longer term too.
So one's more about policy. The other one that didn't pass is about, said it just 2 seconds ago.
Compliance with.
Compliance. And then that one is more about creating new legislative actions.
That's right.
Right, the governor is using that space to kind of identify any innovative kind of policy ideas or recommendations as a consideration for future kind of consideration. Mm-hmm.
Lots of elements to this work. All right, so moving into kind of following up on what Mari was describing on the rulemaking advisory committee, kind of general buckets of policy work. How do we actually put that into action in terms of the advisory committees themselves? So what's shown on this slide is a conceptual proposed structure for the rulemaking advisory committee and the subsequent technical advisory committees that will inform this work. So very similar, if folks were familiar with the HB 2001 and 2003 process in 2019, that had one large rulemaking advisory committee process that was focused on high-level policy discussions and how might we do this, what are the important things to consider as we're going forth in these policy decisions. But then the technical advisory committees were really where we got deep into the weeds about how we are going to wordsmith these policies to get to the intent that we are hoping to achieve. And so that's an existing structure, that was a structure that we used and I think found a little bit of success with in 2019. And we're hoping to kind of continue that process in this implementation as well. So 3 technical advisory committees associated with each of the topic areas that Mari was describing. Each of those groups being the work that they're doing being informed by the rulemaking advisory committee at that kind of higher level. I think one thing I'll note here is that on the kind of timing of these various committees, the rulemaking advisory committee will meet less often than the technical advisory committees. The technical advisory committees being on more of this kind of frequent cadence where we're kind of talking through and diving into those deep kind of in the weeds conversations, whereas the rulemaking advisory committees kind of providing the direction to those technical advisory committees. So then the question becomes, who will participate in this process? Who are the folks? And this is a big long list of the identified potential stakeholder groups that we would be very interested to hear perspectives on. I would describe this list, this is in attachment B of your staff report if you want to take a look at this a little bit closer as opposed to on the screen, but this is a draft version of, or kind of our initial thoughts of who these potential stakeholders may be on the technical advisory committees themselves. The work that we've gone through to identify these stakeholders has changed as we've had continued conversations both with the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee and the Local Officials Advisory Committee. So what you see here is not actually the most up-to-date version, but it's the version that we provided in the presentation today. I think one of the important things to note here is that the Rulemaking Advisory Committee process right now is envisioned to be an open application process, whereas the Technical Advisory Committee process is expected to be more of a kind of invitation process. We're interested in hearing your perspectives. Please participate in this work. And of course, anybody who's on the Rulemaking Advisory Committee itself is more than welcome to participate in the Technical Advisory Committee process. But really, the folks who are in those technical advisory committee rooms are there to provide their perspectives on the actual details of the rules. I think I'll note kind of over to the right corner of this slide here is a list of ex officio invitations. I think based on some of the conversations that this commission's had over the course of the last few days, we might be adding some folks to that list. I'm thinking the Department of Agriculture in particular to that list.
Commissioner Boyer.
Yes.
I have a process question. So I'm assuming you'll review the applications for the RAC. Do you appoint them or does the director?
I believe the director has the final say on who's on the rulemaking advisory committee. But yes, we'll be reviewing each of those applications. All right. So in terms of all of the things that need to be concluded by various dates and all the deadlines, here is a high-level overview of the next really 2.5 years of this division. I want to point your attention specifically to the second to last timeline here, which is the housing rulemaking, and this is where the commission directly interfaces with this work. And so we've kind of highlighted the particular deadlines for each of the kind of 3 bucket areas that Madi was describing: accountability and production, with a rule adoption deadline of January 1st of 2025, and the urbanization work with an adoption deadline of January 1st of 2026. Finally, I want to get into the rulemaking charge. So in order to develop this rulemaking charge, the housing team initially did an internal kind of workshopping amongst ourselves to put in words the work of each of the rulemaking advisory, technical advisory committees and the rulemaking advisory committee at large, to kind of articulate the important elements that we would hope to see at the end of this advisory committee process, and ensuring that we're being responsive to the legislative direction and also the direction of the commission. Then we took that through a series of internal kind of vetting processes, both with our urbanization or our urban team here at DLCD and also our policy team. Then we went to your advisory committees, the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee and the Local Official Advisory Committee, and got really actually some really great feedback from all of those venues. And I think we went through probably a dozen or so different versions of the rulemaking charge to get to the point of the charge that you see in your packet today. In particular, I wanted to say a special thank you to each of those the advisory committees, the CIC and the LOAC, to really kind of push us in describing what we actually mean when we use words like housing production, affordability, and choice. We use words like historically marginalized and underserved communities. And I think there's a general interest from all of the folks in each of these kind of venues to get really specific about what we mean when we use those terms. So we'll be working with the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities team to kind of refine and coordinate our definitions as we're going through this rulemaking process. All right. So getting into the actual charge itself. So I'm not going to sit here and read this to you, but it is in your staff report on page 9. I think what you'll see as you're reading that is you'll see a description of each of those kind of main topic areas that we have kind of discussed throughout this presentation, talking about incorporating fair housing into the housing production strategy work, talking about urbanization and how we can make that process more clear and more certain for local governments. And describing how we can implement a reasonable and consistent framework for accountability for the state as we're going through our Goal 10 planning practices. Before we get into public comment, I did want to note that all of this, both the proposed rulemaking advisory committee structure, the charge, is an iterative process, right? What we've provided today is not probably what is actually going to be the process at the end of this, but it is our first estimate or guess at how this is going to work. We'll have to be adaptive to the process, but I did want to highlight that this rulemaking charge in particular, having been through a rulemaking process before, the charge is incredibly important as we are certain to come to forks in the road in the process. The rulemaking charge is really helpful to bring us back to, to be our kind of compass in this process. And so I would encourage, if you feel like there are not things in this rulemaking charge that you feel like should be, we would like to hear that direction. Can we convey LOAC feedback?
Sure. Yeah, and one thing, just to note, when Ethan showed that process slide previously, LOAC, we actually met with them on Tuesday, right? So we didn't have the time to kind of like workshop the charge language again. But we did want to convey some of the feedback that we heard, and Vice Chair Lilac was part of that meeting. So I encourage you also to.
I think we have also public testimony from Nancy Wise.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great. Well, then I'll defer to Nancy Wise to convey that.
I didn't know if we're at the end.
We are of our presentation, but I encourage Chair Wise to jump in and provide perspective from LOAC.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for allowing me to come today. First, I just want to thank Ethan and Sean and Mari. They did such a great job with all this information and helping us along the way. So thank you for your great work. Just to pass along a couple things from LOAC. We didn't really have any wordsmithing or changes on the charge itself. Under the stakeholders, the list of potential stakeholders, we called out it might be good to include people from the agricultural industry, farmers, timber interests, just considering the implication for future urban growth boundary expansions. And then we also called out more specifically environmental groups, advocates, and we do note that on the list of potential stakeholder groups that might already be on there, but lots of conversation back and forth, and just wanted to highlight how important we think that one piece is. And then the other notes that I have are more just sort of conversation that we had. It was a 2-hour meeting, so see if I can boil this down to about a minute. Mostly just for your consideration. We talked about how this charge helps clarify where the responsibilities for various aspects of housing planning lies, state and local, where the ball is. Provides a reasonable framework for accountability in housing planning, with a call to remain mindful of the amount of work that local governments have. Because as you know, we have lots of programs and things we want to get done, but we balance that with things that come down from the state. Let's see, keep local governments involved in UGB expansion, especially in the Stafford Triangle where there are existing agreements. That was a particular note for one of the LOAC members. The need for technical assistance funds to update plans, especially when there are no planners or they just don't have a lot of bandwidth, and where plans have not been updated since the original adoption. So the more help that local governments can get, the better. Model code tools are always helpful, particularly with options for the development community. And in general, when it comes to outreach, finding additional ways to educate cities about the new laws and associated rules, because there seems to be a lot of confusion as to what has changed, what's new. So just hammering that out and getting a little bit more education for local cities and counties. And then also working in conjunction with local entities to do outreach to the public, and not just leaving it completely in the hands of the city to reach out to the public. Just any different paths or ways that we can reach out to community members, the better. And let's see. I think that is it, unless Ethan, did I miss anything or anything to add?
No, Chair Wise, I appreciate the overview. I think I don't think you missed anything. I'll look forward to the commission discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. We wanted to see if anybody else was signed up for public testimony, either virtually or in person. No? Okay. So I'm going to open it up to the commissioners for questions or discussions. I know we asked a lot of questions.
already, so maybe discussion? Before we take a motion? Commissioner Warren?
Yeah, I'm really glad that Chair Wise brought up the model code. That's something I'd written down. Do you all have any sort of idea of what that looks like at this point? Is that even a possibility to do with this rulemaking effort?
Chair Halova and Commissioner Warren, I think the work that we will do around the guidance documents can serve in that capacity somewhat. When we get into discussions about the housing accountability topic area, I think, I think it remains to be seen what that actually will look like. Of course, we have some of those high level policy questions to answer, but how we put that into action, I think, is both forthcoming from our side, but also from the technical advisory committee process in terms of landing on what that balance is between providing, direct models and providing kind of policy options for local governments.
Commissioner Boyer? Chair Wise, I appreciate you bringing up the rural folks on this RAC. I think that's going to be an important voice, at least a different perspective. Thank you. Commissioner Lazo?
Thank you, Chair. As usual, housing department now, strong work. I really appreciate how you all have kind of brought this together. I'm going to speak specifically, I think, to the question you're asking us about the charge. And I've got a little bit in just kind of one item in each of the three different charges, I think, right? So I like that there are the buckets there. In the first one, this is a references to some words that aren't in the charge, but I want to make sure that I'm clear about how I feel about what it is we're trying to accomplish here. And it's related to the sort of marriage of goal 10 and fair housing. And we use the words fair housing planning in the staff report, but I would caution us about that, because I think what we don't want to tie us to is the uncertainty that the federal government has given us around fair housing planning for jurisdictions, right? An example is right where we're sitting right now. The city of Portland is actually working on fair housing planning for 2010, right? So given the changes that have happened over the last several years in fair housing, the requirements for jurisdictions in fair housing planning and reporting, they've been caught in a cycle where they haven't been required to update their fair housing plan. So we shouldn't tie it to what the federal government tells us. I think that the work that we've done through this whole process ties it to what we believe in the state to be the goals that we're trying to achieve around fair housing. They're tied to the federal definition around affirmatively furthering, but I think that, to me, I tend to divorce that from the actual process that the federal government hands down, which again has shifted politically, over the last 8 years. So I caution us that's what I talk about when I talk about that connection to fair housing. Is that connection to affirmatively furthering that was passed in 1968. It's been in the bill since its origins, sort of regardless of what the federal government tells us we're supposed to do with reporting laws. Yeah. But I appreciate in the charge language that it sort of doesn't make reference to that. So I think that's fine about choice, fair housing choice. And the second one about the urbanization piece, the one piece I would say there, and again, I think the language captures it properly, is my hope is we're in a position to actually do exactly what the words say there, is to clarify and refine the work around goal 14. Right? We are entering a period where we are redefining goal 14, reestablishing precedents for goal 14. But there are some things that need to be clarified and refined. So I think, again, it's important. The words are important to capture. In the third one, this is one maybe, I guess I'm going to tread on dangerous waters here, because I'm going to speak on behalf of things I've heard from jurisdictions before, some words that aren't in that charge, specifically around accountability and discussions we've had about cities essentially being held accountable only for the things that are in their control. Right? So I don't know if that was a discussion you all had, because those words don't appear in the charge. I know it's long discussions we had in the legislation about accountability, and so I think the intent is there, but I don't see it in the charge. And there's also not reference to the opportunities for accountability for other stakeholders, right? So for members of the public, how might they interface with an establishment of accountability processes at the state costs? So that's.
Commissioner Laws, are you like suggesting that you take out within their control?
Is it actually in there? Did I not see it?
Looking at the third bullet.
Oh, it is. You're right. Right.
Take it out?
No, I'm suggesting that it should be there and that I did not actually.
Oh, your argument made me feel like we should take it out. In the sense that what's in your control could be seen very narrow versus what's in your influence, you know? So when you're talking, it made me think like people have like to default to, well, that's not in our control. Well, it's within your influence, which,
I appreciate that.
so it's almost like, don't take that out. It depends. It's like one of those things that's like, who's it for? Are they using it for good or for evil type thing? You know?
I would support that actually, Chair, because I agree with you. Right? And like I said, that's why it's dangerous water for me, because I tend not to agree with what's in our control often is our. So yeah, I think those words below.
Sean.
Yeah, Chair Helva, Commissioner Lazo, that great discussion. One thing I should just mention in the accountability statute, the legislature actually kind of sets forth like direction to both the agency and LCDC in operationalizing this, and they actually do emphasize the policies and actions that are within a city's control to say adopt or implement. And of course, that includes things that influence the housing market, say like incentives or maybe more restrictive codes. It's not necessarily about like whether you prohibit housing or not, but it's more about, are you pulling the policy levers that are reasonably within your control and you're not being, say, punished because interest rates are high, for example.
That's why I say it can be flipped depending on who wants to. It's just a good thing to keep in mind, right?
Yeah, and even from an advocate's perspective, we've interpreted it pretty broadly. And I think even as we talk about off-the-shelf policies, my sense is that there's a broad swath that we can help cities understand.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Leela.
Thank you. I don't have a lot to contribute today. We spent 2 hours on this a couple of days ago with our local officials advisory committee, talking about the importance of integrating this. And I just want to make sure it's on the record this afternoon, as it was this morning, about coordinating this effort with our climate friendly and equitable communities program and the importance of the two programs working together, recognizing that we already have adopted rules with, say, CPEC, and we're refining that, and we're at the beginning of this process. So there will be some overlap. There will be future revisions, possibly the CPEC based on this, et cetera. And I was really pleased to hear that the two teams are monitoring and coordinating with each other, and you're attending each other's meetings. And I think it's really great work. And this is a lot to tackle in a relatively short period of time. I see the first rules are just 18 months away, and goodness knows that's going to come very, very quickly. So great, thanks, good work, great update.
So we're about to initiate a rulemaking process to implement House Bill 2001 from the 2023 legislature to incorporate the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis into Goal 10 housing and Goal 14 urbanization process. The scope includes adopting or amending rules in OAR 660, Division 7, 8, 12, 24, and or 38. Does anyone want to make a motion? The recommended motion, maybe? We haven't.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I move the commission initiate rulemaking to implement the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis in HB 2001 and authorize the director to appoint a rulemaking advisory committee consistent with the charge as drafted in the staff report for agenda item number 16 today.
One second.
Second.
I was going to say Commissioner Warren seconded. Jan, if you could do the roll call.
Chair Halova,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Lasso,
Aye.
and Commissioner Sandoval has an excused absence.
So with that, the motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you. We're done.
Vacation. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and return with agenda item number 16, which is the legislative review with Palmer, the senior policy advisor. In that break, let's actually let it start, let the next item start at 2:45. And I was gonna say, I will be leaving the meeting and handing it over to Vice Chair Levak to run. But I'll be listening in the car and may ask some questions along the way. Thank you.
Always working.
Okay.
Welcome back from our break. Next, we have agenda item 16, the last agenda item we have in our 2.5-day meeting. So we are going to have a legislative review with Palmer Mason, Senior Policy Advisor. Palmer, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair and Commissioners. Good to see you all. For the record, my name is Palmer Mason, Senior Policy Advisor. And yes, I'm here to do the legislative review. I have been kindly reminded by several people in the audience that I stand between you and adjournment. So we will try to keep this focused. Also, I think Jan is going to move the slides for me here. And I maybe wouldn't describe this as a legislative review so much as a legislative flyover. There was a lot that happened in this session that relates to ELCD. Oh, thank you. I have the power to adjust slides. All right. So I am going to be very high level in my comments here. I did want to call out, though, to attach to the staff report are a couple of documents I think would be really useful if you want to delve deeper into these issues. So the first attachment A, is a nice 2-page, fairly high level summary of the session, both a budget and legislative summary. And if you care to and want to go deeper into the details, you can go into attachment B, which is a legislative summary that's quite a bit longer and more extensive. But for purposes of today, as I said, I'm going to try to keep it fairly high level. So what do we want to try to cover today? I want to share some background on the 2023 session, summarize some of the key legislation. And again, I want to emphasize there's a whole lot that I'm not going to be able to talk about today. And so again, look at that attachment B if you want to see more, and then we'll take questions from the commission about the session. So one thing I would say, and this is, I say half in jest, the 2023 session was the session that almost wasn't, with the legislative walkout that you all are very familiar with. It was the longest walkout in Oregon's history, and I saw an article the other day, it was the second longest walkout, legislative walkout at the state level in US history. Apparently, there was a longer walkout in Rhode Island in the 1920s. So there you have it in terms of the walkout. So moving along here, you see the dates here for the session. This was the session, of course, the longer session that we have in the odd years where the legislature focuses on the state budget. What was also unusual about this session is a change in leadership. It was a session of transitions, truly. We had a new governor, of course, Governor Kotek, who's a very experienced legislator, but moving into a new role as governor. The speaker, Dan Rayfield, isn't exactly new, but it was only his second or his first full session, excuse me. And then we had a new Senate President, Rob Wagner. So one of the distinguishing features of this session was the new leadership. And then the other thing I want to point out was this last bullet here was a better than expected revenue for the state. Fingers crossed that will continue into the future. But as we go through these slides and talk about what happened to DLCD this year, you'll see how that better than expected revenue paid off for us. And these are just a quick overview of the issues that I'm going to try to cover in my time here. We'll talk about the budget, we'll talk about housing, industrial siting, climate, coastal and resource lands, and a couple of bills that did not pass in this session. So the budget, starting there. Well, first, some good news. So House Bill 5027 is the main DLCD budget bill. And that was signed by the governor yesterday. And that's personally gratifying to me because I'm someone who likes to get paid for the next couple of years. So, but moving on here, you see the top line numbers, 46.7 or $46.5 million for the agency and 78 positions. To put that in some perspective, if you think about where we were, where DLCD was in 2021, we had 68 positions and $35 million. So you can see the substantial growth that DLCD had. A lot of that, of course, is driven by housing, but there are a couple other pretty significant investments in the department that I'll talk about here. So on that vein, new positions, new programs. Obviously, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis was a major piece of legislation, both legislative and budget, that will talk a bit about, although you've just had a presentation on that. The Community Green Infrastructure Grant Program that you see here is another substantial investment in the agency that we'll talk about. And I did want to call out some of the positions here, only because the others positions we'll talk about when we move through the slides and discuss individual bills. But we now have a habitat coordinator position in our coastal program. This is a position that's being funded by federal dollars, and it will work with local governments and nonprofits in the coast on habitat restoration projects. And then we have a new position now, Chief Information Officer, which will work to synthesize and strategize how we bring together all the elements of IT work. And then the other positions, as I said, I'll kind of cover as we move through on individual bills. The last thing I want to call out on this slide, though, is the substantial investment the legislature made in DLCD's ability to provide grants. So these are direct dollars that can go to local governments. This is a very substantial increase over what we've historically had, this nearly $16 million. And we'll talk in a bit more detail about some of these individual grants.
So the 15.7 is on top of the 46.5, is that right?
Vice Chair Leland, Commissioner Boyer, no, it's inclusive. So the 46.5 million would include that 15.7.
One more question. The Habitat Coordinator, is that USDA that fund that?
It is actually NOAA money.
Oh,
Yeah, funded through NOAA, yes. All right, so we'll start, of course, with housing, which was one of the dominant issues, no surprise to anybody, and one of the priorities for the governor in this session. I'm actually not going to start with House Bill 2001. I will mention in the slides, but you all just had a presentation on that, so I'll focus a bit more on another bill here. This was a bill, this House Bill 3395 was known as the housing package or housing omnibus bill. There are many more components in this bill than what I have on this slide. So again, go back to that attachment A, but I've tried to identify what I thought were some of the probably headlines from this bill that really relate to DLCD. And so the first item there is an expansion of the requirements that we have in current law around middle housing. So expanding middle housing, at least for duplexes, to smaller cities down to 2,500 in size. Another important change that was made in this bill, and you all have heard about this issue over several sessions, is the legislature has been in a posture of allowing a temporary authority to local governments and certain nonprofits and religious organizations to site emergency shelters. And they've been continually to push out the sunset for that authority. Well, now they've made it permanent. So within UGB or rural residential, local governments, religious organizations, nonprofits, and housing authorities have, under certain conditions, can go through and get by right approval for emergency shelter for housing. And that is now permanent law until the legislature changes. The other thing I want to point out here, and this was interesting because this was mentioned in yesterday's tour. And you may recall that Samuel Goldberg talked quite a bit when we were in the sort of the Pearl District of Portland about single room occupancy and how it has vanished from our cityscape. Well, in this piece of legislation, the legislature brought it back, and they brought it back in a way that is very relevant to the discussion you just had around House Bill 2001. You recall from that presentation, we use this term needed housing a lot. Well, now needed housing includes single room occupancy as a development. And so when local governments go and they look at their buildable land inventories and they're making the projections and looking out 20 years, they now need to think about SROs as a housing type, along with multifamily and single family and middle housing. And this also includes requirements that local governments have to, by right, cite SROs up to certain standards. So it's sort of like another version of some of the middle housing legislation that we've seen over the last couple of years. And then the last thing I want to call out here is a new grant program that will be operated by the Oregon Department of Administrative Services, but in consultation with the LCD and Oregon Housing and Community Services to distribute money to local governments, or excuse me, to council of governments and to economic development districts to build more capacity for housing and community development. All right, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis really doesn't need any introduction, I don't think. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about House Bill 2001, although I easily could. Again, you just had a presentation on this very comprehensive and monumental legislation. Just to try to hit some really obvious high points on this one, it revises Goal 10 to set up a measurable, accountable approach to housing production. I think that if you're looking for a major takeaway, that's the major policy change here. We're going to get where we measure, we have targets, and we work with local governments for them to achieve it, and where necessary, we hold them accountable for housing production. The rest of the bullets here are some of the other elements. There will be, of course, a 20-year housing projection that's provided to local governments with targets for cities over 10,000. And I will say this piece, there are certain areas of metro counties. Let's talk maybe a little bit more. I was in and out of the room, so I don't know if the staff, housing division staff covered this, but this will be an ongoing legislative conversation. The bill includes the unincorporated areas of the metro counties as an element of the program, but it left the policy decisions about how counties would actually implement housing production strategies and they would meet those housing production targets to a conversation that will happen, we hope, in the 2024 session. So that whole, how do we operationalize the work around meeting production targets and allocating to those areas and having housing production strategies for those unincorporated areas of those 3 metro counties will be the subject of a legislative work group. We'll start meeting in the next couple of weeks, and again, look to prepare legislation for the 2024 session. So stay tuned on that. Moving on here, and again, the team may have covered some of this already. We are going to not only, OHCS will have this dashboard to track progress, so back to being measurable and being accountable. We will be looking at making sure that we're really promoting, fair housing and firmly furthering fair housing as a part of our work now. And then I did hear the staff mention the Housing Acceleration Program, which is the accountability program. So if you are a city that is underperforming relative to your peers or within your region, you go and the department will do an audit and assess whether that was in the city's, the failure to meet targets is within the city's control, or if it's not within the city's control. And if it is within the city's control, work with them to try to, through technical assistance, provide that, or if necessary, use enforcement tools to try to meet those goals. And then you see, again, you heard this from the staff. So there's different deadlines for the rules that will come to the commission for your approval. The housing production strategy accountability rules are due on or before January 1st of 2025. And the buildable lands inventory and UGB related rules are come to the commission and receive your approval on or before January 1st of 2026. One thing I do want to mention here, just so you all hear it from the staff first, is the governor's office is very interested in this rulemaking. I don't think that's going to come as any surprise. Of course, housing is the governor's highest priority, but the governor was also, starting in 2019, the architect of much of what we see in the way of the policy here. So they are already talking to us about setting up regular briefings with the governor, with her directly on this rulemaking efforts. We have our first briefing with her August the 17th. So coming up very quickly, and I fully expect that they will be engaged throughout the whole 3-year process. So just wanted to convey that the department will be working very closely with the governor's office on implementing House Bill 2001. Oh, yes.
Just before you leave housing, I just want to see if commissioners have any questions. And Chair Oliva, who may be online. I know this is such a big topic, and I see Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lilac. Yeah, Palmer, I just have a question about the last statement you made about the governor's attention to the rulemaking. I'm just wondering, from your perspective, are there any areas that you see about alignment with the governor's office and what you know of the work that is proceeding in front of us? Or any areas of emphasis that you think the governor might have in particular?
Yeah, so Vice Chair Lelak, Commissioner Lazo, I think the answer to your question is we don't know maybe what areas of emphasis yet. I think we are expecting this briefing that we have in the next couple of weeks is an opportunity to hear out of the different components of the ONA legislation what she might be most interested in or feels like is most important. But I also would say it's early in the process. So the governor, much less our staff, have not heard from the stakeholders, that we haven't thought through how all of this will actually be implemented. So it's pretty early in the process to maybe fully answer your question. On the issue of alignment, well, we absolutely want to be aligned. I mean, and that's in part why her office has said they're so interested in it is, you know, she sees this as critical to, you know, a critical piece of solving the housing production. The housing, as I always say, I feel like the housing issues are a universe of issues. It's not one or two issues, it's many, many issues. But, you know, figuring out a way to revamp Goal 10 so we can really measure our progress. And if we don't see progress, how we can, you know, step in and make sure we get the housing units we need. On that, we have 100% alignment with her.
So I'm intrigued with the SROs. I'm not a planner, but I'm assuming that's going to change the matrix a little bit. And are they going to be looking to the department for help with that?
That is a very good question, Commissioner Boyer. And I don't want to catch anybody in the housing team off guard, so I will do my best to answer. But I think you're right. We will now need to be thinking about how the housing production strategies and the tools that support that effort think about SROs. Okay. Oh, sure.
Good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, my name is Ethan Stockmeyer. I'm the Housing Services Division Manager at DLCD. I was coming up to answer the question if Palmer didn't answer the same way that I was going to, which is to say that I think as we're working through things related to updating Goal 10 and particularly around the buildable lands inventory and the housing production strategy, I think we'll know a little bit more certain about how to thread that in. But for basic the operationalization of needed housing basically or generally as it currently exists, cities are required to plan for all types of needed housing. So that means that they'll have to zone land to accommodate SROs. They'll have to incorporate and respond to the lack of land for that type of housing in their housing production strategy. So.
Yeah. Thank you. And just before we go to Commissioner Warren, Chair Halava has a question online.
No questions. I just kind of joined, so no questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
I was just going to respond with SROs, but then this seems like a great space for model code because there's going to be a lot of very local partners who don't have any sort of code language for SROs at all. So it's space for us.
And one more thing I might add, I think you're right, Commissioner, it's an opportunity to think about model codes. One thing I should call out about House Bill 2001 is the legislature provided us with $3.5 million to support implementation of this work. And these are, again, direct grant dollars to local governments. So I think there's some opportunities with that funding to help with SROs as well as, other elements of this legislation.
Further questions, commissioners? Great.
And as we transition from this slide, I will say this bill was signed very early in session. You may recall the governor had coordinated closely with the Senate President and House Speaker on a 60-day package of legislation. And so this bill was actually signed back in March. So. All right, moving on. So want to talk about Senate Bill 4. This was the bill, another early session bill that was signed early in session, and this one relates to semiconductor and advanced manufacturing facilities. There's quite a bit more to this bill than what you see on this slide. I again went with the headlines on it, so we'll talk about it a bit. It allows the governor by executive order to extend current UGBs on or before that date of December 31st of 2024 to include contiguous lands that are not within urban reserves for use for semiconductors and advanced manufacturing facilities. And there is a definition of those terms, and it is tied to the Federal CHIPS Act, just so you know. It does require the governor to first determine whether there is not suitable land already within the UGB before extending the UGB. That was one of the changes that was done a little bit later in the process. And then it has potential statewide scope. So we're not necessarily just talking about Washington County and parts of the metro area. It allows for the governor to designate up to 8 sites within very specific acreage limits. So larger sites, there's a cap to those. Medium sites is a cap, and smaller sites, there's also a cap on the number of sites that can be designated by the governor. There's probably a lot more I could say about that bill, but just trying to keep it short. That's probably a good summary there. Oh,
So you said 8 sites, it's not 8 sites per category, it's 8 sites period.
8 sites in total. Yeah, that's right, Commissioner. And again, within the 8 sites, there's a breakdown on acreage limit. So like I think what I recall is there can be no more than 2 sites that are over 500 acres, for instance, and it's sort of that type of breakdown. All right, we'll move on then. Climate. This was a very active issue during the session, the climate legislation here. And this House Bill 3409 was known as the climate package, and had worked in direction and resources for many other agencies. But these are kind of the pieces I would like to call out for the LCD. So we now have a brand new program, this Community Green Infrastructure Grant Program, that we will need to set up there. And you see some of the numbers. It'll include 4 positions and $6.5 million. So pretty substantial investment by the legislature in this program. The interesting thing about this money is this is money that is now, for I believe, based on what Michelle Corbo, our budget director or budget officer, has told me, it's the first time that we have money in a separate trust fund. So we actually don't need to spend it all in this biennium. It will carry over to the other to future biennia. This is really focused on green infrastructure. And by green infrastructure, what the legislature meant here was what type of opportunities can you, through grants, for grants to local governments and nonprofits, can you improve natural systems while at the same time providing social, economic, environmental benefits at kind of a neighborhood or site scale. And within that very broad notion of what green infrastructure is, there's a lot of opportunity for the agency and the commission, if you all want to provide any direction on how we set that up, like what type of projects do we prioritize, what kind of multiple benefits, cross benefits do we want to consider in a project, and that type of thing. But it really is focused on helping nonprofits and local governments do this type of work, from bioswales that might manage stormwater on the street to ecosystem restoration, but again, more focused on the neighborhood and site level scale. All right, I'll move on then to the siting of solar energy facilities.
Yeah, I had a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was curious. I don't, tell me if I'm wrong. I feel like most of our grants are for governments, and you said nonprofits. Is that different than what we normally do?
So, Chair Hello, but that is a bit unique. I've been at the department almost 5 years. I think there have been cases where we've been given authority by legislature to provide money to nonprofits, but it is unusual. Usually our money goes directly to local governments. The advocates for this program, though, were very interested in seeing that there was the nonprofits were funded, particularly community-based organizations were funded to do this work. We did suggest to them, and the language is ultimately amended to make sure that that was a joint project between the local government and those CBOs and nonprofits. But yeah, I think the money does go directly to the nonprofits. But the idea being the local governments will help them with the record keeping and the accountability for the expenditure of the money.
I like that idea because of, like you said, community-led groups, you know, there's in underserved communities, there's a lot of groups that have ideas for these type of projects that may not have received the priorities within governments to date. So it's interesting.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's an exciting program. I should also mention this is a program that we will run in partnership with the Department of Forestry, because a lot of this work will likely lead the tree canopies and, you know, dealing with heat islands through tree canopy work. And obviously they're more the experts in, you know, in tree issues than we are. So it will be a joint program, mostly led by us with support, specific support from the Department of Forestry. Okay, well, I'll move on to solar siting. Siting of solar facilities. This is an issue that we've heard quite a bit about, this issue of the siting of renewable energy facilities and how that relates to land use. So after a long, somewhat convoluted conversation this year in the legislature about what to do with the siting of renewable energy facilities, this is what you see. This was the final product here in House Bill 3409. It's focused only on solar energy facilities, so it doesn't focus on wind. It doesn't consider, and at that, it's only solar energy facilities in Eastern Oregon. And the idea here is that one, and this is the short-term action, so commission be ready in November, DLCD will be bringing a rule to you, a recommendation on how solar energy facilities can fit within the scope of an existing rule that we already have defining rural industrial uses. And this would be done to provide clarity and certainty for solar developers as they go they're at the local level and they're look for an exception to one of the statewide goals. The other longer term effort is a rulemaking process, and the bill lays out a rulemaking advisory committee by statute who gets a seat in how we are to manage that RAC that would identify criteria that counties could use if they wanted to at their option to look for those places where there's fewer resource conflicts between solar siting facility or solar energy facilities and our resources, like whether that's ag, wildlife habitat, cultural resources, what have you. Again, this would be an option for the counties to use, but the intent here is to create a process where more of our conversion of land is done in the places where we have fewer impacts, but also in the places where the solar developers can find transmission lines that are available and deal with some of their issues. And the thinking is if we streamline the approval process in the right places, we'll get more to happen there and less in our high value farmland and our other more resource rich areas. So that's the intent behind that one. That will be a very active rulemaking. And then I'll move on to one last piece. Do we have a question? Okay.
I had a question.
All these. Okay. I spoke too soon. All right.
Is this the one that has the acronym TREES?
Chair Halova, the first one, the Community Green Infrastructure Grant Program, is I think called the TREES Act in that portion of House Bill 3409.
I don't know why, but I felt like maybe I'm making up, but I felt like there was some confusion. Maybe it's because it was like this and that, and then it's the trees. Because I got confused. Yeah.
I can understand this bill was an omnibus bill. There were a lot of different ideas that got packaged in this bill that at various times in the process had all been separate bills, including the Trees Act was a separate piece of legislation. But you know, when we went in to make the sausage, it came out as a longer sausage and it included all these different pieces here. So last piece, carbon sequestration. This is a topic that's come up a couple of times and not, at least within the agency, and I believe it's been mentioned before in front of the commission. So finally, after a couple of sessions, we now have some new statutory direction around looking at sequestration. And so this is direction to the Department of Energy to work with the LCD and other agencies to now get us in a mode where we have some specific metrics and measurements around our progress in promoting sequestration on natural and working lands. Folks like Amanda Putnam and Hillary foot, and maybe some of our folks in the coastal program will be working on this over the next year or so. And if there aren't any other questions, I will move on. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to the end of the presentation here. So coastal and resource lands. Both of these bills were pretty controversial bills during the session. We'll start with the coastal one, House Bill 3382. This was a bill that when it was first filed would have basically exempted our large navigation ports in Oregon. I think we have about 5 from most of the requirements, maybe even all the requirements under Goal 16, which is our goal around estuaries, where we have requirements for those local governments to plan for the development and use and protection of our estuaries. Over time, the bill got narrowed down and continued to narrow down. And so what you have now is this final bill, House Bill 3382, where this only applies to the Port of Coos Bay, within the jurisdiction of the Port of Coos Bay. And it says that the port or a tribe can pursue a new reasoned exception under Goal 16 for the navigation of federal navigation channels and some related access channels and related structures. There are some limitations on that. Again, it's only available to the Port of Coos Bay and to the tribes who have facilities within that port, not to other operators. It also requires that the dredging would be no more than necessary for the projects. It maintains the no net loss standard that we have in the regulatory environment for wetlands and other resources, other water resources. This was driven in large part, and you probably heard much of this in the media, was driven in large part by the interest in providing a intermodal freight facility, a very large one in Coos Bay. And that led to this piece of legislation here. If there are not any questions, I will, oh, yes.
Just the reason it's exception is still a high bar. This just opens the door to even apply for it. Is that correct?
Well, that is, Vice Chair Lelak, it is true that this provides a reasoned exception, but you have to prove the need for the reasoned exception. The local governments have the ability to deny that reasoned exception if, for whatever reason they deem appropriate. And if the exception does move forward at the local level, the department, provided we've engaged in the process, it would have the ability to take the exception to LUBA. So it maintains, I think, all the checks and balances that we have in the current process. But I think a lot of people felt very strongly about this bill because it was driven, in their view, by a single project. So moving on to resource lands, there are a number of bills in the area of resource lands that I'm not going to mention. I'm only going to call this one out because it's been a topic of conversation in my years at the department, and so I think it has sort of maybe broader applicability than some of the others. So clear and objective standards, of course, are required by state law for local governments to approve residential development. There was a 2020 LUBA case that held that, and this was a surprise to many folks because they thought the legislature meant something different, that held that those clear and objective standards not only apply to residential development within UGBs, but also outside of UGBs. And that was the part that I think surprised those of us at the department and many of the counties. That's not the way we have up to this point been, or counties rather, have been approving residential development outside the UGBs. This piece of legislation was basically a compromise bill that was worked out between the LCD, the counties, and the development community. And what we did here is to say that clear and objective will apply outside of UGBs for residential development. And you can see the categories of land there on non-resource lands, rural residential, and certain designated unincorporated areas after that date. So between now and then, counties have some time to prepare for this paradigm shift. And I think that's what we really kind of accomplished here, because the LUBA case was now, or prior to this piece of legislation was the law. And it meant that clear and objective applied outside of UGBs, more or less right away. This buys some time for counties to make that adjustment. I think we may see some more legislative discussion on this issue because it is a large body of work for counties, a very large body of work. And so, like I said, I think we may see some more conversation on this. All right, then I'll move on then. Okay, so we're down to, I think, really the last slide here. And so these are the bills that did not pass. And I want to call out a few here. So we'll start with the bills that were filed that would have applied to the Climate Friendly and Equitable Community Program. You've probably heard a good bit about these bills. Both of these bills were essentially the same, and they would have paused the current program, the current set of rules, and required the commission, the agency and the commission, to undertake a new rulemaking process to develop a different set of rules based on some principles and provide an opportunity for more local engagement, including a test that required that the rules be approved by at least 80% of the local governments affected. So there was a high bar for a new set of rules. This is one bill where the department went to the governor's office and we received the permission to oppose. We don't often get that permission, but we did. And we were able to engage directly. I also want to call out the support that we had from the advocates in the environmental community. They did a great deal of work to oppose this bill and help to change the conversation. And another way the conversation was changed was something that you all did. And so I want to recognize that. I think the decision by the commission to adopt the temporary rules in April was a sign of good faith. That we were able to communicate to the legislators who were proponents of this bill, that the department and the commission were engaged in listening to the local governments about their concerns, and we were trying to take, actual steps to address local concerns about CPEC rule. So I think that also helped to change the conversation. And fortunately for all of us, the bill did not pass. And there's even more of an upside to this whole situation. I think you've maybe heard it at some point, and the presentation that Cody and others did is we received $2.7 million in money to directly support local governments with the implementation of CPEC. That was money that was not in the governor's recommended budget. So that was a very good outcome for us. House Bill 3414. You all have probably heard quite a bit about this bill. And there's so much that I could say about it, both about the substance of the bill and about the larger politics. But this bill is, if there was a bill that you would call the cliffhanger of the session, this was the cliffhanger. This was the bill that died on the Senate floor by one vote the last day of session. Actually, I would say within the last hour and a half of session. That's how close this bill went to the wire. It has many, many components that relate to DLCD. So I'm only going to go again with the highest, headlines here. There's a lot we could say about this bill. One of the key things that this bill would have done, and by the way, I think the governor's gone on record publicly saying this bill will be back in 2024. So we should all probably expect to see it in some form or fashion in 2024. But, and I think all of these components, by the way, will be in the 2024 legislation. So it would have created a Housing Accountability and Production Office, which would have been a joint office between DLCD and the Department of Business and Consumer Services, specifically the Building Codes Division. And it was intended that this office would be able to support developers with building code questions, design and development questions, and also be empowered, particularly the DLC side of this office, with new enforcement tools as necessary. And the goal of the office would be to see that local governments were faithfully complying with state law around housing production. Another major component of this bill was a requirement for local government to approve certain adjustments to design and development standards. So initially, this was described as the variance piece of the bill, but then they use this term adjustments. So it's the changes that a developer might propose to a project based on site-specific criteria. And the way this legislation ultimately was written was there were only a specific set of topics, type of issues that developers could go and seek these adjustments. And these adjustments would have been granted as a matter of statute. Another, and perhaps the most significant piece of this bill is that third line, inconspicuously, the one single line there. Was the one-time opportunity for cities to expand their UGBs by that date you see there of January 2nd, 2033, up to certain acreage limits. There were requirements for community level planning, for a certain amount of housing types, including affordable housing, and there were minimum density standards that varied by state. But this was a very controversial piece of the bill. My sense is this is the reason probably why the bill did not pass. But I believe we will see this issue and this language or some variation of it again. And then lastly, the last part of this bill would have been to grant attorney's fees for LUBA decisions that confirm the approval of development applications or reversed application denials. And with that, I think we have reached the end of the presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Commissioners, Chair Holloway, questions?
I was just curious because of the last comment that was made was about the attorney fees. What is typically allowed with regard to monetary, I don't know if it's called monetary damages or whatever in those kind of cases?
I will have to send that question over to Steve.
Chair, hello, if you can hear me. At LUBA, the standard for attorney fees is extremely difficult. You have to have presented absolutely no point that had any merit whatsoever in your entirety of your presentation a little bit. So they've been very rarely issued. The idea of attorney fees at LUBA seems to come up every session. It's generally intended to have a chilling effect on appeals, but they've never really gotten this far. But there are no monetary damages at LUBA. That would be a separate, maybe a civil action of some sort.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair. All right, I'm curious. I drifted off for a second there. You said that the piece that killed the bill, was it the adjustments or was it the UGBs?
Commissioner Lazo, I think the UGB piece was the most.
Okay, that's what I thought too.
Yeah.
And even the adjustments, I think, was controversial too, because I think there were things that kept getting stuck in there and they were trying to refine it. So that was partly it. So if you're looking at crystal ball, if it comes back, because we need this bill, right? I mean, is this the HAPO bill?
It is the HAPO bill.
So so we need that at some point, right, for the department to spin up the office. If it comes back, will it come back without the UGB piece?
Your question raises so many things to think about. So I'll start by saying this. Technically, the legislature could provide the funding for the Housing Accountability Production Office, and we could create it. But it would really be better to stand up an office like that through legislation, and where we had a statutory framework that defined the roles and responsibilities, laid out our authorities, laid out the process for how we might take complaints from a developer or from a citizen about a local government's alleged failure to apply some state law. So, if you're asking me, I think it's better, and much like how you're saying it, that we go through a statutory process, or go through legislation, and we have a statute lays out this framework. But my sense is that, the interest is in keeping this all together as one package. That may change. I mean, we're months away from the 2024 session. And to try to, as the HAPO issue move some of these other issues. On the adjustments piece, that was controversial throughout session. And I think it was even controversial in the sort of the waning days of session. In my observation, it kind of got less and less controversial because the governor's office engaged with the local governments and started to work out some of the issues. The piece that was still probably very controversial was for the environmental community, particularly around tree ordinances and some of the natural resources, and whether the language in the bill, and there was an attempt in the language, I think, to say that that's not the type of adjustments we're talking about. We're taking those off the table, whether that was sufficiently clear. Yeah.
I guess it's worth noting too that, I mean, this is the second instance of a legislative sort of taking of UGBs, right? You saw it in the CHIPS Act bill, and then you see it here again. where we're giving away some power around UGBs. And so I think to see them in this legislative session was a concern to me around goal 14. I noticed that.
Thank you. Chair Halava.
Oh, is my hand still raised from before?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay. Director Bateman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted to note, reaching back to the overall budget, if that's appropriate, if we can switch gears a little bit, that I wanted to point out sort of the cuts discussion. We talked a little bit about this yesterday, Palmer. I think you might not have been in the room when we were hearing our budget presentation, and we were noting that some of the assumed reductions and reduction goals that we're going to have to meet as agency had to do with probably needing to pull back a little bit on travel and training and some of the other items that we typically enjoy and that we've been very generous with. We've been very fortunate to have in the last couple of years. One piece that we did not mention that I did just want to point out for you, because I don't think it appears anywhere else in our materials, but could be rather material, is an assumption by the legislative budget writers that we will have significant vacancy savings. So our agency doesn't typically have a lot of vacancies, right? The big agencies often have a pretty good stock of open positions that they can gain some savings from, but we don't. People come and they stay here, and when they leave, we fill their positions. And so we don't have a lot of vacancies to work with. We don't have that kind of flexibility. And in our opinion, those cuts will feel rather deep. I think they're 5%. I think that's something that was applied pretty evenly across all the natural resource agencies. So I don't know if that's something that you've heard about, Commissioner Boyer, and your other agency discussions. That will be difficult for us to make. And so we will have to be very deliberate and may have to hold some vacancies open as they come, as just natural openings and folks moving around. We may have to keep those open for more than we'd like, given how much work we need to have done. And so that'll be a little bit of a difficult balancing act for us over the next 2 years. But I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. And I don't know, with an agency our size, there aren't too many techniques we can employ to get around that. So that'll be something we have to keep a careful eye on.
And Director Bateman, I was going to say that's even more strange considering that, I don't want to say all, but it feels like all of our vacancies are new positions that are about to be filled. So it's like we're going to be 100%.
That's correct. And for a while there, we thought, well, maybe we can delay hiring a little bit and just try to eke a little bit more out of that. But then we realized the way the budget was written, many of those positions, we don't actually get the money for and the authority for until next January, at which point it'll be fill them and get going, because you have now very little time left in your biennium. So they left us little room for flexibility there.
And I would add too that one of the ways we funded the chief information officer was to offer up some of the cuts that the director was talking about and travel and stuff. I mean, we just thought that made sense to prioritize that position, but it compounds the issue that the director's talking about. We're very lean on these resources that support the staff, even though we gained quite a bit of new staff, and we have now a very robust amount of money to give directly to local governments through grant dollars. So I guess it's sort of a mostly happy situation, but there is some downside and there's some challenges ahead.
And I was going to say, I mean, we got public testimony today that said come out and visit the community more. So, and I don't know if this is the right time to say it, but I brought it up a couple other times about us going for grants outside of the budgetary world, either federal for the housing dollars, or I don't know where else one can get your grants, but I want to bring that up again.
Yes, thank you, Chair. That's certainly something we're looking at. We're partnering with HUD and we're in active discussions with them now. I will say for the most part, grants, it's really hard to get operational money and staff and get your staffing paid for that way. It tends to be more programmatic and pass through. So that continues to be some frustration as well.
Additional comments? Seeing none, I'll just say I look forward to our November meeting. At that point, we'll have a sense of what might be introduced in the short session. At that point, you may be in the middle of some interim committees and task forces to hear about what those are and where those are going and what they may lead to, and just any other updates from legislative session, given that right around the corner from us in November.
I agree, Vice Chair Lilac. It feels like the session's always around the corner. There's just not much break between sessions and stuff. So yes, we will absolutely keep you informed. And maybe one last thing I would like to say before I sign off today is you see me here talking about all the legislative work that we do, but I do want to recognize there is a team of people that support what I do and what Alexis did, and they should be recognized. That it's really all of our staff, whether they're getting a fiscal impact request that we got a couple of hours and it's due in another hour and must be turned around that quickly. It's helping Alexis and I with an amendment or putting together information for a legislator or just, helping us understand the implications of a piece of legislation. There's a whole lot of people that support what we do. So I just want to call them out and recognize that.
I do hope that Alexis is not watching now. Stayed on the record why, but
yeah,
focused on other things.
Yeah, stay focused. Yes, yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our last agenda item. Commissioners, please take some time before you leave to complete your scorecard and get them in hand. We have the folders on the table here. You have those. Before I provide the final comment, Chair Halava, anything you would like to say before we conclude, or anybody?
I'm good. Wonderful meeting. Thank you.
I do have an update from this morning's presentation. Land Use Board of Appeals did issue the decision in the Central Oregon Land Watch DLCD versus Deschutes County case, and they remanded it to the county. And haven't read it. It's 85 pages long, but there's apparently some good guidance on the meaning of our Goal 3 rule and the statutory provisions in Chapter 215 about exclusive farm use.
Steve, sure. So to everyone, thank you for joining us. Our next commission meeting is scheduled for November 2nd and 3rd, 2023 in Southern Oregon. Travel safe.
Great. Thank you. Thanks.